Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku and the pack had more adventures? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku shivered, tucked himself a little tighter into his coat. The late year snow spiraled onto his shoulders, the hat pulled on top of his head, the scarf tied around his neck. He kept his head down, eyes forward, trying not to think too much about the letter under his arm, even though it was just about all he could think of in that moment. Well, the letter and something else was on his mind. He hurried down the street, turned the corner, saw the familiar hump of a home sunk between two older buildings much taller than it was. At the sight of it, Izuku felt both a release of tension in his shoulders while his hand twitched, reaching hungrily for the door. Even only a few steps away, he felt his heart racing, his mind spinning away from the letter to the only other thought he ever really had nowadays. He opened the front door, stepped inside, hastily threw off his coat and scarf, and called out, "Kazu!" He was met with a delighted squeal from the other room, his heart settling at the sound. "In here!" A voice sung out, drawing Izuku into the house, pausing only long enough to close the door behind him. Just a room away, he found the blonde-haired pup sitting in the lap of a red-haired beta in a wheelchair. She smiled, all glistening teeth and joyful dimples, as she raised the pup out to Izuku, the Omega immediately crossing the room toward them. "There he is. The newest student in town?" She looked hopeful. Izuku focused on Kazu first, taking the tiny, cooing pup from the beta, nuzzling him into his scent gland. The pup squealed again, nipped at Izuku's cheek, still teething like a little monster despite most of his front teeth having come in already. His canines were still developing though, and the doctor had said those would take the longest to fully come in, meaning he had at least a couple more months of this to look forward to. But that was okay. It was still pretty endearing to have the pup nipping at him, demanding his attention. As he reunited with the pup, he was interrupted by a short noise from the beta, who raised her eyebrows expectantly. Izuku revealed the unopened letter, set it on the counter. "Don't know yet, Sano." "Ooh, but it's thick." Sano wheeled a bit closer to the counter to weigh the letter in her palm. "That's a good sign." Izuku hummed quietly, nuzzled Kazue a little more as the pup pressed a hand to his cheek. As always, Sano was quick to notice his silence, thrusting the letter at him. "Well, let's go, babe. Longer you put this off, the worse it's going to be. Just rip the damn band-aid off already." "Language," Izuku grumbled, "and you're being pushy again." "What, me?" Sano pressed a hand to her chest. "Babe, you know me too well. Now let's see it. I want to start celebrating already." Again, Izuku paused, keeping his eyes on Kazuo. It seems impossible that it had been so little time since the pup had come into his life. And yet, in that span of time, everything had changed. And still, things somehow were continuing the change. For the better? Worse? It was so hard to tell. This was just another one of those potential changes. One more thing that could be a boon or a hardship in his life. He caught a look from Sano, sighed heavily and collapsed into a nearby chair. Kazue gurgled, tried to nibble on his ear, so he pulled the pup down, closer to his heart. He settled, though still reached for his Omega's face, little fingers wiggling. Izuku pressed a kiss to the crown of his head, paused as Sano wheeled a bit closer. "I see that mind of yours spinning." She twirled a finger in small circles. "Feel like sharing?" Izuku shrugged. "I'm just wondering if this is a smart idea to begin with." "Whatcha mean?" Kazue cooed, Izuku immediately running a hand over his back. "This school thing." Sano gave him a surprised look as he sighed. "I mean, how am I supposed to raise Kazue and work to keep a roof over our heads and go to school? It's a lot." "Yeah, you're right." Sano lifted a hand, a shrug. "I didn't think you were under the impression that it would be easy. But I also didn't think you were one to back down just because it's hard. I mean, come on. You've made it this far. You've gotten to the point where you could afford even thinking about university. You've got me and Aoki to help you out. So you're not going this alone." She shrugged again, as if it were all just that simple. 4 years hard work for a lifetime of benefits for both you and Kazuo is worth it, isn't it? I thought you wanted this? That's the problem, I don't know. He leaned back, ran a hand over his face. I won't be around as much even if I got lucky and had all virtual classes, and I'm already stretched pretty thin. Kazuo needs me. More than I need to go to school, right? I think you're under the impression that you have to choose one or the other. Izuku blinked, stared at the beta. She grinned back at him, one eyebrow still raised at him expectantly. Well, have you ever considered that maybe it's not that simple? That there are other solutions to your problem other than just choosing one over the other? That it's not either Kazuo or school, but maybe it's, hey, I might need some help with taking care of Kazuo while I better myself so that I can provide for him to the best of my ability. At its base level, it is that simple. Izuku didn't typically like arguing with Sano, because if he was honest they were both stubborn enough that it didn't typically go anywhere, but he still held his ground on this. Because I only have a limited amount of time, and if Kazuo goes without me, he goes without the only parent he has. Sano crossed her arms, unimpressed. Seriously, babe? Was your plan just to drop Kazuo for 4 years while you do school? No. Then why you are so worried? Yeah, it's going to be tough. Yeah, you might hate yourself, but hell. You have the opportunity. You should take it. She nodded toward the counter. And let's not forget that we might be having this conversation for no reason. Open that letter and just tell me what it says already. Izuku chewed at his bottom lip, glaring at the envelope on the counter across the room. It sat there, unmoving, mocking him with whatever it held. Because truth be told, he didn't want to know what was in that letter. He didn't want to have to make the decision of what to do, nor did he want to have to face the rejection if he didn't get in. There was no winning this situation. He stared at it long enough that Sano threw her arms into the air. Oh, forget it. She wheeled across the room, reached for the letter. Before she could grab it, Izuku had leaped out of his seat to snatch it away. She glared hard at him. Well, you open it or I'll do it myself. All right, the Omega hissed. Just give me a moment. Nope. Let's go, babe. I have waited long enough. I've got the sake ready. Let's go. No sake. Yes, sake. Now open the damn thing. Izuku rolled his eyes, thought to himself, one argument at a time, and turned to the letter in his hand. It did feel a bit weighty now that he thought about it. Like there might be multiple sheets of paper within. Something far more than just a quick thanks, but no. In his arms, Kazuo suddenly squealed and reached for the letter, Izuku holding it out of his reach. The pup mumbled incoherently, eyes fixed on the letter until he happened to catch the Omega's gaze. Then he leaned forward, unbalanced and uncoordinated, bouncing into his chest and giggling, reaching for his face again. There was nothing quite like the feeling of having Kazuo there, in his arms, reaching for him, cooing at him. The pup was so small. So vulnerable. He needed Izuku to take care of him. He needed someone to help him along. To make sure he grew up strong and healthy. He needed his Omega. The letter in his hand felt very heavy at the thought. Because he knew what it meant. A chance to better himself, but at what cost? The reality was that school would inevitably cut into his time with Kazuo. That it would affect the pup. That was unavoidable. Kazuo was his entire life. How could he do anything to take himself away from him? These thoughts had him lowering the letter, intending to toss it, hoping maybe he could throw it out of Sano's reach, but the pup stilled very suddenly. Stared up at him. As if seeing something Izuku could not. Then he smiled. There wasn't anything behind his smile. It was a reflex. He was too young for it to mean anything more than the pup recognizing him as his Omega, small realizations that he was happy and warm and safe. But it was a wonderful smile. A beautiful moment. Every time Izuku saw that smile, the world was a better place for it. Because if that smile was in the world, he had a reason to keep going. And maybe it meant nothing. But maybe the pup had felt his unease. Maybe he had smiled to encourage his Omega. Maybe he knew that either road would not be easy. That they would have to struggle for everything on their own. But that maybe things would get easier if Izuku took a chance. And maybe he was saying that was okay. That he would be okay. That he would keep smiling either way. The letter trembled in his hand. Izuku didn't really know what to do. He glanced to Sano, saw that the beta was looking uncharacteristically somber. When she caught his eye, she smiled, soft, caring. "Babe," she said, "it's okay. Remember, one step at a time. One step at a time." That was how he got through every day. And the next step in this sequence was to open that letter, to see exactly what his choices were to begin with. Fretting over options he didn't have wouldn't help him any. So he took in a breath, let it out slowly. He offered Kazue to Sano, the beta chittering in her own strange way at the pup, Kazue gurgling in response. But she refocused on Izuku as the Omega quickly tore the envelope open, nearly tearing the paper within. Immediately he saw that there were multiple sheets of paper, felt his stomach flipping around in his body, though from joy or fear he couldn't tell. Slowly, he took the thickest of the papers out, sucked in a breath, held it, and opened the letter. He read it over once. Twice. Flipped it over to make sure he wasn't missing anything. Then let out his breath and read it one more time. He might have read it again, but Sano groaned, "Seriously, babe, just tell me what it says already." He swallowed, met the beta's eyes. "I got in." For a moment, she was silent. Then, all at once, she threw her hands up in the air, letting out a shriek of absolute joy that startled Kazu, nearly had him crying, though she laughed and cooed at the pup, and Izuku hurried to trade her the letter for the pup, pressing him to his neck. Sano read over the letter, giggling as she did. "I knew you could do it. Congratulations, Izuku. Look at you. Told you good things would come your way." "I'm still not 100% convinced, Sano." The beta groaned in exasperation, a drawn-out noise of exhaustion and frustration, one that Izuku was quite familiar with. "Seriously, you make me want to smack you sometimes. Just be quiet and enjoy the moment. Let it wash over you. You did it. And that's awesome, babe. Seriously awesome. You did great." If nothing else, he couldn't deny that simple fact. That he'd gotten accepted in the first place after putting in all those hours studying and working, all the effort he'd spent saving up the money for application and admission fees, for tuition and books, for everything, and he'd been successful. At the very least, he was happy with that. So he smiled, shook his head. "All right, maybe we can have a little sake before I go." Sano snapped her fingers. "My man." She took down 2 cups and filled them both, the Omega and Beta toasting the moment before drinking. Izuku had not partaken of alcohol since one particularly bad night right after his breakup with Katsuki and his mother's death, so he couldn't quite say that it was a pleasant experience, but being in the moment with Sano was honestly all that mattered. So he did take a second glass when she offered it, grimacing just as much as he had the first drink. Sano ended up having a couple more, though Izuku stuck with just the 2, having to somewhat keep his wits about him with Kazue. Even with only 2 shots, Izuku could feel a slight tingling in his fingertips, a little warmth in his face. Sano, meanwhile, soon turned an impressive shade of red, nearly the same color as her hair, as if her entire head was just a fireball of excited energy. Izuku set Kazue into the playpen in the corner of the room, and the 2 sat and talked and just enjoyed the moment. As time went on though, as the alcohol wore off, or maybe as it sunk in, Izuku's thoughts returned to school. To all the opportunities it offered. To all the hardships that it promised. To whether it was all worth it. He thought and thought and thought, until Sano groaned. "Seriously, I can still see your mind spinning." Izuku laughed, trying not to sound as nervous as he was, rubbed the back of his neck to try to hide it. "Sorry. I'm just still worried about it all." "About Kazue?" The beta pressed. "Yeah. Mostly." Sano hummed, tapped her wheelchair. "Well, how about this? I've got a little proposition for you. A little deal. Help me help you, sort of thing." "Okay." Izuku waved his hand, "Go on and hit me with it. I'm ready for whatever craziness you're thinking about." "It's not that crazy." Sano cleared her throat, then smiled. "I'm considering opening a daycare." For a moment, Izuku was convinced he'd heard her wrong. She couldn't have said what he thought she had said, right? He hadn't had that much alcohol, right? Maybe he just had really low tolerance because he didn't drink all that often. Maybe that was why he had heard what she most definitely hadn't said, right? But she was smiling at him, waiting for his reaction, and he quickly realized that he was taking too long to say something. "Oh, Wait, did you say daycare? Luckily, Sano just laughed. Of course, silly. It's something I've been thinking about for a while. She glanced over to the playpen, to Kazue reaching for the ceiling, cooing absently. Through the redness from the alcohol, there was a different kind of warmth in her expression, a love for the pup cultivated over time longer than he had drawn breath. It was a different love from the one Izuku felt when he looked at Kazue, but there were elements of it in her look. She gazed at Kazue as if he were precious beyond measure. It warmed Izuku to see it, to know, somehow, despite everything, Kazue had been brought into a world where he could still be surrounded by people who loved him, that they weren't completely alone. Sano looked at Kazue with all her love and care, with a smile that was natural and unthinking. Then she drew a hand through her hair, turned back to Izuku. You letting me take care of Kazue helped me prove to myself that I can do it. I can care for pups, even if it's a bit different for me than it is for everyone else. I can still do it. Even as she spoke, even as she reaffirmed her ability, her smile slipped away and she took another drink of her sake. You know I can't have pups myself, but I can still have pups to care for and teach. And that's special to me. So yeah, you and Kazue helped me figure out I can do this. So I want to do that. Her smile returned, even if the sorrow lingered in her eyes. Anyway, since I'm going to be starting a business, I need references. So if you'll give me a good reference, I'll watch Kazue for you, free of charge, whenever you need it. For another moment, Izuku still thought he'd heard her wrong. But this time, her smile was more of a smirk. Wait, what? My gods, babe. You had 2 drinks. Are you really that much of a dunderhead? No. She rolled her eyes and snatched the sake away, as if Izuku had actively been reaching for it. You have class, I can watch Kazue. You need to work on a project, I can watch Kazue. You just need to have a break, I can watch Kazue. Never cost you a cent, like it's never cost you a cent. In return, you let me use you as a reference to potential clients. Just let them know they can trust me with their pups. She set the bottle down and reached out her hand. Deal? Presented as it was, it may have been conceivable to think she was offering something to him. It looked like a deal. In reality, there wasn't much of a deal. A deal insinuated equal exchange. And that wasn't true of this. Because what Sano was asking of him and what she was giving in return were not at all on equal footing. But there was also an illusion of choice. The choice to say yes, he accepted the deal, or no, he didn't. He'd known Sano long enough to know that she was going to insist on this either which way. That she would help to watch Kazue whether he helped her in return or not. So there was no choice. He simply wasn't going to let her hard work go unappreciated and she wasn't going to let him try to do this alone. So he sighed, scratched at the back of his hand. You really think I can do this? The beta motioned outward, to all of him. You've made it this far and you haven't completely lost it, haven't you? She extended her hand out a little more. In the reaching of her fingers, there wasn't a choice. And still, Izuku felt a little guilty even considering her agreement. He swayed from one foot to the other. I can pay you. I have a job now. I know. But I don't need it. Also, if you don't take my hand soon, I'm going to smack you with it, by the way. Even under threat, Izuku paused for a moment longer before he sighed, took her hand, and shook it. When he did, he smiled at her. Congratulations, by the way. You're going to be a great caretaker, I know it. The pups will love you. Here's hoping it works out, Sano laughed, though it quickly turned into a sarcastic snort. Did some research earlier, turns out it's not that easy to just open a daycare. Takes a lot of time. And paperwork. Mostly paperwork. Well, if anyone can wade through a mountain of paperwork to reach their goals, you are certainly stubborn enough to. Sano raised the sake bottle. Here, bit. When you're right, you're right. Izuku laughed and Sano went to take a drink when the front door opened somewhat jarringly from the other room. There was a beat of silence, then a voice called out, Sano? Immediately, the beta sat up straighter, brighter, set the bottle down. In here. Heavy footsteps shook the house, a towering alpha shouldering his way into the room. His gaze fell to Sano first, glancing her over, then to Izuku, lingering for just a bit longer than the Omega felt comfortable with. If Sano noticed the exchange, she didn't draw attention to it. Hey, Jean. How was work? At the pull of Seino's voice, the alpha crossed the room to lean down and kiss her. It was fine. He rose, swept the kitchen, as if looking for something. Eventually, he rounded on Izuku. Someone left the door unlocked? The Omega spun on the door, stared, realized he hadn't locked it in his rush to get to Kazu. Ah, sorry, he muttered. Jean growled quietly, stepping farther into the kitchen, shrugging out of his coat now that he realized everything was fine. Izuku got into university, Jean? Sano chirped. The alpha caught himself, blinked once at Izuku. There was a notable pause before he finally spoke. Congratulations. That's quite an accomplishment. Thanks. It was nothing. Don't sell yourself short. Jean stepped over to the playpen to peer down at Kazuo. When the pup laughed and cooed at the alpha, he chuckled, reached in to tickle his chin. Sano rested her head in her hands, watching the two. Hopefully we'll be seeing lots of Kazuo soon. Once Izuku starts classes, he'll be joining the daycare. Despite the warmth and joy in Seino's voice and the fondness with which he handled Kazu, Jean frowned at her. She didn't seem to notice. Izuku will be our first client. Still, Jean didn't say anything. He glared once more around the room at Izuku in particular, before leaving to go up the stairs with a soft, lingering touch to Seino's shoulders as he passed by her and short, "K." Once he was gone, Izuku went over to the playpen and picked Kazuo up. I should go. About time for me to start dinner. Oh. Sano pushed her wheelchair forward, nodded toward the kitchen. Please stay. We have plenty of food. That's very kind, but no, thank you. I've got plans. You sure, babe? Yeah. Sano looked him up and down with enough intensity that her entire head moved with the motion of her eyes. Then she picked up his invitation letter, handed it back to him. At least let Jean take you home. I'll be okay. He accepted the letter from her. I'll see you soon, okay? Sano pursued her lips, chewed at the inside of her cheek, then said, all right. She helped Izuku dress Kazuo in his winter clothes, then the Omega put on his own coat and scarf and the baby harness that had become his lifesaver ever since Aoki had gifted it to him. Sano kept the bundled-up Kazuo occupied while he got ready and handed him the pup once he was dressed. Once Kazuo was strapped into place, the Omega raised his hand to wave goodbye, but the Beta sat up straight. Hey! She yelled. Izuku's hand stilled. What? You better call the school and accept the invitation. Tomorrow. Okay? Okay. He finished waving at her. See you soon. See ya, babe. Text me. Izuku kept the smile on his face until he'd stepped out into the cold and pulled the door behind him, waiting until he heard the little latch of the lock clicking. Then he let out a breath, mist in the air, and ran his hand over Kazuo. The pup was a bit too wrapped up in extra layers of clothing to quite be able to move about any, but he did continue his constant stream of noises, gurgling to himself and shrieking happily when Izuku kissed the hat on his head. And still, with Kazuo at his chest and the chill of the winter air around them, the letter was heavy and hot, tucked under his arm. Ignoring that feeling, Izuku checked the street, the sidewalk, and started on his way home. The charming chill in the air was not so charming after about 10 minutes. Even less so when 5 minutes later, Kazuo started wiggling around, his gurgling turning to half whines and whimpers. Luckily it wasn't much longer before they reached Aoki's store, climbed the staircase, and stepped into the apartment. Even once they were inside, in a familiar setting with a welcome heat surrounding them, Kazuo was still grumbling and whining, on the verge of tears. Izuku purred to the pup as he began shucking off all the extra clothing. He threw the letter on the counter, focused on Kazuo, on calming him, on purring to him and letting off a calming scent to surround the pup. Slowly, eventually, he did settle, chewing absently on his fingers until Izuku offered him a teething toy. After the pup had settled, the Omega flipped on the oven, checked his fridge for what he was fairly certain he had in it, pulled out a couple of things to start cooking. Most of the time, he kept Kazuo at his hip, bouncing the pup when he got too squirmy, though eventually he was set down in the middle of the carpet with a couple more of his toys in the hopes it would occupy him long enough for dinner to be done. As it sometimes happened, the pup was content with the presence of his toys and dinner turned out quite successful. Izuku fed Kazu first, then ate quickly, the pup watching him with a focused gaze that unnerved him for reasons he couldn't quite put his finger on. After dinner, it was playtime for a little while, then Izuku put Kazuo to sleep in the crib next to his bed and collapsed onto the sofa. He flipped through channels on the television absently, eventually let the news play out. Reports of villains. Heroes who had responded. Their ensuing fight and the result. Watching it all on the television was different from what Izuku remembered. He'd once gone out onto those streets, had seen those fights in person, had borne witness to the amazing ability of the heroes who protected them. Nowadays, he watched and he felt the urge to go out and be right in the thick of it, but realized just how dangerous that was, knew that it would be foolish to take Kazuo out to something like that, and just as foolish to put himself in that kind of danger. Even if he ached to see that again. He watched until the anchors started talking about the latest hero rankings, which had been announced less than a week ago. They talked about who had made their first appearance into the top ranks, and notably who had fallen out of them. As the conversation shifted to the latter, a familiar, yet annoying sting had Izuku turning the television off. He spent a little time cleaning up the apartment, saw the letter still laying on the counter, his fingers hovering over it. Eventually, he went back into the bedroom, found Kazuo fast asleep. The crib was pulled right up alongside Izuku's bed, so when he curled up, he did so pressed to its bars, with little Kazuo so very close. He smiled, purred happily, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. What woke him was the sound of Kazuo screaming. What had him jumping up was the smell of smoke. Just at the foot of the bed, a small fire was consuming a blanket, the smoke already filling up the tiny room. There wasn't any time to think. Izuku snatched the bed sheets and threw them and himself over the flame, hissing at the heat that blew outward, singeing up his arms and into the apartment. He lay over the fire for a moment, half convinced he was going to burst into flames himself, but eventually, the warmth under his stomach cooled, and the longer he lay there, the more he realized it was over. The fire was out. He didn't have time to celebrate. Instead, he leaped up and raced over to Kazuo, hushing the still screaming pup as he hurriedly picked him up and carried him out of the room. Air whooshed through the open door, a rush of smoke filling up Izuku's lungs, making him and Kazuo cough harshly. He grabbed a blanket and wrapped himself and Kazuo up in it, hurrying outside and down the stairs, charging into the convenience store. Aoki never worked this late. To be honest, Izuku wasn't even sure what time it was. But he didn't care. When he barged into the store, only half-dressed with a screaming pup in his arms and a blanket drawn over both of them, he found the store empty save for the cashier, who blinked in shock at him. "Call Aoki. There's been a fire." The cashier's blinking became rapid fire. You heard me. And call an ambulance." Maybe he was panicking. Maybe he was being irrational. But Kazuo was still screaming and crying and coughing, and oh gods, had that little amount of smoke been enough to hurt him? What if it had? What would he do? The more he thought about it, the more sick he was feeling, so much so that he had to sink to the ground as the cashier clawed for the phone, dialing Aoki first, then the emergency line. Aoki lived only a few doors down, so within minutes, he came sprinting through the doors, a scarf wrapped around his arm and his coat on backwards. When he saw Izuku, he collapsed to the ground next to the Omega and pup, quickly looking over them both, asking if they were okay. Izuku tried to say that he didn't know, that something had happened, that he didn't quite know what was going on, but the moment he opened his mouth, a sob racked its way up his throat. The elder Beta stroked his face, hushed him, told him everything was going to be okay. While Aoki stayed with Izuku and Kazuo, he instructed the cashier to go upstairs to make sure the fire was out. Sirens wailed somewhere in the city, coming closer and closer. They would get there soon. Soon, they'd be there and everything would be okay. Izuku brushed his neck over Kazuo's head, trying to console the pup, took his hand only for Kazuo to scream all the louder. When he looked, he saw angry, red welts all along the pup's palms. Even as he stared at them, Izuku didn't really know what to make of them. What to do about them. They were obviously painful. But where had they come from? They almost looked like burns. But Kazuo had been far away from the fire, far enough away that there was no way he'd been burned by it. So where had these welts come from? As Izuku stared at the welts, as he tried to comprehend exactly what he was looking at and what was going on, Aoki noticed them as well. He took the pup's wrist, grimaced deeply. "It's all right, little Izu. He'll be okay. Just look here. Help's come." He eased Izuku back to his feet as paramedics came into the store, smiling pleasantly despite the screaming pup and distressed Omega in front of them. Although he seemed a little reluctant and a bit protective, especially for a beta, Aoki allowed the paramedics to not only take Izuku from him, but to handle Kazue as well. Izuku gave the pup over in a daze, hands still reached for him, waiting until he was returned to his arms. They were loaded into the ambulance, wrapped in a much warmer blanket, and whisked off to the hospital. Izuku did not leave Kazue's side. Not once. Not while they were put into a room, or while a nurse took a look at Kazue's hands, or while a doctor took the pup's wrists as gently as he could and pressed his palm against the pup's, eliciting a shriek that had the Omega shuddering. A pain had developed near his heart, so deep and throbbed that it was hard to breathe, especially when Kazue screamed. But once that was done, the doctor revealed clean, unbroken skin on the pup's palms, reassured Izuku that he would be okay, that he hadn't had any major smoke inhalation, just enough to irritate him. The cough would remain, but would probably not even last through the night. Before being discharged, Izuku called Sano, sobbing. She and Jean appeared only minutes later, the beta hurrying to wrap Izuku and Kazue up, to comfort them, tell them everything would be okay. Jean didn't linger to watch, saying he would be in the waiting room. The three were still in the hospital room when Aoki called. The fire was out. Nobody could quite determine what the source of the fire was. The fire department suggested keeping an eye out for any faulty wiring that could have sparked, but otherwise okayed the Omega and pup to come home for the night, saying it was unlikely to happen again and telling them to leave the windows open for the night to make sure none of the smoke remained in the building. The storekeeper, however, was unconvinced. He spent long enough telling Izuku he would personally look into the cause of the fire that the nurse returned and discharged Kazue, allowing them to go home, before he finished speaking. Jean drove without saying a word, Sano talking to fill the empty space. Izuku didn't engage with her much, spending the time stroking Kazue's head, purring to him, humming a lullaby when the pup stirred in confusion or pain or exhaustion. When they got back to the apartment, Izuku thanked Sano and Jean and went into the store, where he found Aoki waiting for them. The storekeeper railed some more about faulty wiring being ridiculous, that he would tear apart the building to find exactly what had happened, while the poor cashier stood and watched from his post. Eventually, Aoki noticed the exhausted look on Izuku's face and escorted him and Kazue back up to the apartment personally. He took a quick look around, grumbled some more under his breath, and promised to return in the morning for a full inspection. In the meantime, he told Izuku to contact him if anything else happened and bid him good night. Then, Izuku was rocking Kazue in his arms, sitting up in his bed right where he had been what felt like only minutes earlier. When he looked at the clock, hours had passed. It felt like the entire incident had been a whirlwind of noise and confusion and fear and pain, and very suddenly it was all over and he didn't quite know what to do with himself now. But here he was, sitting with Kazu, now asleep in his arms, a blackened blanket having been removed from his room, a scorch mark on the floor right at the foot of his bed. The taste of smoke still in the air. A breeze wafting through windows Izuku didn't even know could open. But nothing else out of place. Everything just as it had been. Nothing else different at all. Eventually, as the minutes ticked by, he abandoned the idea of getting any more sleep that night and got up. He kept Kazue in his arms, unwilling to part with the pup, but luckily he didn't wake, not even stirring as they moved into the main room. Seemed like the entire event simply exhausted him. For as much as Izuku felt that same exhaustion in his bones, dragging at his limbs, pulling his eyes closed, his mind zinged with thoughts and ideas far too horrible and alarming to even consider sleep. For a while he sat on the couch, holding Kazue against his chest, still a little unsure exactly what to do with himself. Then he turned on the television, the volume low, and browsed absently, eventually settling on the news again. It was mostly reruns of stories from earlier in the day, but it was distraction enough to keep his spinning mind on a somewhat sane track. He thought about the fire, swore he could still smell it, still hear it, still feel it. But no matter how much he tortured himself with thinking about how it had happened, where it had come from, he knew there wasn't anything he had done to cause it, nothing he could have done to prevent it. The fire had been where there hadn't been any wires, anything that could start a fire, nothing at all. It hadn't been his fault. He'd dealt with it before it had gotten out of control. For as bad as it could have been, it had turned out okay. But there was the question of what had happened to Kazu. The doctors had said the pup had severe second-degree burns on his palms. But that couldn't have been possible with how far he had been from the fire. How had Kazu been affected by the fire at all? How had he gotten burned? It must have been another source. But there wasn't anything that could get that hot near his crib. No electronics or anything of the sort. So what had happened? It was these two pressing questions that stuck in Izuku's mind, made it hard to concentrate on anything else. Only when Kazu shifted in his sleep did his attention drift away, checking to make sure his pup was okay, only to return once he had settled down again. They were perplexing problems that presented no clear solutions. Nothing that he could pick out. The only other thing that distracted him was a sudden flash on the television screen, a familiar face racing into view. This time, Izuku resisted the urge to immediately turn it off. With the volume so low, all he heard was a slow droning, a quiet rumble from the anchor as he talked over the images displayed on screen. All of them of Katsuki. He looked different. He'd debuted during his second year at UA, Izuku remembered that day well, but his official hero debut had come and gone and the initial spike of interest surrounding him had faded quickly. Now, with the new rankings solidifying Katsuki's falling status, Izuku could tell it was weighing on the alpha. He saw it in the clench of his jaw and the hunching of his shoulders. In the way he glared at everything and nothing at the same time, his focus gone, his thoughts stalled. Even from the other side of a screen, hours later and who knows how many miles away, Izuku knew all these signs. He'd seen them up close and personal. The stress of everything was getting to Katsuki. He was upset, and it was easy to tell. Once upon a time, Izuku would have taken his hand, rubbed their scent glands together, released a calming aroma, and purred to the alpha to help him relax. But that time had long since gone. Katsuki was on his own. And it was pretty clear he wasn't doing very well. Old habits had Izuku running a hand over his stomach, no longer bearing the signs of his pregnancy with Kazu. The pup in his arms had been a difficult reminder of the alpha since his birth. So much so that Izuku hadn't really known what to do with him when he was first born. But old hurt and anger had faded, and now when Izuku looked at Katsuki on the television screen, he just felt sad. Sad he wasn't at the alpha's side. Sad to see he was struggling. Sad that things had to happen the way they had. He went to reach for the remote, thought about flipping to the other news channel he frequented, when the scene changed to show Katsuki in battle, a massive explosion lighting up the room. Fires flickered afterward. As the battle continued, those fires burned on their own, randomly stuck to anything that happened to have gotten in the way. As Izuku watched the screen, he felt a sudden shift in his stomach. It couldn't be, right? Kazu was so small, so young, so tiny and fragile. Had he started the fire? But no. Katsuki's explosions were huge and powerful and loud. Not to mention they were fairly short-ranged. Izuku hadn't been woken by the sound of an explosion. He'd been woken by Kazu screaming. Surely an explosion would have done more damage? Plus, the pup was still too far away to have caused a fire on a blanket so far from his crib. Right? Maybe it was something else. His father had been able to breathe fire. Maybe that quirk had skipped a generation. Maybe that explained it. Or maybe he was being ridiculous. Maybe it had just been faulty wiring, as the fireman had told Aoki. Maybe it was nothing to do with Kazu. Even as he thought that, he remembered the burns on Kazu's hands, the impossibility of them being there. And maybe it wasn't enough to definitively say one way or the other. But maybe it was enough to convince him that, yeah, maybe. Maybe his little pup was a bit of an unintentional pyromaniac. And maybe it didn't matter. Not in that moment. Kazu stirred again, yipped in his sleep, gnawed at Izuku's shirt, looking for something to chew on. The Omega patiently gave him a pacifier, the pup sucking happily at it for several seconds before falling deeper into sleep and promptly letting it fall out of his mouth. The Omega laughed, rubbed against the pup, curled up. Felt a little better, somehow. Except for when he caught a glimpse of the television, of the last few images of Katsuki before the anchor moved on to a new story. Then, he turned it off, brought Kazuo back into his room. Although he'd been told many times before not to sleep with the pup in his bed, Izuku kept him pressed to his chest, laid down and curled up around him, purring as the pup snuggled into his shirt. "Good night," he muttered, "my little firecracker." The morning found no more smoke, no more fire, and Kazuo right at the edge of the bed, about to fall off. So despite the lack of any infernos, Izuku once again found himself leaping up, grabbing the pup before he could fall, swinging him high into the air where he laughed and squealed in delight, turning that one terrifying moment into a moment of calm, of play. And also a moment where he promised himself he'd never sleep with the pup in his bed again, or at least until he was much older. With his heart still racing somewhat from the eventful night and momentarily scary morning, Izuku went about his normal routine, moving with a practice, numb ease. Kazuo babbled as he always had, seemingly unfazed by his experience the previous night, even as his omega skirted around the new scorch mark on the floor and pointedly ignored the letter on the counter. All the small details of a long, exhausting day and long, exhausting night. Within half an hour, Izuku was worn out and ready for a nap. He fed Kazu first, then collapsed on the couch with a cup of coffee and nothing else for breakfast. When he turned on the television, the news was on a wide shot of many heroes. Talking about the rankings again, perhaps, though he didn't bother to turn up the volume. And of course, the one who stood out most was Katsuki. Standing there in his hero costume, looking smug and bored and so very unhappy. Izuku stared at the image, played with the remote in his hands. Glanced to Kazuo, who was happily playing with a teething toy, little fingers grasping it without pain, no signs that he had been burned so severely only a few hours earlier. He wasn't really sure what he was thinking in that moment. That maybe Katsuki would know something. That maybe he'd be able to say, "Yes, I sometimes burned myself with my quirk when it first presented." Or maybe it was just an old, ugly urge surfacing again. But Izuku reached for the phone, fingers itching. He tapped at the screen, paused. Thought long and hard. Stared at the television until the story moved on and Katsuki was gone. And it was just him and Kazuo and all the things left behind. Then he tapped the call button, brought the phone to his ear. Listened to the dial tone. When someone picked up, he swallowed, said, "Yes, hi. Is this the admissions office?" Katsuki ran his tongue over his canine, resisted the easy urge to snarl in some misplaced frustration. The room before him was empty. The last box at his feet. But it didn't feel empty. In fact, Katsuki could see much in the room, the bed that he'd sat on when he was very little the first time he'd had a nightmare, the rug where he had sat while a bandage was pressed to his skinned knee, the dresser he'd punched once, just for the hell of it, the cherished lamp he'd always minded even during some of the worst arguments. Everything was pressed against him, his skull throbbing with every memory. But even in those memories, he refused to see them clearly. The room itself was cold. Carpet in desperate need of replacing. Something had eaten a hole in the center of it. Only one of the lights worked. Several of the outlets needed their wiring checked. Probably rats, someone had told him. The windows were clouded with dust and cobwebs. A single roach was laying on its back in the corner. That was all that was left of the room. The memories scattered amongst the four walls couldn't hide the ruin of it all. Katsuki scuffed his foot along the floor, bent to pick up the box. It was almost empty, containing just a few last bits and ends, a couple half-eaten socks from under the furniture, a small bag of leftover trash. An earring, lost, wrapped into a rag. Katsuki couldn't remember ever seeing it, though he knew where it had come from. Slowly he turned away. The memories called after him. He could hear their voices more clearly than he could see their faces. But they could not call him back. He left the room, shut the door behind him. Downstairs, the house was equally empty, though the damage was less severe. The kitchen had been affected fairly hard, but Katsuki had been expecting to have to buy all new appliances anyway. It did look strange to see the hollow places where the oven and the fridge had once stood, now just squared out holes in the cabinets. The flooring had been destroyed and would have to be completely replaced. None of the furniture survived. It was a complete loss in many regards. That had made it easier, somehow, To not have to choose to get rid of it all. To force himself to make a fresh start. That choice had been made for him. The few things that could be salvaged were sitting in the front lawn, waiting for his final assessment. He still didn't want to face them. The only spot of color and light in the room, the only spot of sound as well, was a green-haired Omega, bent over a laptop with his back pressed against the wall, clacking away. He was so focused that Katsuki knew he hadn't heard him descend the stairs. When he peered over the Omega's shoulder, he saw calculations that made his head spin. "Are you seriously doing homework?" The Alpha spoke and Izuku startled, blinking up at him. No, not quite." Izuku shook his head, glanced around the room as if remembering where he was. Then he went back to his work. "Semester hasn't started yet, remember? This is just catch-up work. Refresher for when my classes actually begin." "That looks a hell of a lot more complicated than just a refresher," Katsuki said, and Izuku shrugged. "I was learning some complicated stuff." He paused to run his hand over his forehead, wiping sweat away. When Izuku had told Katsuki he was going to take a quick break, this was not what the Alpha had thought he'd meant. But it also didn't surprise him. Since reaffirming Hatsume's offer of employment after he graduated from school and after he received his license, Izuku had dove right back into preparing for school. Although he technically only had 2 semesters left, that didn't include the catch-up work he'd have to do to make up for the classes he'd only half completed the previous semester. After hearing what had happened, the school had been more than willing to accommodate him and he was scheduled to take extra classes during the summer months to help him get back with his classmates. Katsuki had been more than happy to see the Omega push himself back into more normal activities. The aftermath of the attacks still hung over both of them, though Izuku had bounced back with a resilience that only surprised Katsuki in its fervor. He's always known the Omega was strong. He'd always known the Omega was stubborn. Seeing it in person was both startling and exhilarating. He loved seeing Izuku slide back into his element, get back to what he loved to do. That small spark of it in Hatsume's workshop hadn't been enough. Katsuki was eager to see how he was in another month, another 6 months, another year more. Just as excited as he was to see him that next day, that next hour, that next minute. Without thinking much about it, Katsuki set the box down, crouched next to the Omega to kiss his jaw, to suck at his neck and scent gland. Izuku shuddered, his laptop balancing precariously in his lap. What's on your mind, Alpha?" "Just how beautiful you are." "Oh yeah." There was a quirk to Izuku's lips. "I thought we were here to work. I think we're both entitled to a little break, don't you think?" Katsuki tried to slip the laptop off Izuku's lap, but the Omega grabbed it, flashed a smirk at the Alpha. "As much flattery as you may try, I'm not about to take my clothes off for you when the floor is sagging with mildew only a foot away." He snapped the laptop closed, stood, though he did lean back over to kiss Katsuki on the lips. "Though I do appreciate the compliment anyway." Katsuki watched him take the laptop back to the small pile of things they had brought with him, let his eyes trail over his hips and ass. But he did have a point about the floor. He stood as Izuku drew out a rolled piece of paper from his bag and gestured the Alpha over, the Omega laying it flat out on one of the kitchen surfaces. It was a blueprint of the house. An original blueprint was sketched next to a new layout, one that saw an expansion to the back of the house and several of the rooms rearranged. They had been poring over the blueprints for weeks now, trying to finalize something feasible. Now, they were within days of seeing the inside of the house completely gutted to make room for what was currently just lines on a piece of paper. "You want to do one last walkthrough?" Izuku asked, trying to catch Katsuki's eyes. Katsuki didn't purposefully avoid his gaze, but he didn't meet it either. "One more. Make sure everything looks good to you." "I'm fairly content with what we have now, Katsuki. Just want to make sure you are." Katsuki pressed a kiss to his forehead. "Whatever you say, Izuku." "No, not whatever I say." Izuku turned to face him, purposefully taking a step away so Katsuki couldn't reach him, couldn't touch him. "This is going to be our home, but it was your home first. You have to make peace with that, otherwise I'd rather just find another house." "We have this house," Katsuki pressed. "No point in looking elsewhere." Izuku paused. Really looked at him. The Omega's expression was sometimes hard for Katsuki to read. He kept a careful blankness to his lips and closed the windows in his eyes, giving anything away only with a small twist in his nose. There's no point in moving in here together if being here is going to be painful, Katsuki. I'd rather us come in fresh if this is going to be overwhelming. He shrugged, ran a hand over his neck, over the mark still sunk into his skin. New start, new relationship, new home. I don't want the past dragging you down any more than it already has. Katsuki shifted from foot to foot and glared down at the blueprints. It was difficult for him to know how much the past affected him, how he knew it always would. It was next to impossible to try to articulate that into words Izuku could understand. That he needed this, to have some sort of closure here, in this space, was hard enough to understand for himself. To know he was going to be bringing Izuku and Kazu into this space, a space so full of memories, that was his own problem to wrestle with. But that didn't mean he wanted to run away. The Alpha clicked his tongue along his teeth, gathered up the blueprints. Come on. One more walkthrough. He started forward, heard Izuku hesitate before following behind him. They stood at the back of the house, facing into the ruins of the kitchen, Katsuki holding the blueprints out to the floor as if imposing the sketched lines onto the walls. Izuku peered over his shoulder, pointed out those lines. So, keep this half of the house the same. Push the kitchen out a little for more counter space. New appliances. Simple enough so far. Kitchen was always crappy, Katsuki growled. I'm ready to have a fully functioning one. The twist in Izuku's nose rung along his lips, his blankness giving way to amusement. With the packhouse's kitchen still largely under repair, along with the foundation for the new section of the house laid out on top of everything they'd been working on for their own home, the Alpha was completely sick of construction and blueprints and waiting for things to be completed. He was tired of being in this strange limbo where neither of his homes were quite homes anymore. Katsuki couldn't tell if Izuku's patience for everything was due to his experience living in a closet-sized one-bedroom apartment with Kazu for the last few years or because he was utterly entertained by watching Katsuki seethe over it. The state of their kitchen was simply a convenient place to put all his frustrations. Beyond that though, the kitchen also represented a change that Katsuki was still wrestling with. In the packhouse, the archway into the kitchen and even the kitchen itself had served as a place of togetherness for the pack. At least, it had for Katsuki. He couldn't count the number of times he'd stood in the kitchen, cooking something, anything, and watched as the archway filled with his hungry packmates. How many times he'd been cleaning up and Kirishima had slipped in to tell a joke, to cheer him up. How many times he had stood in that kitchen and felt wholly at peace, knowing his pack was around him. The kitchen had been the center of the packhouse. Katsuki intended to make the kitchen the center of his home as well. Especially knowing they'd have frequent company, per his agreement with Ida. While the Alpha had assumed moving out of the packhouse would ultimately mean giving up his spot as second in command, if not his place in the pack entirely, Kirishima and Ida had suggested something else. A new role for him to take on. With him living outside the packhouse and with Izuku firmly not accepting a place in the pack, it put him in a good place to keep in touch with and cater to those honorary members of the pack who came and went as they pleased. Katsuki's duties as second in command were to shift to maintaining healthy communication and bonds with their non-members by offering a secondary, quieter location to congregate that was not the insanity that the packhouse could sometimes be. Initially, Katsuki had not particularly liked the sound of the deal, but Kirishima eventually convinced him, telling him all he had to do was be an open door for any non-members when they needed a place to go. Convincing Izuku had been a much less interesting affair than he'd first expected it to be. While the Omega had seemed uncertain, as it was explained to him more and more, he'd softened, little by little. In the end, he'd turned to Katsuki and asked, "Is this what you want?" "It is," the Alpha had told him, and so Izuku had agreed. Even if they weren't expecting to be anything more than a waypoint for weary and honorary pack members, Katsuki wanted the kitchen to be perfect. That particular space meant so much more to him than just being a place to make food for everyone. It was so much more than just another room in the house. And because he'd be damned if he didn't have an appropriate space to provide for his Omega and pup, if nothing else. Anyway, the Omega waved past their imaginary kitchen. Living room stays the same. Keep it functionable, small. If we have company over, I'm sure we'll drift more into the kitchen anyway. Easy so far, Katsuki growled, but he both knew this was where the easy part ended. They then took a door under the stairs into an office that used to be his father's workspace. He'd designed from his in-home studio with his wife as a model. Katsuki could still see the creepy mannequin busts, male and female, lined up along the wall in differing states of disrobement, the stacks of fabrics, the piles of ideas that had had some semblance of organization, but only if you looked at it for more than 30 seconds. Gone was the vanity with the mirror his father had kept spotless and that his mother would sometimes peer into. Gone was the desk his father had bent over, muttering to himself. Gone was the only open space in the room, the place where his mom would stand and either praise whatever new design her husband had put her in or tear it to pieces, sometimes off her own body. In the wake of all this, it was just an empty room. An empty room that Izuku was stepping carefully into, surveying it. Katsuki watched him, joined him, holding the blueprints out for the Omega to see. This wall is the one that's getting pushed outward. He pointed to the far wall on the east side of the house, left side from the street. It'll extend another 5 to 10 feet. Have to nail that down with the surveyors first. Then this wall, he pointed to the north wall, which faced the backyard, will be pushed out another 15 to 20 feet. So, maybe think about this room close to doubling in size. Izuku bit his lip, looked around the space. Is that going to be enough? As if startled, the Omega blinked at him. Enough? He repeated. Yes, Katsuki rolled up the blueprints. Having a design studio versus an engineering lab will be a lot different. Well, it won't be a full lab, Izuku said, as if that made all the difference. And it's not like I have anything to put in this room right now. I don't even have my license yet, Katsuki. I could fail out, not get it at all. Then what would we do with this space? We'd make this the gym and convert the planned space into an office for us to share. He waited for Izuku to protest, but the Omega was still looking around the empty space, lost. Izuku! The Omega bit into his cheek this time, didn't turn to look at Katsuki. Is this too much? Too much what? Space? You tell me. How much space do you need? Izuku made a useless gesture around the space. Katsuki, this room alone is bigger than my living room, kitchen, dining room, and entrance hall in my apartment. It's bigger than either your room or mine at the pack house right now. Your point? I don't know. It's just, he puckered his lips. It's a lot. Katsuki sighed. Izuku, we talked about this? I know we did, the Omega snapped toward him, though his spark was quickly doused as he turned back to the empty space around them. It's just a lot different talking about it than actually standing in the room. There wasn't anything Katsuki could say to that. He knew Izuku had never lived in a house before moving into the pack house. Him and his mom had shared an apartment in town, and while it hadn't been small, it hadn't been particularly big either. The pack house, while a large space, had so many people crammed into it that it sometimes felt like a small place, more of a dorm than an actual house. Katsuki knew this house. He knew it like the back of his hand. He'd spent more years in that house than out of it. But this was entirely new to Izuku. It was going to be the most space he'd had since birth. They had both known there was going to be some adjustment to be had. But facing it, in the moment, was a harder feeling than either of them could have anticipated. Realizing that the Omega was starting to think too much, Katsuki stepped forward, wrapped an arm around his waist, drew him close to his chest. Then he gestured out to the corner of the room. What do you want there? A workbench? Bet you'll need a desk of some sort. Computer? Laptop maybe? Some basic lab equipment. So maybe put that there? Supply racks along this wall. Then the added space will be a testing ground. We'll install state-of-the-art sprinkles and emergency alarms for if anything goes wrong. What do you think? Sounds like a dream? Yeah, Izuku swallowed. Seems too good to be true. Katsuki smirked, kissed his forehead. Just you fucking wait. It's going to be everything you could have dreamed for. Katsuki, I don't really need. It's not about need, Izuku. And also, guess what? You will need it when you're helping that pink-haired freak with all her crazy bullshit. Please don't call her a freak. Izuku sighed, but he didn't say anything on need anymore. Counting his win, Katsuki gestured toward the door. All right. Everything seems okay here. Ready to move on, or do you have any more comments? The Omega surveyed the room, worried his lip. Then he shrugged. Let's move on. Not an affirmation or a denial. Katsuki saw an argument coming in their future when they were actually building out the space. But it was a conversation for another time. As long as he wasn't overly concerned with it in that moment, Katsuki could accept that. After Izuku's to-be engineering lab, they peered into the downstairs bathroom, but it was planned to be fairly unchanged, just some upgrades to the fixtures. Next to it was a small office they were still debating over. They couldn't decide if they wanted to convert it into a tatami room or just knock down the walls and add it to the gym. As they stood in the doorway, Izuku ran a hand over his chin, frowned at the empty space. Katsuki half expected him to start muttering, but instead he said, "What if we moved this wall back, made this the bigger room and connected it to the bathroom, then made the bathroom a little more like a shower and this can be the gym?" Katsuki glanced out at the room, but as it was hard to visualize. What did we do with the front room? We'd convert that to the tatami room. That way, the windows facing the street would look into that instead of the gym. This time, the idea was easier to grasp, even if the alpha was having a hard time visualizing it. He glanced at the blueprints. We'll have to update these. Make sure support beams stay intact. We can ask the contractor about it. Izuku glanced over Katsuki's shoulder before staring out at the room, seeing it as the alpha couldn't. Katsuki rolled up the paper. You still want that tatami room? The Omega shrugged. It would be nice. All right then, the alpha smirked. You're the one who's going to have to take care of it. Upkeep on the whole house is a team effort, Izuku grumbled. Nope. That's your idea, your problem maintaining it. Even as he said it, Katsuki knew that wasn't going to be true. He'd end up on his hands and knees cleaning the damn floor eventually. But it was fun teasing Izuku about it. However, the Omega wasn't even paying attention to him anymore, frowning at the floor. Well, Kazue will help me. It'll be good for him to learn. He trailed off, glanced to his side, where the pup would normally stand. Kazue hadn't been allowed at the house yet, seeing as it was still pretty decrepit and there wasn't anything for the pup to do while Katsuki and Izuku worked. Those facts didn't dull the ache of his absence, Katsuki knew. Izuku had done his best to raise Kazue to be independent and to socialize him with lots of different people, mostly through Seino's daycare. But since the attack, both Omega and Pup had been glued to each other, spending no more than a couple hours out of eyesight. In more recent times, Izuku had tried to rekindle the kind of independence the pup had held, using the safety and security of the pack to do so. But that didn't mean it was easy. Even Katsuki felt the cold air at his knees where Kazue would often linger. He knew for the Omega, it was much worse. Moving slowly, Katsuki took Izuku's hand, intertwined their fingers one at a time, then squeezed him. Izuku smiled faintly. Upstairs? He prompted. Katsuki grunted and let Izuku lead the way. The upstairs was decidedly much easier. Or at least, it started easy. 2 rooms on the main landing, a bedroom for Kazue, a second bathroom. Neither of those changed. Izuku was still slightly concerned about the idea of letting Kazue have his own room. It was inevitable that the pup would move into his own bed. All pups did eventually, but to Izuku, who for the past 5 years only knew a bed with his pup beside him, the thought terrified him. And so did the thought of convincing Kazue to sleep in a room all by himself. It wasn't going to be easy. For any of them. But in the end, it was for the best. Dedicating the space for that particular project was the easy part. And then, there was the matter of the master bedroom. Before they got to the bedroom itself, Izuku paused in the hallway, tapped Katsuki's hand to see the prints. So, extend the hallway this way? It'll cut out of the rooms, but with us adding so much onto the back of the house for your workshop, it shouldn't matter that much. Katsuki pointed out the new hallway outlined in the paper. Izuku glanced between it and the wall that currently occupied the space. And the door to the new room will be at the end of it, right? Right? The Omega turned to the last door left. And finally, he opened the door and stepped inside. Katsuki lingered, but only for a moment, before following. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he was caught in a wave of memories. The rest of the house had gone quiet by that point, had begun to fill, to practically teem with the potentiality of their future. This room alone had Katsuki hesitating. Even with it completely empty, he could still feel everything in the room. Presences both inanimate and once alive. It was all still there. Until, that is, Izuku wandered over, having come from checking out the bathroom in the corner. It was a small bathroom, nothing luxurious. The Omega's brief inspection of it surprised Katsuki, though perhaps it shouldn't. Izuku's thoroughness was a given, of course. He'd been thorough since the beginning. Why would that suddenly change? The Omega's lips slid downward, a little tilt to his head indicating he was thinking. I know you said adding space on the back will ensure this room will be big enough even if we split it up. But I still think that, he stopped. Glared at Katsuki. This time, his expression was pulled tight. He was taking the alpha apart. Bit by bit. Katsuki had withstood Izuku's examinations before, but this time, it made his skin crawl. Would you stop that? Tell me what's wrong. He wasn't asking. He knew there was something. He just couldn't tell what. Katsuki shifted, scuffed his boot along the ground. Lot of memories in here. At his words, Izuku turned his examination to the room itself. Took it in, one piece at a time, contemplated its emptiness. Because no matter what Katsuki saw, the Omega would never be able to see anything but an empty room. And yet, when he turned to Katsuki, he frowned deeply, as if he were in mourning himself. But his eyes sparked and his jaw slacked open as it did whenever he was struck with a realization. Although Katsuki was not eager to hear it, he was not all that surprised when the Omega spoke, thinking out loud, "That's why you wanted to break up this room. It reminds you of your parents. And why wouldn't it? This was their room. It probably doesn't smell like them anymore, but it would have heavily while they were still living here. Especially since your mom was an alpha. And your dad. I bet he had his nest in that closet. Probably kind of awkward. Actually, it's kind of awkward thinking about it now. I had planned on making some sort of a nest in there, but do I really want to have a nest where Katsuki's dad had his? Closet's moving, Katsuki spoke gently, so not to startle him out of his thoughts too harshly, though Izuku jumped anyway. Remember, it's moving to the wall here. Double closet. One for clothes, one for you. He tapped the prints in a meaningless pattern. Fresh new start. Instead of commenting on the closet situation, Izuku went back to staring at him. Piece by piece. Katsuki allowed this, but only for a moment before he moved into the space, standing about 2/3 across the room. New wall will go up here. Extend the second room over the kitchen. Push this wall back 15 to 20 feet, same as the lab below, and you've got a new master suite and a guest room for any losers from the pack who might stop by. It was a simple plan. It was a logical plan. It was also a plan born from the desire to tear that room apart. To force it to be new. He couldn't hide that from Izuku. The Omega was far too smart to just accept that. Katsuki knew that. He accepted it. He turned to face Izuku, expecting him to be ready with some sort of protest. Instead, Izuku was chewing at the inside of his cheek, his head turned to the side, not even watching Katsuki. With careful precision, he turned, sweeping the room, as if the alpha wasn't there at all. When he stopped, he faced the door, sighed. This is really hard for you, isn't it? Biting back a growl, Katsuki nodded toward the back wall. I know it looks small now, but once they've extended everything and put the new walls up, it'll be. Izuku crossed the room, slung his arms over the alpha's shoulders, and kissed him. Usually, it was Katsuki leading them, guiding the Omega's chin to just the right angle, nipping at his lips, swallowing his tongue. Standing in that bedroom, it was Izuku who purred into Katsuki's mouth, sucking at the alpha's canines, kissing him again and again. Katsuki took him by the hips to pull him closer while Izuku tangled a hand in his hair. They were so close Katsuki swore he could feel Izuku's heart beating against his chest, and he knew by the smirk in his lips that Izuku felt a bulge growing at the alpha's crotch. In that moment, it was the two of them and nothing else. The room fell away. The world fell away. And all that mattered was the Omega's body pressed against him, the Omega's tongue exploring his mouth, the Omega's lips warm against his. Perhaps their moment lasted a second. Maybe they were like that for an eternity. But time only resumed when Izuku released his mouth, A breath shared between them before Izuku leaned into his neck, his scent calm, despite the faint taste of arousal. Around them, the Omega rubbed that calming scent into Katsuki's neck, and despite himself, he felt his body unwinding, leaning into Izuku's, hugging him tightly to his chest. Izuku nipped at his ear, a graze of teeth, just enough to get his attention. Katsuki, you're always talking about how you want to spoil me and take care of me? Yeah. Always, Deku. He said the name carefully, but cherishing every sound. If the Omega noticed, and no doubt he did, he only pressed a little more into the Alpha's scent gland. Then, let me ask you something. Anything, Deku. You know that. Just this once, please let me take care of you. The words gave way to silence. To an uneasiness. But Katsuki still held Izuku close, and the Omega didn't let go of him either. I can tell this whole process has been hard on you. This place means a lot. For our future, but also for your past. I know it must be painful. So let me ask. Are you really sure you want to do this? Yes, Katsuki said, without hesitation, without thinking. This is our best move. And I want it anyway. Izuku shifted, slid further into his neck, or maybe nodded. Then I want it too. Once we finalize blueprints, please let me handle everything else. Those words, too, led to silence, but only momentarily. Izuku, I can help. I can do this. I don't need you to do without me. I know that. The Omega pulled away, emerald eyes meeting ruby ones. Then, Izuku pressed a kiss to his lips, leaned forward until their foreheads met, until their noses nearly touched, until a wash of air pulled back and forth between them, their breathing synchronized to a rhythm that was only theirs to know. Having his Omega so close, surrounded by his comforting scent, listening to everything he said, it was simple to know the words he said from a place of concern, of love, of strength. He spoke words with a confidence that said he'd thought about this a lot, that he was assured in what those words were. Katsuki faltered in the face of such confidence. Words were often hard for him. He frequently found himself struggling to find the right ones. But when Izuku spoke, he said words he believed in, and it was impossible not to listen. There's a lot about this place for you. Guilt and regret, maybe. Pain from your parents being gone. He paused to stroke the Alpha's jaw, to pull apart the tension that had been building there. I understand that. Just like you needed a fresh start once upon a time, so does this place. But that doesn't mean you have to suffer for it. He paused, perhaps waiting to see if Katsuki had something to say. But he didn't. He just closed his eyes, breathed in Izuku's scent, listened to his voice, heard quite clearly what he was trying to say. Once construction starts, please let me handle the details. I don't want you to suffer watching your home be dismantled anymore. Just trust that I'll make sure it gets done right. And when it is done, you can come back. We'll see if you can make your fresh start here when it's really our home. But until it is, let me build this home for you, Katsuki. His wording was intentional, of course. It was an Alpha's job to building a home. It was an Omega's job to care for that home. They both knew that. But they also knew just how little they gave a damn about things like that. Izuku wanted to build him their home. He wanted to take that burden off his shoulders. A peal of long silent laughter, from his mom, his dad, pulled at his attention, but when he lost focus, Izuku guided him back, holding his chin in place, their foreheads still rested together. Even if neither of them were looking at each other, they were intimately aware of the other. Even when a little tremble raced through Katsuki's limbs, Izuku held him up, kept him in the moment where it was just them, nothing else. Katsuki expelled a breath, long and slow, settled his hands on Izuku's hips while the Omegas remained pressed to either side of his head, keeping them connected, body, mind, soul. Then he nodded, felt the friction of their foreheads together, the tension lifting from Izuku's shoulders, the smile that draped across his lips. Okay, he said out loud, silently cursing the quiver in his lips. He tried to hide it by pressing his mouth to Izuku's forehead, by kissing him, long, slow, reverent. Because he was the only thing that mattered, in that moment, in that house, in the end. I trust you. The Omega's lips parted with a soft noise. A laugh? A sob? Katsuki didn't think he was crying. A hand carded through the Alpha's hair, pressing him closer, expelling the last few threads of unease. "Thank you, Kaken." His old name on the Omega's lips had the Alpha shivering in delight, had him seeking out those lips, though Izuku's hand intercepted him, held him back. "I promise I'll do right by you. I know I can't help make the memories left here not hurt. But I'll do my best to make a home where we can make new memories in their place." New memories? Katsuki mused over the phrase, took Izuku's hand and held it out, his other hand traveling to the Omega's waist. He slowly began circling, Izuku falling easily into the dance, smiling, happy. Watching him, hearing his words echo over and over again in his mind, Katsuki felt for the first time excited about what laid ahead. The two spun around each other, and Katsuki couldn't wait for the day he could bring Izuku and Kazu into the house and have it feel like a home. Except, no. That wasn't quite right. He couldn't wait for the day Izuku brought him home, the day the Omega opened that front door, the day he and his pup walked into that house, their home. He simply couldn't wait. Halfway through their dance, a thought had Katsuki smirking. Izuku raised an eyebrow, knowing the expression well, so Katsuki said, "Was just thinking about how if we want to expand this room like we've been talking and get that guest bedroom to work, you're going to need the foundation of your lab beneath it. So that means you won't be able to make that space any smaller." He showed his teeth in his grin as Izuku blinked. "You're getting a nice fucking workshop no matter what, even if I'm not around to make sure it happens." "I wasn't going to change it." Izuku puffed his cheeks out. "But anyway, since you brought it up, it is a little big." "Oh. It's perfect. I'm serious. I don't need that much room. I'm serious too, love." Katsuki. The Alpha laughed, leaned a little more on Izuku, only for the Omega to hold him up. Hold him stead. Hold him together. And then that moment changed. It wasn't just a moment anymore. Instead, it was a memory. A memory that filled that space. This space that belonged to them. Katsuki looked at the decaying room over the Omega's shoulders, saw the sunlight shining through the windows, the dust floating in the air, the shimmer of a memory he wasn't remembering currently. Then he shut his eyes. Danced with Izuku. Reveled in their shared memory. Notes. Hello dear readers. I'm back with another story for this anthology. And I'm so excited to be back. Here's the thing. I want to do this a little interactively. This is really just for funsies while I'm working on the sequel, so I want to get some participation up in here. And here's how it will work. This anthology will be broken up into sections, for lack of a better word. Each section will cover a certain time period. Or, rather, the events of each section will happen all relatively close to each other. For each of these sections, I'm going to let you, dear reader, vote on what story you want to see first. I'll give a little hint below as to what you can expect from each story, and you let me know which one you want to see first, second, and last. Depending on the votes, I'll post up whichever story people are most excited for. Simple enough, yeah? So, here we go. In this first section, you can pick from the 3 stories below. Izuku takes a long-awaited test. B. Izuku and Katsuki tell their story to the world. Siege Katsuki leaves for a mission, and Izuku is alone. Alright, cast your votes in the comments section below. I'll be posting to this anthology much less frequently than I did the main FIC, since I'll be working on multiple stories at once and to give you all time to vote for your choice of stories. Edit. Voting is now closed. Thank you to everyone who participated. Also, I'm curious to know if there are any stories from the family or the pack you guys want to see. Any moments in time you wish you had a chance to take a closer look at? Something in the future you're hoping to see happen? Let me know that as well. If you have any questions, let me know. Excited to do this. Hope you guys are excited too. Without suppressants and being newly marked, Izuku's heat hit him like a train. Although they had been preparing for it, knowing the day was quickly coming, Katsuki hated seeing Izuku so uncomfortable during that ride to the hospital. They had gone back and forth on whether to have the test done while Izuku was in preheat, meaning his symptoms wouldn't be as severe, though the doctors had cautioned that the results were not as conclusive while only in preheat. Upon hearing this, Izuku had insisted on having it done while he was in heat. The end result of that decision was that, even with Izuku wearing scent blockers, Katsuki was a little lightheaded as they took the last turn before the hospital. He did his best to breathe through his mouth, which was covered in a cloth mask as instructed by the doctor, but it was painful to sit in a car full of Izuku's heat pheromones as well as to listen to him squirm and whine from the back seat. He'd laid down halfway to the hospital, unable to just sit there, and now he was writhing around, trying to control himself, though the flush in his face was getting worse and he was starting to sweat profusely. The doctors hadn't been able to give him anything to help ease his heat symptoms before the test, though they had reassured both him and Katsuki that he'd be given some heavy suppressants after the test. So it was almost over at least. They pulled around to a ramp at the back of the hospital, also per the doctor's instructions, and 2 nurses were there, waiting for them. They also had masks pulled over their faces and a wheelchair ready for the Omega. Katsuki had to grip the wheel tightly to keep from leaping out and snarling at them as they carefully opened the back door and guided Izuku out. "All right, Midoriya, there you are. Just relax in here." A whine cut through the air as the nurses shuffled Izuku into the wheelchair. "Alpha," he called, half delirious. When Katsuki didn't move, he tried again, "Alpha, please." "Katsuki." No, I want," he whined again, a noise like strings being pulled, strained, broken. The leather under Katsuki's fingers creaked as he tightened his grip. He stared resolutely forward, knowing he'd do something stupid if he turned around, if he even breathed. Then, the door shut, and Izuku's voice faded, and he was alone. Air hissed out between his teeth, a little tremble in his hands. When a nurse carefully knocked at his door to check on him, he found himself a little calmer, but missing the Omega's presence immensely. After parking the car, he was guided to a waiting room and told he would be informed once the test was over and Izuku had been stabilized. The higher grade of the suppressants meant his heat would essentially end a couple of hours after being administered, though the staff did warn them that he might experience a smaller heat in a couple of weeks and to be prepared just in case. Honestly, all of that shit was the farthest thing from Katsuki's mind. All he kept thinking about was the test, the results, the fact that this was something Izuku had been looking forward to for months now, almost since first waking up from his coma. Today was the day they were going to learn of Izuku's fertility rate. It wasn't something Katsuki thought about very often. Yes, they were still courting and yes, maybe one day he would like to have another pup with the Omega. But Kazue was a handful by himself and the Alpha had been around much younger pups than him through the pack. He knew it wasn't an easy life having a young pup, especially with his line of work. So it wasn't anything he'd given much thought to. But he also knew it was something very important to Izuku. Izuku had always wanted pups. They had Kazue. But maybe Izuku wanted more. Mostly, Katsuki just didn't want to be the one who took that chance away from him. The lingering memories of Izuku's coma, of his horrible injuries, of the decision Katsuki had made in the face of it all, still burned in his mind. He hadn't realized it at the time, but he'd signed off on a procedure that potentially jeopardized Izuku's already incredibly low chance of conceiving. In the moment, it had meant so much more to Katsuki that he saw the Omega survive, above everything else. After the fact, Izuku had very clearly pointed out exactly what he had done in taking away a choice that affected the Omega's body. It was still a moment that haunted Katsuki, though he wasn't really sure if he would have done anything differently if given the chance to go back. Because at the end of the day, Izuku's life did mean more than any potential of him having more pups. After all, without the Omega, there wasn't pups at all. And that was ultimately what mattered most to Katsuki. Still, he sat in the waiting room on pins and needles, waiting for someone to tell him how everything was going. That only lasted about 15 minutes before he stormed to his feet with a snarl and began pacing restlessly, claiming space in the already tiny room. Even with his disguise in place, meaning nobody except for relevant staff knew it was him, Katsuki Bakugo, Ground Zero, in that waiting room, his status as an alpha did dissuade anyone from approaching him or telling him to stop. It felt like days passed before a nurse called Izuku's name. Once they were out of the waiting room and away from other people, Katsuki asked, "How is he?" The nurse smiled. "No teeth." It didn't reach her eyes. "He's right around the corner." "He's been asking for you." Katsuki clicked his tongue. Wished the nurse would walk a little faster. She guided him to a door tucked along a hallway, knocking before gesturing for him to go inside. Then she stepped back. Every move she made just made Katsuki more and more nervous. Without looking at her, he practically shouldered his way into the room. The Omega's name died on his lips. Izuku was curled up on his side, laying in a bed. He didn't turn over when Katsuki entered. When the Alpha pressed a hand to his shoulder, he curled up a little more. Deku? He tried. The Omega seized up, every inch of his body still. Katsuki searched for something to say, but then there came a knock at the door. A doctor poked his head in, all smiles. As soon as the door closed behind him, his smile softened. He held a clipboard. "Bakugo?" he asked. Yes. Katsuki found he couldn't say anything else. The doctor gestured to a nearby chair. "Midoriya wanted me to go over the results with you." Katsuki called Kirishima when they got to the car. "We're on our way back. 25 minutes out." He shook his head. "Make sure Kazue's occupied when we get there. Give us a few minutes to get Izuku settled." "Can do." Katsuki could almost hear the smile die in Kirishima's voice. "Everything, okay?" "Fine," Katsuki sighed. "Izuku's just tired from everything. Just make sure Kazue's not waiting for us at the door, all right?" "All right. No problem." Katsuki hung up without saying goodbye. He glanced to Izuku, the Omega sitting in the seat beside him. He still hadn't said a word, was looking away from Katsuki, out the window. At a red light, Katsuki put his hand over Izuku's. "I'm sorry," he said. Izuku shuddered. Didn't otherwise move. Katsuki took his hand, kissed his knuckles, just as he would have any other day, any other time. "You're so beautiful. And strong." He waited for what he wasn't sure. Then, the light turned green and he had to let go. They were silent for a long time. Then, "It's not zero." "What?" Izuku shifted. Curled in around himself a little more. But his head tilted and Katsuki caught a little of his eye, his mouth. His jaw was stubbornly set. His eyes glistening with tears. But he stared resolutely forward. "It's not zero," he repeated. "At least, it's not zero." Katsuki kept driving. "You know, if you're really set on more pups, we could always adopt." "Katsuki." There was a dangerous tone to the Omega's voice. At the edge. Nearly broken. Katsuki nodded. "But I get it. Not right now." "It's not zero," the Omega repeated. The Alpha ran a hand along his back. "You're right. There's still a chance." "A chance?" Izuku gasped. Shook his head. "No, there's not, Katsuki." "There is though." "There's not," Izuku hissed. "I don't want hope, Katsuki. Hope hurts right now. But it's not zero. It's not impossible." And yet, they both knew it practically was. At the next red light, Katsuki leaned over. Kissed his cheek, sweet and tender. Tasted salty tears along his skin. "You're right," he said, and that was all there was to say. Kazue wasn't waiting at the door for them. Though both Kirishima and Mina looked over from the couch. Mina brightened as if she was going to say something, but her expression fell quickly away as Izuku shuffled into the room. The Omega didn't look at either of them. Just headed straight for the stairs. He didn't even bother to take his shoes off. Katsuki caught a concerned look from Kirishima as he hurried to pull his boots off before following Izuku. Upstairs, Izuku threw himself into the Alpha's bed. Curled up one more time. His hands were pressed into his stomach. Katsuki closed the door, went to help him with his shoes. "Any cramping still?" Izuku shrugged. "A little. You can take some pain medication for that." The doctor had recommended him take some pain medication when he got home to head off any serious cramping resulting from the stymied heat. And honestly, anything he could do to help Izuku feel a little better, he was willing to do. Even something as small as slip his shoes off his feet. "Yeah," the Omega muttered. Then he shifted. "Or, sex would help too." Katsuki paused. Watched the Omega. But he wouldn't turn to look at him. It would have been easy to say yes. To just give in. To remember the heat pheromones pumping through the car earlier that day, how much he'd wanted to pounce on the Omega then. It would have been simple to just let go and let it happen. Somehow, it was a lot easier to cross the room, to crouch in front of Izuku, to press his lips to his forehead. "Sorry, Omega. Not right now." "Why?" Izuku grabbed his arm when Katsuki tried to stand. You don't want me? You know I do. Katsuki ran a hand along his cheek, letting the touch linger, wiping away a faded line of tears, then carefully peeled the Omega's fingers off his arm. But you need to rest. I'll go get you some pain medication. He left before Izuku could say anything else. When he delivered the pills and a glass of water, the Omega didn't acknowledge him. Sue's gardens were just starting to green, little leaves bursting through brown bark, the dirt parting for little white stems, a final few decaying leaves, all that remained from winter. The promise of new growth and rebirth in that garden mocked Katsuki. The budding plants laughed at him, proof of their ability to flourish and bear fruit, while he was left with nothing but wilted regret and a dry taste in his mouth. The dryness came mostly from his drink, sake he usually only used for cooking. Alcohol never felt good going down, and he found it had lost a lot of its appeal even after settling in his gut. Instead of a warmth that lightened his stomach, it clumped like a stone at his center, something fetid and disgusting. And yet he couldn't seem to stop drinking it. He was sitting in the rocker, tucked away at the side of the house, deep in Sue's gardens. It was a quiet, lonely place. Out of the way. So when Katsuki heard footsteps approaching, he knew they were coming to see him. Izuku? The gate was too heavy. Which meant it wasn't Kazuya either. That only left. Kirishima poked his head around the corner, eyes first sliding to the near-empty glass in Katsuki's hand. The alpha downed the last of the sake before the beta could take it away from him. What? He growled. For a moment, the beta just looked at him. His face was open, with an attentive expression, as if ready to receive whatever he thought Katsuki had to say. But Katsuki didn't have anything to say, so they sat in silence, the only noise between them the ring of the glass clasped in Katsuki's fist, his fingers tightening and loosening, running along the polished surface. He thought about breaking it, just to make a point, though even he wasn't sure what point that would make. Eventually, Kirishima sat next to him, leaned back so they rocked a little. He kept the motion up, a gentle shifting, back and forth, back and forth. Katsuki felt his teeth grinding against one another. Don't you have something to say? Kirishima looked at him, shook his head. I don't think there's anything that I can say that'll make it any easier. Maybe he was right. Maybe there was nothing to say. Katsuki certainly couldn't think of anything. No words that really made a difference. And even still, Kirishima sat next to him, rocked back and forth, didn't even try to take the empty glass from him. They sat in silence. For a little while, at least. Then, when Katsuki hunched over and cleared his throat, pinched away tears at the corner of his eyes, Kirishima put a hand on his back. Stayed with him. Just stayed with him. The somber atmosphere of the pack house lasted through dinner and well into the night, when everyone cleared out to go on patrol or retired to their bedrooms early. Katsuki considered his room and the sleeping Omega within, but eventually just sent Kazuya in, telling the pup to hug his mom tightly, and threw a blanket onto the couch downstairs. He knew he wasn't going to sleep, but he closed his eyes and listened to the clock over the television tick on, pretended to sleep. At some point during the night, while Katsuki laid in that strange twilight of unsleep, he heard a door open, swore it sounded like his bedroom door. Soft footsteps padded across the upstairs hallway, then another door opened, closed. The pack house was quiet after that. Probably just a bathroom visit. But the door didn't open again. That, Katsuki drifted in and out of false sleep as the night hours ticked on. Then, a door slammed open with enough force that picture frames rattled on the walls. Startled, Katsuki sat up, scanning the room for anything out of place, though pounding footsteps in the hall upstairs told him where the noise had come from. Woken by the sudden noise, several other doors opened and Katsuki heard several people ask, "What's happening?" Ida's voice rang out sharply over everything else. "Is everyone all right? What's wrong?" Then, another voice, "Where's Katsuki?" Katsuki leaped off the couch, racing up the stairs. "I'm here." He reached the second floor, saw that every single pack member currently in the house was either peering out of their door or had fully stepped into the hallway to investigate. Izuku, meanwhile, whipped around from where he stood across the hall, clearly having just checked the now-empty guest bedroom for the alpha. He was hugging a pillow to his chest, but upon seeing Katsuki, he threw it as hard as he could. Don't you dare call me by that name. Katsuki let the pillow bounce off his chest. Izuku, don't you dare ask what's wrong either. Katsuki blinked as Izuku marched up to him and jabbed him in the chest. You know what's wrong. You know what happened. I needed you. I waited for you. And you left me. You never came. He opened his mouth to say more, but all that came out was a strangled sob. All at once, he seemed to crumble as if all his strength had gone out of his knees. Katsuki lurched forward to catch him, but Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were closer, the two other alphas keeping him on his feet. Seeing alphas holding his omega, Katsuki's alpha brain spun into high gear and he snarled in warning, though Izuku snapped upward and hissed back at him. Just shut up, Katsuki. I needed you. I needed you. He trembled all over, swayed. Let out a whine of hurt and loneliness. The noise raked along Katsuki's nerves, spilled down his spine like icy water. He wanted to move forward, to take the omega from his packmate's arms. Especially considering they were both alphas. Every instinct at him screamed to comfort and console the omega. And yet, he knew if he made one move to do so, Izuku would rip him to shreds. For as much as he might have needed Katsuki, that need that turned to hurt and anger. Katsuki wasn't sure there was anything he could do to fix this, wasn't sure there was anything Izuku would allow him to do at this point. As the omega started sobbing, leaning heavily in Todoroki's and Yaoyorozu's arms, Katsuki felt a physical ache start to throb in his chest, felt his mouth go dry, felt incredibly powerless. It was Kirishima who stepped forward first, followed by Mina, Shoji, and Kaminari. With Zero out on patrol, they were all the betas currently in the house, and they all gathered around Izuku, taking him from the alphas and packing him between them, lending their support and comfort. It was what the betas usually did in times like these, though it still made Katsuki's skin prickle seeing his omega in other people's arms. While the omega was not technically part of the pack, he did sag gratefully into the betas, leaning particularly toward Shoji and Kirishima, who held him up without complaint. Hey man, you should probably sit down. Just relax. We'll take care of you. The betas started leading Izuku toward the pack room. Kirishima shared a look with Katsuki as they passed, but the alpha didn't really know how to react. Izuku didn't look up at him once. They shuffled into the pack room, Kaminari smiling at the rest of the pack before closing the door behind them. Even with the door closed, Katsuki could still hear Izuku sobbing. He looked at those left in the hallway, the three other alphas and Tsu. Tsu was the only omega in the house, both Jiro and Uraraka out on patrol as well, though she kept in her doorframe, her door pulled as if hiding something. It occurred to Katsuki that he hadn't seen Kazue yet, and when he peered at her door closer, he could see the pup trying to get past her, could hear his faint whining for his omega. Without thinking, he crossed to the omega's door, Tsu opening it and allowing Kazue to spill out, tumbling free and right into Katsuki's arms. Katsuki scooped him up and the pup wrapped his little arms around his neck. Kaken, where's mommy? Why is he crying? "'S all right, Kazue," Katsuki said, though he wasn't sure. In fact, he knew it wasn't all right. Nothing about this was all right. Behind him, Ida sighed. He wasn't wearing glasses, though Katsuki knew if he was, he'd adjust them right before he spoke again. "Yaoyorozu, you should return to bed. You need your rest. Todoroki, you as well. Take care of your mate. We'll handle this." Neither Yaoyorozu nor Todoroki moved. "Midoriya is most comfortable with me. With most of the omegas gone, I think I should try to console him," the female alpha said. "I'm not going back to sleep when there are things to do," Todoroki added. "While I respect your dedication, you have your own worries to tend to. Rest assured, Midoriya will be fine with the betas, and if he is not, we will get you up. Sound fair?" The two alphas paused to glance at one another, then the pack room, then Katsuki. "Are you going to be okay, Bakugo?" Yaoyorozu asked. Katsuki didn't say anything. What was there to say? He could lie, he supposed. Besides, he wasn't even sure what the truth was. Was he going to be okay? Maybe. Maybe one day. But he didn't think that day was going to be tonight. As he stood there, unmoving, Kazue pressed a little more into his neck, rubbed at his scent gland to release more of his scent. "It's okay, Daddy. I'm here, okay? So everything will be okay." "Yeah, right. Katsuki clung to Kazu, felt a tremble in his arms, fought to keep his voice controlled. I know, firecracker. I know. When he looked up, his packmates were all looking at each other again. It was quickly decided that this was apparently an all-hands-on-deck situation after all. Yaoyorozu and Tsu went into the pack room to help console Izuku while Kirishima and Kaminari came out to help with Katsuki. Just as they'd done with Izuku, the betas guided the alpha, still clutching Kazue, into his bedroom. The room smelled like Izuku, but his scent was sour. It made Katsuki choke and Kazue wriggle uncomfortably, so they immediately headed toward the guest room instead. The hero merchandise that had once filled the room had all been taken down, replaced with much more sensible decorations for a more typical guest room experience. Normally, it would have served as a place of homey comfort for any honorary pack members looking for a safe, warm place to sleep for the night. However, the absence of the markers of Izuku's time in the room made it feel cold and empty. Katsuki hated that room, especially in that moment. But Kaminari carefully took Kazue from his arms while Kirishima sat him on the edge of the bed. "You want to try to get some sleep, man?" he asked. "Oh, I want to see Izuku. He's all right. The pack will take care of him. He asked for me. He said he needed." He choked at the past tense of the word, because it was too late and he knew it. He gasped, stopped himself from sobbing, leaned his head into his hands. Kazue chirped, wiggled until Kaminari set him down, and he crawled up into Katsuki's lap. He nosed his way into the alpha's arms and scented his neck furiously, as if that could make it all better. And somehow, the pup's presence did relax him, did remind him that, no matter what, he still had this. This one little bundle of wonderfulness. This one little person who was so incredibly special. This one miracle. "Daddy, please don't cry. Can I make it better? I want to make it better." Katsuki shook his head, held Kazue tightly to his chest. "You do, firecracker. You have no idea how much you make it better. If I make it better, will you please not cry?" It was a hard ask, but it was made a little easier when Kazue squeezed him tightly and the betas closed in around him, filling the space with the scent of his pack, of his family. Katsuki woke in the morning. He didn't even remember falling asleep. But he woke laying in the middle of the guest room bed, Kazue tucked into his arms, resting into the crook of his neck at his scent gland, with Kirishima and Kaminari sprawled at his sides. Kirishima was snoring loudly and Kaminari was half hanging off the bed. The soft rise and fall of Kazue's chest was like a second heartbeat. Katsuki sighed, shifted so he could scent the little pup, crooned happily when Kazue buried himself into the alpha's chest. The pup's alpha scent leaked out a little, stirred up by Katsuki's scenting. It was a comforting smell, still just as wonderful as the first time he'd smelled it. But he was lacking something and he knew immediately what that something was. Being careful, he sat up, letting the betas roll into the space he and Kazue had once occupied. The pup stirred restlessly, whined, though he settled when Katsuki hushed him. He took the pup to his room, set him in his bed, pulled a blanket over him, waited for Kazue to settle before he left. Inside the pack room, he found the betas, Tsu, and Izuku in the huge nest at the center of the room. Ida and Todoroki were in the room as well, a respectful distance away, at the comfortably padded edge of the nest. Ida was laying on his back, arms at his side as if he were at attention, fast asleep. Todoroki had his arms loosely crossed and was leaning sideways into the wall of the nest, head bowed in sleep. The rest of the pack was a sprawl of limbs over one another, sleeping in a giant pile. Izuku was at their center, cuddled up close with Yaoyorozu and Tsu. As Katsuki approached, he began to stir quietly, eventually lifting his head wearily. When he saw Katsuki, the Omega's eyes glazed over slightly and he reached for the Alpha, a weight dropping off Katsuki's shoulders as he happily crouched next to the Omega and scooped him into his arms. Izuku had gained some muscle mass in recent months through their ongoing workouts and his return to a healthy diet, so Katsuki had to shift him to find a comfortable spot where his arms rested under his knees and shoulders, but eventually he held the Omega confidentially and stepped out of the nest, carrying him away. Izuku wrapped his arms around Katsuki's neck, burying himself into the Alpha's scent gland and sighing, settling more easily into his grip. A couple of the pack raised their heads curiously, but nobody called out to them. Once back in his room, he set Izuku next to Kazue, the Omega purring happily as he pulled the pup into his chest. Kazue trilled in delight and snuggled into the Omega's arms. Katsuki carefully slipped himself behind the Omega, pulling the covers over all of them. He wrapped his arms around Izuku's waist and pulled him closer, taking a quiet moment to nose into his scent gland and lick and nibble at the sensitive skin. Izuku stopping purring, but he didn't pull away, so Katsuki kept working his neck until the Omega shifted a little closer. Then, he kissed him, sucking at the gland, taking in the wonderful tastes of honey and lavender, something spicy right at the edge of his tongue. He glanced to Kazue, saw the pup was tucked into Izuku's chest, seemingly asleep, and sighed. "I'm sorry." "What for?" The tone of the conversation felt sickeningly familiar. Still, Katsuki endured it. "I'm sorry for what happened. I'm sorry the results weren't what we were expecting. I'm sorry," he swallowed, nosed at the Omega's neck a little more. "I'm sorry I signed that fucking order. I'm sorry I just let it happen. I'm sorry." Izuku seemed to weigh his words, though he didn't move either to pull away or move closer. "Would you do it again if given the chance?" Katsuki let the question come to a rest in his shoulders, not quite a weight. He'd held that weight before. In fact, he probably was still carrying that weight. No, the question settled like a curse. Like something that sapped at his strength and his willpower. Something that darkened his vision and clouded his mind. He shook his head. "I don't know. I want to say no. But I think I might have." Izuku shifted. Not away, not closer. Just shifted. "I would have." Katsuki lifted his head, trying to catch the Omega's eyes, though Izuku was staring forward and gave no indication he was thinking at all about turning around. "I've thought about it a lot, Katsuki. And I think, if I was awake and given the choice, I would have made that decision as well. I don't know if I could have done it. Carried his pup to term. Had them inside me for 9 months. And if I had, I don't know how I would have reacted when they had been born. I can't imagine I would have accepted them. Not at all. And being rejected by your own Omega." He shook his head. "I think I would have signed that paper, too, Katsuki." There was something unsettling about hearing Izuku talk about it. They'd never directly addressed this issue. Not in this manner. Katsuki had never really considered what Izuku might have done if given the choice. He'd never let himself live with the thought that the Omega would have done something different. But hearing that he wouldn't, that he would have made the same decision, it didn't feel good, even if he thought it should. "Doesn't matter," he growled. "I took that away from you. This happened because of a choice I made. And that wasn't fair to you. It would have happened either way. But I am happy to hear you acknowledge that." "I hate it," Katsuki growled. "I hate that this had to happen. That any of this fucking shit happened. It's bullshit. It's bullshit." Izuku was quiet. For long enough that Katsuki turned over his shoulder to check the clock, though it was still very early. Then, the Omega muttered, "It's not your fault the attack happened, Katsuki. I've told you that. If I was a better hero." That's a new one. Don't laugh at me." Izuku wiggled in his arms. Moved away, but only for a moment. He turned over, pulled Katsuki closer to him. Met his gaze. "Emeralds to rubies. Stop making excuses. It wasn't your fault. I've never blamed you for the attack. I never will. Okay? So you need to stop it. There are a lot of other things for us to argue over if you really want." Katsuki looked away, and Izuku trailed a hand along his jaw. The touch was intimate and soft, and it made parts of Katsuki's heart shift. He leaned forward to press his forehead to Izuku's. "I love you. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Izuku shook his head. Let his hand drop. Why did you not want to sleep with me earlier? Why did you just leave me alone? I thought you blamed me." Katsuki took a huge breath, let it out in a long sigh. "I blamed myself. I couldn't see how you wouldn't either. I couldn't see how you would want to be anywhere near me because of it. I thought you'd hate me." "Hate you?" Izuku actually laughed. A short, scoffing sort of laugh. He closed the distance between them, to kiss him, to really kiss him, once, twice, again. Katsuki moved a little closer, startled when he felt a little mass of hair between them and remembered Kazue was there. Izuku broke away to laugh, to nuzzle into Kazue's hair, the pup purring contently. I don't hate you, Katsuki. I thought you wouldn't want me anymore now that, well, he sighed, when you said you didn't want to sleep with me, I thought that meant you didn't want me at all anymore. I've never heard of an alpha refusing sex. Yeah, well, Katsuki shook his head, happy to be the first. Izuku laughed again, a genuine sound, one that made the darkness of his first question a little brighter than before. I still want you, Izuku. I still think you're the most wonderful person in this world. Your fertility is never going to change that. I just hope you can accept my apology one day. Or at least, I hope you know I didn't do it to hurt you, that I'd never intentionally hurt you. I know. He pecked him on the lips once more. And I do accept your apology. And I love you too. They were words Izuku had said before. But sparingly. Only in those moments when Katsuki could tell he truly meant them. To Izuku, they were sacred words. And hearing them in that moment, to know the Omega felt confident and comfortable enough to say them, it made something catch at the back of the Alpha's throat. He pressed a little closer to the Omega, the pup between them be damned. I'd fill you up right now if we didn't have a little cock block. Hey, I asked earlier and you said no. That's your own fault. Oh, be quiet. Izuku laughed, but his laughter died away quickly. Instead, he caught Katsuki's eyes and held them for a lot longer than a single heartbeat. Do you really still want me? Even though Kazue is probably going to be our only child? Yes, Katsuki didn't hesitate. That doesn't matter to me. It never did. I only care that you're happy. And if the time came and you wanted Kazue to have a sibling, then I'd be up for adopting. Hell, I'd be up for just about anything. Whatever you want, love. Lots of pups out there that need loving homes. You really think you could accept a pup from another alpha? Who the fuck cares about that? Doesn't matter in the end, does it? Maybe not. Izuku bit his lip. Tucked himself under Katsuki's chin. Thank you. That makes me feel better. Good. I'm glad. Katsuki rubbed little circles into the Omega's back, searching out the knots under his skin and slowly working to unwind them. I'm sorry for earlier. Yeah, and I'm sorry for how I reacted. I was waiting for you to come through that door and sweep me off my feet. But I guess I never really expressed that that's what I wanted. It's all right. Katsuki smiled. Can't believe you let the pack take care of you like that. Izuku scoffed. Well, fuck, Katsuki, you sure as shit weren't doing it. The hell, Izuku? It's not my fault your pack's better at your job. All right, wait just a fucking moment. Izuku chuckled. Kissed him. Then again, deeper, opening his mouth to let the alpha in. Then Kazue stirred between them, disturbed by a flicker of lustful pheromones, and they pulled apart, smirking at one another. Love you, Omega? Yeah. I love you too. Katsuki smiled and pulled him and Kazue a little closer. And just like that, they were back to what they'd been before. Izuku was in his arms and Kazue was sitting between them, their family still whole. No matter what a fucking doctor said, he knew they'd be okay. Even during the rough parts, he knew they were going to be okay. Katsuki gave him the news in a low, soft tone of voice, cradling his hand between his own, standing with just a breath's distance between them. Somehow, that only made it all the worse. Their house was eerily quiet. Just the two of them, standing in the kitchen. They had just finished up eating a little snack before bed. It was late. Very late. Dark outside. Kazue in bed. And it was just so quiet and still and unnerving in ways that made Izuku want to curl up around himself. Katsuki couldn't go into details and Izuku understood why. He only asked one question, how long? Katsuki sighed, shook his head. However long it takes. Least a few days. Probably a couple weeks. A couple weeks. Izuku wished he could shove his hands into his pockets to hide that they were shaking, then he laughed. He'd lived 5 years without Katsuki. Why did only a few days apart seem so awful? Still, the thought made it hard to swallow, and when he did, he tasted something bitterly sweet, like rot. He couldn't meet the alpha's eyes, focusing instead on his hands, which were messaging circles into his palm, pressing into the pressure points at his wrists and knuckles. It was a strange thing, to look at Katsuki's hands. Izuku had seen those hands in violent, nearly crazed moments. When the Alpha was literally a being of smoke and fire and force. He'd seen those fingers rip villains apart, both on the television and up close and personal. And yet, his touch was so gentle. They were like different hands from a different person with Izuku. The only thing that marked them as the same were the calluses, worn and rough and thick along his palm. Even his mother's inherited good skin couldn't save him from the constant wear of his quirk. Those calloused, gentle hands had been supporting Izuku, holding him up, for months now. Katsuki had been at his side since the attack nearly, had it been 6 months already? 7? Half a year had passed, and other than the off overnight shift or 1 or 2 day-long trips, the Alpha had been there. And now, Izuku was going to have to face the world without him. Even if he'd done just that only a few months previously, the task felt Herculean. His world had changed so much in the last few months. Only Kazuo and Katsuki had been the constants. Now, he was going to have to figure it out on his own again. Return to the world without the Alpha there to catch him if he stumbled. Somehow, he was going to have to trust the world, or rather, trust himself in the world. And he didn't know what the first step of such a task would be. He watched Katsuki's hands, then slowly slipped out of his grip. Must be important, he said, and felt rather than saw the question in Katsuki's eyes. This case. This mission. It must be an important one if they're calling you away for so long. For a moment, Katsuki shifted on his feet, finding his ground. Yeah. It is. Most important mission I've been assigned since the Sugawara case. Izuku nodded. Lifted his gaze. Met Katsuki's with all the fire he could muster. For as difficult as it was for him, he knew Katsuki was feeling a lot of the same emotions as well. If the police were calling him in for a multi-day or potentially week-long mission, then it had to be something big. Something dangerous. While Katsuki hardly ever showed outward fear of any dangerous situation, Izuku knew he still felt it, that he used that fear to drive him onward. On top of that, just as the Omega had been with the Alpha since waking up in the hospital, Katsuki would be leaving Izuku for the first time as well. He knew it couldn't be easy for the Alpha to do that, to just leave him behind. He knew just how hard it was going to be for Izuku. And all this wasn't even mentioning Kazuo, who he would also be leaving for the first time. That on top of everything else meant that Katsuki had to be feeling all sorts of terrible things as he stood in front of him, waiting for his response. So Izuku let that fire reach his eyes. He let it burn. Let Katsuki see that although he might be worried, he wasn't backing down. He wasn't afraid to face this. He could do this. Katsuki recognized that fire immediately. It was something they shared after all. A burning core that drove them to do their best, to be strong at the times when they needed to be. At one point, that burning core had Izuku going down the path of becoming a hero like Katsuki, though he had tempered it over the years to different pursuits. Still, it was the same fire. And when Katsuki saw it, the ghost of a smirk curled at the edge of his lips. Give them hell, Izuku said. Katsuki growled, his smirk full of glinting teeth. You know I will. Izuku nodded. Let his fire die away as he turned to the more practical side of the news. When are you leaving? The smirk died just as quickly, Katsuki checking his watch. 2 hours. The news jolted through Izuku's limbs, had them fall like jelly to his side. 2 hours? Of course, it made sense. A sensitive mission like this, they wouldn't want to give a lot of time for the news to get out. Even though it was late, it made sense for them to leave in the middle of the night. Even though Izuku was only being told this now, he wondered if even Katsuki had known that he would be leaving that day, and he thought, no, he probably hadn't known. He'd gotten a phone call earlier that he'd left the room to take. It must have been that moment. Izuku checked the clock on the wall. In 30 minutes everything had changed. And this wasn't even the first time such a thing had happened to him. What a strange world. I need to pack, the Alpha continued. While I do, we'll come up with a plan. You won't be able to reach me while I'm gone. No scheduled phone calls. No visits home between missions. Nothing until it's over. Chances are, you won't even hear whether the mission is over or not until they dump me back on the front steps. So, I don't want to leave you without a plan. For if anything happens. To make sure someone's taking care of you. I don't need someone to take care of me, Izuku snapped immediately. Katsuki raised his hands in surrender. Check up on you. The pack is already aware of what's going on. They're ready to help, okay? Just to make sure you're doing okay? Izuku frowned, his mind spinning with realizations. There are other heroes going on this mission, he said, Katsuki stilling at his words. Heroes from the pack, too, right? Am I right? Katsuki let the question linger for a moment. Then he shuffled his feet. You know I can't answer that, he said eventually. What I can say is that you should expect to see the pack house a little emptier than usual, right? It only made sense. Who would go with him? Katsuki and Kirishima were basically a duo team at this point. It wouldn't surprise Izuku at all to hear the beta would be accompanying him. And what about Todoroki? As another top-ranked hero, he would probably be called to help as well. Uraraka, Ida, Siro, Shoji, Tsu. Everyone in the pack was a strong hero. They could all potentially be part of the mission. The only person who was out was Yaoyorozu, who was too far along in her pregnancy and had stepped back from field work in recent weeks, spending her time doing administrative tasks for the agency and the pack. Izuku could only guarantee she would be there. Plus the pack wouldn't leave her all alone to watch Takahiro and Fumiko. So it was likely even if all of the pack was called upon that either some of them would stay behind or they'd call in honorary members to watch the house and the pups with Yaoyorozu. Maybe people like Shinso. Although Shinso could be a valuable asset in whatever mission they were going on. Then again, since he was so much of an underground hero, he was rarely called upon for missions such as these, so it was also likely he wouldn't be joining the others, that he could be around to support Yaoyorozu and the remaining pack members. He was happy at the thought, for that bit of good news at least. You're muttering, Katsuki's voice jolted Izuku his smirk back, and I will say that Shinso's going to be around. Fucker is hard to pin down though. Might answer the call if it's your number that comes up. Right? Izuku slipped his hand into his pocket to feel for his phone, tried to think about what he might say to the other male Omega. If you need him, we can give him a call, Katsuki went on. It's whatever you think you're going to need while I'm gone. Whoever we need to call up. Whoever you're comfortable with. I don't give a damn who it is. I just want to know you're going to be okay. And there it was. What Katsuki was really worried about. I just want to know you're going to be okay. Izuku stepped closer to the alpha. Pressed his hands to his face. Kissed him. Really kissed him. Let the alpha press back, pin him into the counter, growl low and possessively. Izuku broke away first, to take a breath, to sigh, to bask one more time in the alpha's embrace. Then he leaned in closer and said, Don't worry about me. I'll be okay. I'm tough after all. And I'm your Omega. I'm not going to just crumble to pieces if you're not around. I had a pup and raised him for 4 years, went to school, held down a job, all on my own. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be okay for a couple weeks. Katsuki didn't say anything at first. He was too focused on sucking at Izuku's scent gland, on teasing him with his teeth, on running his hands over the Omega's body. The truth was, they didn't have enough time to do this. But they still allowed themselves a moment to remind themselves of each other, of their commitment. And when Katsuki finally looked up, he did so with that familiar fire. I know. He kissed Izuku, bit at his lips. Pressed against him as if to bruise him deep enough for the marks to still be there when he got back. He was still an alpha after all. You need to pack? Izuku reminded gently. Katsuki growled but stepped away. Need to come up with a solid plan. Plan for if things go wrong, or if you just need someone to back you up. Just to take some of the edge off. Just so I know you'll be okay. I will be okay, Katsuki. Izuku smiled. Tried to make it feel and look genuine. I'll be okay, and I'll be waiting for when you get back. Katsuki looked at him. Really looked at him. And for the first time, Izuku considered that if this mission was dangerous, if it was going to be a long, hard mission, there might be a chance that Katsuki wouldn't come back. Not at all. Not ever. And when that thought reached him, tears welled and dripping down his cheeks before he could even blink. He opened his mouth to apologize, raised his hands to wipe them away, but his voice came out in a grated sound, a gasp and a sob cut off by gnashed teeth, and his hands shook too badly to bring close to his face. Katsuki pulled him immediately back into his arms. Held him tightly. Scented him to try to calm him. But the thought this would be the last time Izuku would be in his arms made his heart race faster than he wanted to admit, wanted to feel. "You'll come back, right?" He knew it was a stupid question to ask. But he still needed the answer, even if it was an answer Katsuki couldn't promise. The Alpha considered him, seemed to weigh his words, then said, "I'm going to do everything in my power to come back to you, Izuku. I'm going to do everything I can to have a quick, successful mission. But mostly, I'm going to do anything I need to make sure I get to see you again, that I get to see Kazu again. Okay?" It wasn't a promise. Izuku didn't know if that was better or worse. He tried to laugh, but it sounded a lot like a sob. Katsuki kissed him one more time. "Love you, Omega." This time, it was easier to laugh, even if it still sounded broken. "I love you too, Katsuki." They stayed like that for only a few moments, as their time ticked on, merciless in its march. Then, they went upstairs and Izuku helped Katsuki pack a small, militarian bag, essentials only. And while Katsuki weighed whether he could afford to take 3 shirts or only 2, they made their plan. Who Izuku would be in contact with on a day-to-day basis. Who he could reach out to when he needed someone. What he could do if something were to happen. For as thorough as they spoke, they only had so much time. Izuku quickly realized this was a conversation they should have had months earlier, but neither one of them had wanted to admit this day was coming, that they could and would eventually be pulled apart by Katsuki's work. And now that they were staring it in the face, they were wholly unprepared. And it was their own fault. But they did their best. And the more they talked, the more Izuku did feel better. If only a little. Then the time came. Katsuki snuck into Kazue's room, doing his best not to wake the pup. He crouched next to the bed, whispered something to the pup, then kissed his forehead. Kazue stirred, but didn't wake. For a moment, Katsuki stayed there, over Kazue, just watching him sleep. Then, he kissed him one more time and rose and left the room. At the door, Katsuki stood with his bag slung over his shoulder. The force necessary for Izuku to keep his tears at bay meant his whole body shook as Katsuki pulled him close and kissed him one last time. They let their foreheads touch, let the moment linger for as long as they could. Then, Katsuki stepped back, taking his hand to kiss his knuckles, one at a time, and stepped back again, letting them slide of his grip. At the door, he looked at Izuku and Izuku smiled back at him. Katsuki sighed. "You can call the pack and tell them I've left. They'll know. But you should wait until morning to tell anyone else." Izuku nodded, kept smiling even as his lips quivered. "But, be safe. I love you. I love you." The Alpha didn't let the moment linger any longer. He shut the door and disappeared into the dark. As soon as he was gone, Izuku crumbled, curling inward on himself. He crouched at the door, gasping for air, trying hard to keep himself from sobbing. He couldn't make too much noise and wake Kazue. Plus he was supposed to go on as if nothing had happened. He couldn't make a scene and bring attention to the fact that Katsuki was gone. It could tip off whoever he was after. So he stood and went to the light switch and turned it off, plunging the house into darkness. Then he sat at the kitchen counter, the dishes from their last shared nighttime snack piled up in the sink. He lasted about 20 minutes before he dug out his phone and called Yaoyorozu. She picked up immediately as if she'd been expecting the call. "Hello, Midoriya." He opened his mouth to say something, anything, and all that came out was a loud, wet sob, there beginning what he knew was going to be a very long, very exhausting night. The female Alpha sighed from the other end of the line. "I know, Midoriya. I know." The thought of telling Kazue that Katsuki was gone terrified him more than anything else, so he put it off as long as he could, stubbornly going about his day as if nothing had changed at all, as if he hadn't spent all night downstairs in the kitchen, sulking like a heartbroken teenager. He dropped Kazue off at Seino's, also mentioning nothing to her about the situation, smiling as if everything was okay, but quickly leaving so not to rouse suspicion. But this, of course, was suspicious, and about 10 minutes into his trip toward the university, he got a text from her asking if he was okay. He told her that he was a little stressed out. She invited him over after his classes to chill out with her and have some drinks. He accepted immediately. Classes were a welcome distraction for most of the day, and Izuku's drive to finish off strong and get his license meant he was able to put the situation at home from his mind, if only for a little while. But in between his lectures and the moments he stole to scribble notes at picnic tables around campus, his mind inevitably wandered back to Katsuki. On his way to one of his classes, he passed a window, a television mounted just beyond it. The news was on, showing a villain rampaging in the street. For a moment, Izuku stopped to watch, hoping beyond hope, knowing he wasn't going to see what he wanted to. In the end, the situation was resolved by a couple of local heroes. It was a happy ending, but not the one Izuku had been wanting. Not that this was the situation he thought Katsuki would have been called out to handle. Still, he slumped his way through campus and to his last class of the day, finding it his most difficult to concentrate in. When it was finally over, he realized he didn't remember a word the professor had said, taking a moment to mark his textbook of relevant passages and thanking the gods he'd at least instinctively taken good notes. Then he collected his things and headed for the nearest train station. Knowing Katsuki wasn't going to be home waiting for him, at least for the foreseeable future, made the trip to the station a little more unnerving. Since reuniting with the Alpha, every time he'd been faced with a bad situation, Katsuki had been the one to save him. Almost without fail, the exception being when the hero had been out rescuing his pup, which in and of itself had been a miracle. Even in those times when the Alpha hadn't been anywhere nearby, he'd shown up, right when Izuku needed him most. But now he knew for a fact that if something happened, Katsuki wasn't going to show up. That he simply couldn't. And it made every hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Every step might be bringing him closer and closer to something bad, some situation he wouldn't be able to get out of on his own. Sure, Katsuki had been training with him in recent months, but their workouts hadn't really been focused on actual hand-to-hand combat. Mostly, the Alpha had been teaching him forms and technique, reluctant to help Izuku put the skills to practical use. He couldn't decide if the Alpha was afraid of hurting him or if he was so deluded that he thought Izuku was never going to actually need to use any of the things he'd taught him. Either way, all he had as he walked along the street was a theoretical knowledge of some hand-to-hand combat and a little experience in a single real-life situation, which had ended in him being tied up and thrown into the trunk of a car. He shivered a little, took a breath to try to relax, and kept his head down as he hurried into the train station. Luckily, nobody paid him any attention and he found his way back to Seino's place without any villains jumping out to grab him. In fact, for as terrified as he'd been, the trip was quiet and rather pleasant. Just a normal train ride through the city, just a short walk down the street. Then, before he knew it, he was knocking at Seino's door. The beta opened the door and before she could even speak, Kazuo came tumbling out, pouncing onto Izuku's legs, growling playfully. Hey firecracker. It really did make him feel so much better to have his pup at his side. Even if Katsuki was gone, with Kazuo there, the world felt a little saner. Mommy! He chirped happily as Izuku pulled him into his arms. Sano waited patiently, then she, too, held out her arms for a hug. Hey, come right on in. I've got just what you need in the kitchen. There were 3 pups in the playroom, which Izuku directed Kazuo back toward, while Sano wheeled into the kitchen. There was a locked cabinet that she brought a glass to. You keep that glass on you at all times and stay out of the playroom. I'll run you over if you take that anywhere near the pups. Their parents should be by soon to pick them up anyway. Yes, ma'am. Sano nodded, handing him something he was sure was going to be too sweet, but accepted anyway. Jin's watching them for now, but I can't stay long. I'll have to go help him until the other pups have gone home. That's fine, Izuku nodded toward the other room. I've got homework I can do in the meantime. And it'll be nice to get some quiet time to do that here. Sano blinked at him. Then again. Then she glared. You want to do homework here rather than in your nice, new home that's only for you, your pup, and your Alpha? Well, he should have figured she would pick up on how weird that was. Well, he cleared his throat. Tried to think of something to say. Eventually, he gave up and let his shoulders slump. Let's talk when your pups are gone. Things are okay, he reassured quickly when Sano crossed her arms. It's just, something's happened and I guess I'm not handling it well, but also it hasn't been that long either so it's kind of hard to tell how I'm taking it. It's just been kind of a weird day and a long night and I'm still wrapping my mind around it. He stopped as Sano raised her hand. She was looking at him with her eyebrows pinched, eyes sharp. She held up 3 fingers. Okay, I need to know 3 things right now, then I'll drop it until later. Izuku swallowed, took a little sip of his drink, then nodded. Sano narrowed her eyes slightly and named off her questions, lowering 1 finger for each question. 1. Are you or Kazue in danger? 2. Are you, Kazue, or Bakugo sick or potentially sick? 3. Do I need to get ready to kick some alpha ass? Because I don't care that he's a top-ranked hero. I'll kick his ass, Izuku, you know I will. For each question, Izuku felt himself relax a little more, until he was actually able to laugh. No, Kazue and I are not in any danger. No, nobody is sick as far as we know. And no, you don't need to kick any ass. He paused to take another sip of his drink. But it is related to Katsuki. Is he okay? Izuku swallowed. Felt a prickle in his eyes. I hope so. Sano closed her mouth. Studied him. Then she sighed. You're not leaving this house without telling me what's going on. But as long as nobody's dying, it can wait. For now. She pointed at him. Homework. Also maybe stop drinking if you're going to do homework. We have plenty of time for that later. All right. Izuku set his glass aside, smiling at Sano until she'd left the room. Then his smile quickly fell away and he turned to her kitchen table, pulling out his laptop from his bag and getting to work. In a couple hours' time, Jean came into the kitchen and began cooking dinner, informing him that, per Sano's orders, he and Kazue would be eating with them. Izuku knew just how hard it was to convince Sano he was okay to find food for himself on a normal day, and with the beta knowing something was off, there was almost no way he was going to convince her otherwise now. Plus, not having to think about dinner was a relief he hadn't even realized had been weighing on him. Jean left him alone to do his work while he cooked, stoic as always, keeping to himself, even when Izuku cursed quietly at a particularly difficult problem. Eventually, Sano wheeled herself into the kitchen, Kazue perched on her lap. Kazue asked Izuku what he was doing and Izuku explained he was doing homework, which Kazue gaped at. Mommy, I want to do homework, he announced. Izuku stifled a laugh. Yeah? Well, we'll see how long that lasts. Sano smirked at the exchange. You know, it's a good point. You going to put him into school soon? He is getting a little old for the daycare. Several things whizzed through Izuku's head at once. The first being, Kazue wasn't old enough for school. There was no way he was old enough for school. Then again, he had turned 5 just a couple months back. 5 was old enough for kindergarten if not for elementary. Second, he immediately began wondering if this was Sano's way of telling him she wasn't going to continue watching Kazue for him. That he had taken advantage of her for long enough. The third thing was there was absolutely no way he was old enough for school. How could he already be old enough for school? Sano smacked her lips loudly. Gods, you think so loudly, babe. Yes, he is old enough for school. No, I am not kicking him out of daycare, though he is getting a little too big to play with most of the pups. And yes, he is old enough for school, babe. Sorry to burst your bubble, but your little baby is 5 years old now. Me, Kazue announced proudly. That's me. I'm 5. Oh yes you are. You're such a big boy now, aren't you? Immediately, all of Sano's attention was on the pup, leaving Izuku a moment for his thoughts to whirl around his head. Kazue scoffed, something he'd picked up from Katsuki recently, even adding the little roll of his eyes at the sound. Yeah, of course I am. Look. He stood as if to prove just how tall he'd gotten. Well, now that that's settled, she turned a grin to Izuku. What were you saying about school? Izuku's mouth dropped open and that's all that came out. Luckily, he was saved from having to speak further when Jean deadpanned, food, Sano. They all ate together, Kazue and Sano talking for most of the time, Izuku still reeling with the realization of Kazue's ability to attend school on top of everything happening with Katsuki, and Jean just watching everything, seemingly disinterested. Then, as dinner was winding down, Sano asked Kazue to go into the playroom and clean up whatever toys he had been playing with, the pup protesting but only until the beta gave him a stern look, then he pouted and stomped his way into the playroom. As soon as he was out of the room, she turned to Izuku. Alright, let's hear it, what's going on? Even Jean turned a thoughtful look to him. Izuku twisted slightly, trying to think of what to tell them. What was too much? He supposed he didn't actually know anything about Katsuki's mission. But was saying he was on a mission too much information? Probably not. The media was going to pick up on the number 4 hero's absence sooner or later, and most people would assume he was on a mission. So did it matter? Or was he supposed to keep it a secret? The warring thoughts in his head meant that when he opened his mouth, instead of an intelligently thought-out sentence, what came out was, "Katsuki's gone." Sano dropped her chopsticks, which clattered against her bowl, while Jean raised both eyebrows at him. What? The beta snapped. Well, wait, he's not gone, he's just not here. There was a pause, then Sano raised her arms in a demanding gesture and he sighed. He left. Last night. For a mission. I don't know where. I don't know how long. It's top secret. But he's gone, and until his mission is over, Kazue and I are on our own. He stared into his fists, clenched them until they stopped shaking. I don't know how to tell Kazue about it. He didn't look up at Sano or Jean. Honestly, he was unsure how the two were going to take it. He was still wrestling with everything himself, after all. But then, there came a hand on his shoulder, and when he looked up, Sano was smiling softly at him. Babe, she said, it's okay. We're here for you. We'll get through it. And we'll help you tell Kazue, all right? It'll be okay. Since Katsuki's departure, there had been a weight on Izuku's body. Something that made moving and pretending everything was okay so exhausting. And when Sano spoke, it didn't take that weight away. Not really. But he did feel a bit of it shift slightly. To accommodate another pair of hands helping him bear it. Because he knew if anyone was going to have his back, Sano was. And Jean would be along for the ride, if nothing else. He may or may not particularly like Izuku, but he'd still support Sano in helping him. The ghost of his hands helped sway the weight a little, shifting it more comfortably on his shoulders. He smiled. Really smiled. Even if it was just a little smile. Thank you, Sano. They came up with a game plan so that when Kazue emerged from the playroom, supposedly having put his toys away, they all knew what they were going to do. Izuku opened his arms for the pup, silently inviting him to climb into his lap, which he did, purring contently. In his arms, Izuku stroked the hair from his face, away from those ruby eyes that reminded him of Katsuki so much. It was a little easier to smile looking into them, though he did have to take a breath before he tried to speak. Kazu, there's something important I have to tell you. Kazue tilted his head slightly, waiting for Izuku to continue. The Omega swallowed thickly, caught an encouraging smile from Sano, and went on, you know that Katsuki sometimes goes on missions to find and stop villains, right? Yeah. Kazue pumped his hands in the air. Kaken is so cool. He beats villains like boom, pow, bam. Right, mommy? Right. And when he goes on these missions, he doesn't come home for a couple of days, remember? Yeah. The more Izuku talked, the more Kazue's enthusiasm drained away, as if he knew what was coming and was preparing for the full waterworks. The thought alone made Izuku cringe. He hated when Kazue cried. It was the worst sound imaginable. But he knew it was coming. He steeled himself with one last breath, smiled as much as he could. Katsuki had to leave for a super secret, super important mission, Kazue. He isn't going to be home tonight. The pup weighed this information. Blinked up at Izuku. Tomorrow? No, Izuku ran his hand along the pup's cheeks, but his palms came back dry. It's going to be a little while before he comes home. How long? Izuku struggled, opened his mouth, then closed it again. Then he stammered out, a couple of weeks? Maybe less? But mommy, how long? Kazue pressed his hands into Izuku's chest, looking for something, anything, and Izuku stumbled. Immediately, Sano was there, putting a hand on Kazue's back. We don't know, sweetheart. But he will come back. Your dad will come back. He will. Kazue leaned into Sano to demand answers, and the beta graciously received him. Yes, Kazue, yes, of course. You know he will. He will. As she spoke, Kazue leaned back toward Izuku. He was still teetering on the edge, and Izuku knew what was on the other side, So he took a breath to prepare his nerves once again. Kazuo turned up at him, water lining his eyes. He really looked at the Omega, until all Izuku could do was stroke his back, wipe at his dry cheeks, and ruffle his already messy hair. Then, finally, the pup sniffled. Daddy's fighting villains. And saving people. Right? Right? Izuku nodded and the pup copied the movement. Once all the villains are defeated, he'll come home. Kazuo kept nodding. Then he sniffled. But not a tear dropped. Instead, he took in a deep breath, held it, closed his eyes for a second, another and another. Then, all at once, he let it all out, slumping against Izuku's chest and snuggling up against his heart. Okay, mommy. We can wait for daddy to come home. Relief had his own tears springing to the Omega's eyes. He tucked the pup into his arms and kissed him on the forehead. Good pup. You know Kaken loves you a lot. He'll be back as soon as he can. Again, the pup sniffled, but his tears had dried up. Okay. Izuku waited, but his pup was settled and it was over. He shared a grateful smile with Sano and hugged Kazuo a little tighter, already feeling a lot better about the entire situation. His good feelings lasted through the rest of the night. During Jean driving them home, Izuku putting a slightly mopey Kazuo to bed, and ended with him staring into the monstrous bed he and Katsuki shared. He had, on occasion, thought the sheer size of the bed was ridiculous. But Katsuki had told him they'd need the space, and they'd quickly found a use for every inch of that bed during their more wild affairs. But it had never once felt like an actual monster with Katsuki there. Now that he was alone, it felt like a creature sitting in the middle of his bedroom, waiting for its chance to eat him alive. But he was exhausted from the day. From the stress of knowing Katsuki was gone to worrying about Kazuo and dealing with school and everything in between. The alcohol had settled in his stomach and was coursing through his blood, adding to his exhaustion. His bones ached. He was so tired. He could crawl into bed with Kazuo. But he refused to do that. He was a fucking 24-year-old adult. He could sleep in a giant bed by himself and be completely fine. Hell, he'd taken down villains on his own before. With some help from Katsuki's spare gear, but that was just details. I can do this. And I don't have much choice either. Izuku let out a breath and crawled into bed. He curled up on his side of the bed, told himself it was just like those nights when Katsuki worked a late shift. Told himself he'd slept in that bed by himself before with no problems and he wasn't going to have a fucking problem that night either. After 15 minutes, he crawled over to Katsuki's side of the bed and hugged one of his pillows to his chest. It smelled like the alpha. But that was all it had to offer. The next day was supposed to be Izuku's day off. A day he spent relaxing, catching up on homework, playing with Kazuo, or working on his lab, which was woefully behind schedule. They were expecting the final detailing to be completed in less than 2 weeks, and in the meantime, Izuku had been trying to spend whatever free time he had measuring and remeasuring the space and planning out what equipment he wanted and what he'd eventually need space for once he had a license and could legally own some of the machines. There was no way he was going to be doing any of that, he quickly discovered, as he shoved himself out of bed after laying in it for 9 hours straight. He had slept. In half-hour increments, often jolting awake with his heart racing. Not very restful. He'd developed a headache that refused to die away and Kazuo shrieking at him for food was not helping. He immediately called Sano and asked her to watch Kazuo for him, at least for a little while so he could do homework. She, ever the saint, agreed to help. Once Kazuo had been dropped off, Izuku took one step into the empty house and decided it was much too quiet for him. Yes, too quiet indeed. So he packed his stuff and headed out toward the coffee shop he liked. But on his way, dozed off for just a moment and missed his stop. So he got off on the next stop and resolved to wander around until he found a suitable enough cafe or coffee shop at which to do some homework. Each step through the crowd made him feel a little woozier. He was so tired. And yet, he couldn't shake a prickling feeling at the nape of his neck. It was almost as if someone were watching him. But he knew that wasn't the case. That maybe the absence of someone watching him, that someone being Katsuki, was leaving him with a paradoxical feeling. It was distracting, to say the least, and he accidentally bumped into a couple people on his way, quickly apologizing to them every time. And yet, he couldn't seem to keep his focus long enough to not do it again. He pulled himself into his all-might jacket, lamenting the fact that it had stopped smelling like Katsuki long ago, and swore he heard the alpha's voice. Izuku. He froze. Looked around. But there was nobody there. No shock of blonde hair. No startlingly red eyes. No hero standing in the middle of the street, waiting just for him. He shook his head, took another step, and heard it again. Izuku turned. Found himself facing an alleyway. His heart sank into his shoes. Alleyways had become the most nightmarish place Izuku could think of. He'd been attacked in an alleyway twice now. He hated the confined, empty nature of alleyways. He hated the rotting smell of trash. He hated the fact that danger could literally be inches away, just around a corner, and you wouldn't know until you turned it. And yet, he stared into it, half convinced Katsuki was there. And then again, Izuku. Here, Katsuki? Izuku took a step into the alleyway and froze. He reeled back as if repelled by a barrier. His breath caught in his throat. He wanted to run, but he didn't know where to. He didn't even really know why. Then, someone touched his shoulder and he leaped up with a shriek, spinning around. Standing in front of him were two men, both alphas, dressed in business suits. They both backed away and held up their hands as Izuku stumbled, panting for breath. Sorry. We didn't mean to scare you. It's just, you smelled distressed. Is everything okay? One of them reached forward and Izuku flinched back. He wanted to run. But running meant going into that alleyway. Not running meant facing these alphas by himself. But they weren't trying to hurt him. They were making sure he was okay. They were being nice. And the crowd had noticed the interaction. Some people had paused to watch, concerned and confused. The alphas wouldn't do anything to him in front of everyone. Or would they? Izuku tried to breathe, found that no matter how much air he pulled in, he couldn't seem to find enough oxygen, thought he was going to pass out right there. Then all at once, everything stopped when that voice called out one more time, just over his shoulder. It's all right. I'll handle this. The alphas didn't relax any, but Izuku spun around, nearly in tears in relief, though he stopped short when he found himself not facing his blonde-haired, red-eyed alpha, but a purple-haired Omega hero dressed in a sleek black costume, a mask over his jaw and mouth. Shin, Psyche. Izuku corrected himself, then cursed himself quietly. Of course it was Shinso. Katsuki wasn't there. And he certainly would have never called out to him from an alleyway. He knew how much Izuku hated alleyways. Who are you? One of the alphas asked. Shinso adjusted his mask, it sliding off his face. I'm a hero. Don't worry, I'll make sure he's taken care of. Thanks for stopping, but you can go about your business? The alphas hesitated for a beat longer, clearly not recognizing Shinso, though they seemed to realize Izuku was a little more relaxed now and they obliged. Most of the crowd moved on too, though some stopped, clearly recognizing Shinso as a hero even if they didn't know exactly who he was. The alphas dismissed, Shinso turned to Izuku, putting a hand on his shoulder. You look like shit. Izuku glared hard at him. What are you doing here? And why did you do that? I wanted to see how you would react. This was usually where the Omega would smirk or smile, a joke between them, but this time, he wasn't smiling. And honestly, neither was Izuku. Yeah, well, I hope you enjoyed the show. Shinso frowned deeply at him. Then he nodded to his bag. Where were you going? Izuku adjusted the straps on his shoulders. Coffee shop. Have some homework to do. The other Omega nodded. Good. I know a place. Come on. He stepped into the alleyway, waiting for a breath for Izuku to follow. Izuku hated alleyways. He hated them so much. And he wasn't a particular fan of Shinso in that moment. But if nothing else, the Omega hero felt safe. Izuku knew he could trust Shinso. And that was something he'd been dearly missing. So he followed Shinso, only ever glancing over his shoulder one time. The coffee shop Shinso led him to was tucked into a rickety corner of a side street, so far away from everything that Izuku was shocked it was still in business. It was a tiny thing, 2 small round tables and a bar with 5 chairs. The chair on the far end was occupied by a man gloomily glaring into his mug, muttering to himself every now and then. When Shinso entered, the person at the register nodded to him and turned to start making a drink. What's your friend getting? He called over his shoulder as he worked. Shinso gestured for Izuku to answer, Izuku requesting tea instead of coffee. He probably didn't need the caffeine with how out of whack his entire system was. Even if he was exhausted. They sat on the opposite end from the gloomy man, Shinso sighing gratefully as he sat down. These day patrols are wearing on me, he grumbled. What are you doing? It's practically the middle of the day. The hero paused as their drinks were put in front of them, sliding some notes across the bar to the employee, who rang him up without a word and returned his change as the hero spoke to Izuku. Trying something new. An experiment of sorts. Got something in the works I'm thinking about, but it requires a change of lifestyle. Izuku raised an eyebrow at him, but he didn't elaborate. So, tell me, when's the last time you slept? The Omega scowled immediately and Shinso chuckled. Yeah, that's what I thought. I used to be independent, Izuku grumbled. Now my bed's intimidating. Shinso shrugged. You're still pretty newly marked, Midoriya. It's not unusual to feel separation anxiety. Separation anxiety. Izuku shook his head. Like I'm some worthless dog. Oh. Like you're an Omega with instincts that are natural and feelings that are valid. Shinso paused to take a drink of his coffee, to let the words sink into Izuku, as much as he didn't know what to do with them. Look, I know they're annoying, but have you talked to anyone in the pack yet? I called Yaoyorozu the night Katsuki left. But I haven't since then. Izuku looked away, knowing where this conversation was going and not particularly happy about it, because he already knew the hero was right. Well, why not give them a call? We're all going through the same thing. Hell, Denki's in danger of missing my heat at this point. The news startled Izuku still. He looked up at Shinso, but couldn't pick out the markers of an approaching heat. I didn't know Kaminari had gone. Yeah. Lots of them are on this mission. I don't have the exact numbers, but it's a lot. Big chunk of the pack went too. Everyone's feeling it right now. Only difference between them and you is you're suffering alone. He raised an eyebrow at Izuku when the Omega grimaced. So, why haven't you called? Is it really just because of pride? Izuku fingered his cup. Glanced up, but the other two in the shop were paying absolutely zero attention to them. The man now running a hand through his hair and the employee consoling him quietly. It was a strange moment. And yet, it didn't feel all that strange to witness. Still, Izuku looked away. I don't want people to worry. Too late for that. Izuku shot Shinso a withering look, which the hero shrugged off. People know you're alone, Midoriya. They know you're missing him. Maybe they're missing you too. He shrugged, then downed the rest of his coffee and stood. I've got to get back to it. Listen, this place is safe, all right? And when you need it, ask GI over there and he'll show you the way back to the station. Or, if you need me, you've got my direct number, right? Izuku had the direct number to all of the pack and most of the non-members of the pack. In an emergency, he could practically play spin the wheel on which hero he wanted to call for assistance. But it still felt nice to be reminded of it. Hey, Shinso? The hero paused long enough for Izuku to shift, for him to say, If you need something while Kaminari's gone, you have my number too. Shinso stilled for a moment, then he chuckled. Don't worry about me, Midoriya. I always find a way. But thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Izuku nodded and waved to the hero one more time as he slipped out of the coffee shop. From one blink to the next, he was gone, but Izuku didn't feel that sense of unease creep back into him. Instead, he found it rather easy to slip his laptop from his bag and set to work, ordering a second cup of tea because he knew he'd need it. It was while Izuku was once again staring at the empty bed that night, with Kazue in his room down the hall, that the doorbell rang. There were a couple of things that ran through his head when this happened. The very first thing Katsuki had done once the major home renovations had been complete, even as the interior work had continued, was he'd had the most sophisticated, over-the-top security system installed to the house. It was practically Tartarus there. Nothing got in or out without Izuku being notified and nothing got close without lights and alarms going off. Unless, that is, someone approached that was recognized by the system. Which, honestly, was quite a few people thanks to the pack, but it was still a small enough number that there were only really a couple of possibilities. His number one suspicion was Shinso, though he wasn't sure the Omega would come check in on him after only a couple of hours. It seemed unlikely, but after seeing him earlier maybe he'd felt compelled to come check on him. Equally likely was Ida, the pack alpha. His role as pack alpha often meant he acted for the betterment of the others both in and out of the pack, whether they wanted him to or not, and Izuku would not have been at all surprised to see him there. Kirishima was another high contender, though Izuku doubted it as well. Both Ida and Kirishima had a high likelihood of being out on this mission with Katsuki, from what Shinso had said earlier. So although he had suspicions, he wasn't exactly sure who it could be as he went to get the door. He was only a little surprised when he opened the door and found himself staring at Uraraka. The other Omega grinned at him. "Hey, Midoriya. Just got off from a long shift and couldn't quite make it to the pack house. Mind if I crash here for the night?" There was a litany of reasons everything she said was a lie, but there was an equal list of reasons Izuku was grateful to see her. He smiled and let her in without questioning her. They both knew, after all. Her first order of business was to shower, still being sticky with sweat from her patrol. As she cleaned off in the downstairs bathroom, Izuku pulled together some food for her to snack on and brewed some calming tea. She emerged from the shower dressed in a loose tank top and shorts, still running the towel through her hair. Izuku offered her the tea first. "Is Ida gone?" The other Omega smiled at him. "No, he's not gone. He's just out doing his job. Just like Bakugo." It was strange to have his wording corrected by her, even as subtly as she had done it. As he stood there, palming his own mug of tea, he realized he'd been telling people that Katsuki was gone. And gone was such a harsh word. It was the harshness of that word that had set Sano and Jean off earlier, the finality of the word that kept digging at his own mind. Gone, gone, gone. But the Alpha wasn't gone. He would come back. He'd use everything in his power to come back to them. And Izuku knew that. He drank his tea, found that weight had shifted just a little more. Uraraka accepted his offering of snacks and even another cup of tea, staying up with him until it was so late he couldn't put off going to bed anymore. As if sensing this, the hero asked him, "How have you been sleeping?" "Oh, you know." Izuku tucked the empty cups into the dishwasher. When he didn't say anything else, Uraraka pursed her lips thoughtfully. After everything had been cleaned and put away, the lights turned off, and Kazue checked on one last time, Izuku led Uraraka to the guest room. She stepped inside and he turned to leave, to face the monster bed again, but the other Omega caught his wrist, tugged him back. "Come on," she smiled at him. "I know we're not technically packmates, but it's still nice to sleep with an Omega from time to time. Trust me." It wouldn't be the first time Izuku had slept in the same bed as Uraraka, though it would be the first time he'd slept with her alone. He hesitated, for this and a few other reasons, perhaps. Even then, the Omega waited patiently until he carefully stepped forward. "You can always go back to your room if it gets uncomfortable," she reassured even as she shut the door behind him. "Right?" Izuku stared at the guest bed and realized it was much smaller than the one he and Katsuki shared. It looked like a normal bed, even. Uraraka threw herself into it, sighing gratefully as the soft mattress curved to her body. "Such a long day. And I miss Ida when he's away for too long." Not having decided what to do yet, Izuku shuffled his feet at the edge of the bed. "Ran into Shinso today." "Oh, did you?" Uraraka laughed a little. "My experience with Shinso is you don't see him unless he wants to be seen." "Yeah, well, he did have some things to say." Izuku stepped forward and tentatively sat at the edge of the bed, the other Omega watching him. He said if this takes too long, Kaminari is going to be away for his heat." "Oh, that's rough," she sighed, scratched at her back. "Ida went overseas once when my heat hit. I had to take suppressants to get through it. Not a fun time." "Did he know your heat was coming?" "Yeah, we did. But he was on assignment to help track down an international smuggling ring and they needed him. In that case, the job came before our personal needs." She shrugged. "That's just the way it happens. You might not ever just used to it, but you do learn to cope." She rolled toward him and patted the bed. "Now, come on. The bags under your eyes have bags of their own, and you have a pup to take care of." Izuku grimaced, though he knew she was right. He carefully slipped his legs under the blankets, though he kept a respectful distance between him and the other Omega. Uraraka pulled away a little to give him more room and sighed. Good night. Good night, he echoed and shut his eyes. The room didn't smell like Katsuki. Not at all. It hardly smelled like any of them. It was an empty room that had only been used this once so far, and it was slightly musty and cold. Izuku immediately realized he did not like the feeling of this room, that he would have to change that as soon as possible. It was almost excuse enough to leap up and start fixing things, but he knew Uraraka would drag him back to bed if he tried to get up now. Best just to close his eyes, at least for a little bit. The longer he laid in bed though, the more something strange happened. The room filled with his scent, with Uraraka's as well. The mingling of the Omega's scents had a strange effect on Izuku. It was somewhat similar to when he made a nest, that warm, safe, homey feel of being surrounded by soft things and familiar scents. Of course, this wasn't exactly like that. This was something else. It must have been the presence of the other Omega, he decided. Just as Uraraka had mentioned, resting beside her allowed parts of him to relax in ways they had not since Katsuki had left. He felt a small bit of peace for the first time since watching the Alpha close the door between them. Not long after that, Izuku rolled over, huddling closer to the other Omega, and he felt Uraraka smiling as he did so. Something jolted Izuku awake, startling him so much he fumbled around in bed, tearing himself away from Uraraka to sit up and survey the room. It took him a moment to remember that he wasn't in his bedroom, that he'd slept with the Omega in the guest room. The noise that had startled him awake had been something out of his nightmares, so he sat for a moment, thought it had been just that, a dream, a nightmare, then heard Kazuo wailing somewhere in the house. Without thinking, he threw himself from the bed, heard Uraraka hurry to follow. He clawed the door open and yelled, "Kazu! Kazuo, where are you?" "Mommy?" The pup sounded startled and scared, and parts of Izuku began tearing apart at it all. A distressed scent was pouring up the staircase, powerful enough to knock the breath from Izuku's lungs, though he raced down the stairs anyway, finding Kazuo crouched at the front door. Upon seeing Izuku, the pup stood and held up his arms, Izuku grabbing him and pulling him immediately to his scent gland, holding him tightly as the pup continued to sob. "Mommy, I thought you had left too." "Oh," Izuku bit his lip. Kazuo got himself up almost every day, and his first order of business was always to search for the Omega. There were only ever two places the pup could find him: his bedroom or the kitchen. Of course he would panic when he realized the Omega wasn't in any of those places. And he'd probably called for Izuku, but the guest bedroom was tucked into the corner of the upstairs hall, and there was probably no way he'd been able to hear his pup even if he hadn't been asleep. "I'm sorry, Firecracker. I was in the guest bedroom. I didn't leave. I'm right here." The pup sniffled, kept himself buried in Izuku's scent gland. Can we have breakfast now?" "Breakfast? Yes." Izuku glanced up as Uraraka carefully came forward, resting a hand on his shoulder. "I think we can do breakfast. Take a deep breath for me and calm down a little, then we'll show Uraraka how we make breakfast." Kazuo whirled around, clearly startled by the other Omega's presence, though she just smiled at him. "I'd love to see your special breakfast, Kazuo. Will you show me?" Kazuo wiped at this nose, carefully unwound himself from Izuku, and nodded. "Yes, I'll show you." After breakfast, Uraraka stayed for a little while longer, then packed up her things for her next patrol. Before leaving, she pulled Izuku into a hug and whispered in his ear, "We're here if you need anything. Don't be afraid to call us." He told her, "Thank you. Be safe." The Omega hero flashed a grin before heading off to the agency. The rest of the day was rather pleasant, Izuku had to admit. He took time to play with Kazuo between his classes, both online, thankfully, and he even snuck into his lab to survey the empty space one more time before the contractors were scheduled to come make final alterations in a few days. All in all, despite missing the Alpha's presence in the house, it was a good day. He even took the time to text both Shinso and Uraraka to tell them he was doing okay. Shinso replied with a curt, "Good," while Uraraka held an actual conversation with him. For as good as the day was, he knew an even greater test was coming that night. He put Kazuo down and took the longest, hottest bath he'd had in years? Decades? His life? Before getting in, he practically drenched the bathroom in, ironically enough, Katsuki's scent blocker. It had a neutral, watery sort of smell, but because the alpha wore it so often, it was a small, passive association he could make to the alpha's scent. Just enough to hopefully settle his inner omega. He was hoping the bath would calm him down and ready him for the final confrontation with their monster bed. Because he was determined to have a victory again, that fluff-filled giant lump of a beast. Katsuki being home or not being home shouldn't have mattered that much. He deserved a good night's sleep, after all. Yeah, that's right. Katsuki be damned. He deserved a good night's sleep. With that strange determination, Izuku stormed out of the tub, dried himself off, and threw on whatever clothes were nearby. Then, without even really looking at it, he collapsed into bed. Half his mind still raged on his deserving some sleep. The other half registered that he was, in fact, completely exhausted. And a small, flickering thought passed through his mind, just before his eyes closed and he slipped into sleep. I left the bathroom light on. Somehow the days began slipping by. Each one marched on with just Izuku and Kazu in that big, empty house. Izuku had never really considered how much Katsuki's explosive presence filled each of the rooms, but the thought paraded itself through his mind more than once in his absence. Still, the days went on relatively peacefully. Izuku went to school, did his homework. Kazu went to daycare at Seino's. Played in the house as if nothing had changed. Izuku even found that good sleep he'd been wanting. Life went on. 3 excruciatingly normal days. Then, Izuku went to bed, closed his eyes, and almost immediately opened them again. He opened his eyes to the sound of Kazu crying, wailing, screaming, in so much fear that it tore the breath from the Omega's chest. With or without air in his lungs, Izuku clawed out of bed, reaching for his bedroom door, already calling the pup's name, a million horrible things racing through his head. He flung the door open and careened out into the hallway, but instead of smooth wooden floors, his feet scuffed up on concrete and dirt, the drywall of his home replaced with tall brick walls. Above him, the sky was gray and heavy with unfallen rain. The smell of trash and rot permeated the air. He knew that place. He knew it a lot more than he would have liked to. So when he turned around, he somehow wasn't surprised to find his bedroom door was gone, that in its place, a figure loomed over him. Tall and dark, the only spot of light a gleaming set of grinning teeth, hair strung like limp curtains over a haunting face. Izuku tried to remember how to breathe, but couldn't seem to get his lungs to work correctly. His legs still listened to his command, spinning around to run, only to skid to a halt as 3 figures filled the other side of the alleyway. All of them wore the same face, though their bodies were of different heights and builds. At their front was a beta, that same malicious grin across his face, a pair of handcuffs clinking in his grasp. Izuku choked on nothing. Somewhere, Kazu was still screaming. That noise, above everything else, still pulled at Izuku, yanked his attention away from the figures creeping closer and closer. In front of him, another alleyway had opened up. From its depths, Izuku could hear Kazu's cries. He knew the pup was somewhere down that alley. His little pup was screaming for him, calling to him, begging for him. "Mommy, mommy. Please, mommy. Mommy." Izuku couldn't drag himself forward, just as he couldn't seem to drag air into his lungs. There was another figure standing in the alleyway. A petite figure. Small enough that he thought he might be able to just run her over. And yet, her form was the one that finally drove him to his knees. She held a knife and was humming quietly, a lullaby that Izuku had heard long ago. She hummed as if to drown out the cries of his pup. She hummed as if to distract him from the weapon she held. She hummed as if she were having just a wonderful time in that moment. She wore that horrible grin, the best of them all. The Omega, Beta, and Alpha slowly closed in on him. Each of them snickering wordlessly, Kazu screaming relentlessly, so far away, yet his voice rang in Izuku's ears. He tried to call out to the pup, but he didn't have enough air to scream. When he looked up, the Omega raised her knife and brought it down on him. Izuku flung himself forward, heaving for breath only to choke on the air as it rushed into his throat. He scrambled uselessly, clawing at the bedding, disorientated. Where was he? What was going on? Why couldn't he seem to find enough oxygen? Even as his mind raced, something else tugged at his conscience, a scared little voice that cried, "Mommy! Mommy! What's wrong?" Kazu. Izuku thoughtlessly reached for the pup, until his fingers brushed against something, an arm, a hand. He didn't care. He grabbed the pup and yanked him closer, squeezed him to his chest, as if he could press him into his lungs. Surely his pup could sustain him better than air could? But as he pressed the pup to his body, Kazu suddenly shrieked out, "Ow! Ow! Mommy, you're hurting me!" The noise. The noise. The words Kazu was saying. Oh gods. No, he couldn't be hurting his pup. Oh gods, please no. Izuku sprung away, tossing Kazu out of his arms with such force the Omega tumbled out of bed and to the ground. Then he suddenly found air in his body and he screamed. He didn't know why. But he screamed and eventually he began sobbing, and somehow that was worse. Kazu was crying nearby. Was he hurt? What was happening? Bile rose quickly up his throat and he didn't have the time or wherewithal to try to stop it, to try to get to the bathroom. It all just spewed up and out of his throat. He at least had sense to move away from it. His mind was clearing a little. His body was still rigid and loose, and he kept yelling incoherently at nothing. But at least he could think a little. He was having a panic attack. A bad one. He needed to calm down. But how the hell was he going to do that? He pressed his forehead into the cool wooden floor, but it smelled like vomit and salt and vinegar, and he almost threw up all over again. No, he couldn't do this on his own. He needed help. His phone. He kept it by his bed. With his body only half functioning, he flailed for his nightstand, smashed his head into it, his vision going starry for a second. He laid on the ground again, thought about just passing out, just letting go and seeing if he'd wake up a little more sane. But Kazu was still crying nearby. And Izuku didn't know if he was really hurt or not. He grabbed again for the nightstand, his fingers slipping over his phone. He couldn't quite grasp it, so he pushed it off onto the floor, clumsily unlocked it and scrolled to his contacts. His first contact was Katsuki. The name alone made his mind spin, and he had to take a moment to try to breathe and not be sick again. The second contact was Yaoyorozu. He pressed it and prayed. The phone rang and rang and rang, and Izuku sobbed and didn't know what he was going to do if she didn't pick up. And then, Midoriya? Yao. He couldn't get her name out, his voice dissolving into a horrible moan. Midoriya? What's wrong? What's happening? He didn't know what to say. He didn't know how to articulate to her what was going on. As much as he wanted to tell her, well, you see, I've had a horrible nightmare and now I'm in the middle of probably the worst panic attack I've had since being released from the hospital, and I would really appreciate some help because I'm not really sure I can calm down on my own. Sensible words and speech just wasn't going to work. Instead, he managed to string out, "Help me?" Okay, we're on our way. Just stay on the phone with me. Kazu. Where is Kazu? I don't know. He sobbed, tried to look for the pup, but none of the shapes in the room made sense. He knew, in theory, that blob was a dresser, that one a bed, that square the closet door. But none of it made sense. Kazu, please? Should. Okay, Midoriya. We're not that far, okay? Just hang on. Listen to me. Tell me 3 things you can see in the room. No. He screamed it without meaning to. Because he didn't know what was in the room. He didn't want to think about what was in the room. He was still half convinced beyond the door to his bedroom was an alleyway where an Omega, Beta, and Alpha were waiting to take him apart. No. I know you're scared. Please just breathe in deeply with me. No, he didn't want to breathe in deeply. He didn't want to listen to her. He wanted it all to just stop. He wanted his pup. He wanted his Alpha. He wanted this tightening in his chest to stop. Movement startled him so much he flung his hand out, dropping the phone. He heard it skitter away from him, heard a door open and footsteps on wooden floor. A voice, maybe. Nearby. He curled up around himself, sobbed, dug his fingers through his hair, wondered if his heart would explode out of his chest and end his misery already. It went on. Forever. He felt like he was laying on that floor for hours. Years. It all felt like eternity, washing over him. At one point, his body began to feel weak and he thought he was finally going to pass out and it would all be done. Then, a voice. A different voice. At first, he thought it was Katsuki, calling out to him. Finally there. But no. It wasn't Katsuki. That voice, was it his own voice? Izuku, take a fucking breath. He gasped in again, pulling in a huge breath of air. Hold it. He did so, clenching his teeth as if to keep the air locked behind them. Now let it out. Slowly. This part was harder. He wanted to let it out in a scream. As it were, it came out in a low, horrified moan. Now get up. Kazue needs you. You have to get up. Kazue. His pup. Kazue needed him. But getting up wasn't an option. He could hear Kazue crying nearby. Down the hallway. Down the stairs. He couldn't get up. But he could crawl. Achingly, painfully, he pushed himself up on shaking arms and knees, took little, careful movements toward the door. The room began clearing up more. He could see the bed and the dresser and the closet. And the puddle of vomit. He crawled past all of this to the open door, to the hallway that was not a brick alleyway, but a normal hallway. When he reached the door, he grabbed for the handle, hauled himself up. His knees shook wildly. His head swam so much he thought he was going to pass out. He took in another breath and held it until his vision stopped reducing. Kazue? He called, but the pup kept on crying. Kazue? Something crashed into a door and Kazue shrieked. Izuku couldn't quite tell what was going on, but there were voices shouting and suddenly Kazue called out something and a door opened and someone called the pup's name, then called Izuku's. He wobbled out into the hallway, still searching for Kazue, needing to know where he was. Even if his feet were unsteady. Even if it meant crawling down the steps one at a time. He had to get there. He had to. Midoriya. The voice jolted at Izuku's senses. Even more so when someone grabbed him by the shoulders. Hey, look at me. Look at me, Midoriya. Izuku looked. He was met by the dual-colored eyes of Todoroki, the alpha standing strong in front of him. He looked worried. Somehow, that was funny, and Izuku laughed, aware he sounded a bit deranged. Midoriya? Kazue, the Omega stumbled but Todoroki held him up. Where's Kazue? Downstairs. He let us in. He's okay. Momo is here too. He carefully guided Izuku to the wall. Here, sit down for a moment. Oh, I need Kazue. Take a breath. Momo will bring him up. With me. Todoroki took in a breath and as much as Izuku wasn't really interested in doing what he was told, he did so, only because his mind was too jumbled for him to think of another solution to this dilemma. The more he breathed with Todoroki, the more his mind cleared. The more the events of what had happened all lined up in his mind. The more he realized just exactly what had happened. Kazue, he shivered, then sobbed, Todoroki telling him to breathe, though he ignored the alpha. He said I hurt him. Is he hurt? Tell me I didn't hurt him. He's okay, Midoriya. He's just scared, all right? I didn't mean to. He leaned into his hands, sobbed again. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all right. Todoroki sighed when he kept sobbing. Momo, you can bring Kazue up now. Footsteps on the stairs had Izuku jerking forward, nearly toppling over, though Todoroki held him still. The pregnant alpha was carrying Kazue awkwardly in her arms, clearly a little unsteady on her feet, though she set him down when they reached the top of the stairs and Kazue cautiously made his way over to his Omega. Izuku opened his arms for Kazue and tried not to continue weeping when Kazue collapsed into him. I'm sorry, Firecracker. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Kazue rubbed at his neck, Izuku first thinking he was seeking some sort of comfort from him, then quickly realizing the young alpha was trying to comfort him. Mommy, please stop crying. It's okay now. It's over. You don't have to cry anymore. Maybe he was right. But Izuku still felt like shit. He didn't know if he was ever going to be able to stop crying, nor did he know if his legs were ever going to work right again. Mostly, he wondered if he'd ever get back to being strong, to being the proud, independent Omega he'd once been. The loss of such an important part of him hurt, so deeply he thought he was going to be sick again. But he took a breath, held it together. When he looked up, both Yaoyorozu and Todoroki were looking at him, Todoroki cautiously, as if he were expecting to have to catch the Omega, Yaoyorozu with tears in her eyes. When he met the male alpha's eyes, Todoroki said, "Midoriya, we're here to help. What do you need from us now?" Izuku sighed. The more he sat there and the more his mind cleared, the more he knew exactly what he needed, and the less he wanted to admit it. But it was a bit easier, with his pup snuggled into his neck, seemingly uninjured and well enough, if not scared as Todoroki had said. Mostly though, he thought of what Shinso had said, and somehow his were the words that made the decision easier. Is it really just because of pride? Izuku sighed deeply, relished the feeling of air moving smoothly in and out of his lungs. He couldn't quite meet the alpha's eyes as he made his next request. There's some vomit in the bedroom that needs to be taken care of. Then, I think I would like to spend the night with the pack. If that would be okay. Izuku didn't know if Yaoyorozu and Todoroki's sudden exit from the pack house had woken everyone who was there or if the alphas had called ahead to inform them of what had happened, but either way, those who remained in the house were waiting for them when they arrived. Izuku, with Yaoyorozu's help, had packed a bag with his and Kazue's things, though they did have some items still at the house in Katsuki's old room. The alpha hadn't quite gotten around to cleaning it out yet, too busy between the final renovations to the house and his hero work. Which was honestly a lucky break because Izuku knew he couldn't think straight enough to have packed everything they would need. Just enough to get them through. Todoroki had shouldered that bag initially, though once they stepped through the pack house front door, it was taken from him by Shoji, the beta wordlessly carrying it upstairs and to Katsuki's room. Tsu also came forward to offer to take Kazue, though Izuku waved her away, wanting to keep hold of the pup. He was actually surprised by the number of people in the house. It seemed Uraraka was on patrol, but along with Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, Shoji, Tsu, Jiro, and Mina were all there. Along with the normal pack members, Izuku felt an additional presence in the house. 2 honorary members he'd met before, Ojiro and Tokoyami. The Beta and Alpha stayed back, though they observed the entire affair carefully. The Omegas wasted no time in taking position on either side of Izuku, helping him into the house and immediately up the stairs. They hesitated at the top, glancing between the pack room and Katsuki's room, though eventually they led him carefully toward the pack room, the others following behind them. The pack room had become more and more of a sanctuary, despite Izuku not accepting a true role in the pack. It was warm and comfortable and safe. So very safe. After such a hellacious night, it was exactly where he wanted to be. The Omegas curled up in the huge open nest, helping him cradle Kazue carefully amongst the plush pillows and blankets. At the door, he could hear the pack speaking in low tones, trying to figure out what they were going to do, no doubt. Evidently a decision was made and the betas piled in as well. Ojiro hesitated at the edge of the room, though even he eventually stepped forward and found a comfortable place to curl up with the pack. Although Izuku did not know him well, the beta stayed somewhat away from the Omega and his pup, who were insulated by the Omegas and the betas that Izuku did know well. After that, the alphas trickled in, carrying the other pups with them. Todoroki placed Fumiko right next to Izuku, Izuku immediately mother-henning the little pup, who chirped happily at seeing him and curled up next to him and Kazue. Even Yaoyorozu, pregnant as she was and carrying Takahiro, found a place to settle amongst the pack, who also curled in around her, protecting her as much as they did Izuku. Tokoyami came and settled near the alphas, Izuku a little unnerved by his presence, though Tsu and Jiro pressed in close to him and he settled. He didn't know if he was going to sleep after all the excitement of that night. But if he didn't, he was at least happy to be a part of that moment. To be surrounded by people he knew cared for him and would help him if he needed it. Maybe that thought gave him permission to close his eyes, to snuggle both Kazue and Fumiko close to his chest, and slip into restful sleep. Kazue was a notoriously early riser. Fumiko, on the other hand, was not. This fundamental difference was what started off their morning, with Kazue squirming out of Izuku's arms and accidentally jostling Fumiko, who shrieked indignantly, immediately waking most of the pack. That hurt, Kazu. The younger pup shrieked. I didn't mean to. Kazue insisted sharply, though Fumiko scoffed. Why weren't you being careful? You have to be careful when you're in a pack pile. I said I didn't mean to. Your face is just so big and in the way. Hey! Disturbed by the rising voices of his young packmates, Takahiro decided now was as good a time as any to start crying. Then the rest of the pack roused and they all gave a collective sigh. Mina volunteered to cook breakfast, but was quickly overruled by everyone else. She sat at the dining table pouting while Ojiro, Tsu, and Jiro worked on making breakfast. Izuku sat across from the female beta, still exhausted. He'd already emailed his professor to say he wasn't going to make class that morning but that he would be by his office later to receive any notes from the lecture. While he wanted to go to his afternoon class, a nap was probably in order for later, just to try to shrug off the remnants of the panic attack. Big ones like the one he'd had last night always took it out of him, and he'd need all the strength he could muster to make it through the day. Kazue had moved to playing with Fumiko and Takahiro in the other room, though Izuku noticed that the pup kept looking up at him, as if to check he was still there or that he was still doing well. He was becoming more and more like Katsuki every day now. Izuku sighed, tried not to let his thoughts wander too much to the alpha. He still had a small bit of homework he should probably do between his nap and his afternoon class. As much as he missed Katsuki, he simply didn't have the time to miss him. Besides, the best time was when he wasn't missing Katsuki, when he was simply too busy to be missing him. Keeping himself busy would do just the trick. You really think that? Mina's voice jolted Izuku out of his thoughts. He stared at her for a heartbeat, the beta shrugging when he kept quiet. Seems like you're just running away from it if you're spending so much time hiding from it. Keeping busy isn't going to work forever, you know? Izuku bit the inside of his cheek. He'd been muttering a lot recently. A lot more than usual. Probably because of the stress. He needed better coping mechanisms. Maybe that was his real problem. He made sure to say all that just in his head, and to Mina, he said, "I'm just trying to survive at this point." After not sleeping for the first 2 days, having to have both Shinso and Uraraka take care of me, and then panic calling Yamamoto in the middle of the night to have her and Todoroki have to take me out of my own house, I just have to make it through until things go back to normal. Things keep escalating and I don't really want to know how much worse it could get at this point. Mina tapped at the table, finding rhythm in the otherwise meaningless noise. You know, only that last thing seems all that bad. I mean, isn't it kind of normal not to sleep well without your partner with you? At least, I think it is for some people. And what's wrong with hanging out with Shinso and Uraraka? You like them, don't you? Don't you? At the last 2 words, she leaned across the table toward him. He leaned away. Yes, I do. Well then you should take the chance to hang out them and let them pamper you a little. It always feels nice to have friends take care of you every now and then, doesn't it? I didn't really think about it like that. He tried not to look nervous, but Mina was doing that thing where she was pressing into his space and no matter how much he leaned away, she just kept pressing a little closer. I bet you think about it like they're wasting their time and effort. Bet you think they have better things to do? I wouldn't necessarily say that. They're your friends, Midoriya. They want to make sure you're doing A-okay. Same goes for Yamamoto and Todoroki and the rest of us. When we heard you'd had a bad night, we all just kinda looked at each other and went, yup. Our friend needs us and we're going to be here for him, and that was the end of that. She was laying across the table now, grinning in his face. You see, Midoriya? We really just want to make sure you're doing good. We know if something came up and we needed you, you'd be there for us, wouldn't you? Izuku blinked at her, startled by her words. When he didn't say anything, she gave him a hard look. Well, if Yamamoto called you up and told you she needed help, you'd drop everything for her, right? Well, yes, of course I would. If she really needed help, I would, right? So why can't you just let us do the same for you, huh? Why do you have to question it? Why can't you just let us do for you what you do for us? The question dumbfounded Izuku. Maybe it shouldn't have. But it did. He was still staring at Mina, who was kicking her feet up in the air like a schoolgirl, when Todoroki passed by the table. He paused to glance between the two, then said, "Too close, Mina." Oops. The beta pulled back immediately, crawling back to her chair. Sorry. It's fine, Izuku muttered, still thinking over what she'd said as Todoroki took a seat next to him. What were you even talking about? Midoriya here's having trouble accepting some help is all. Oh, yeah. Said he's just trying to survive at this point. That he feels bad for having to call you and Yamamoto for help. Really? Todoroki turned toward him, looking a little confused. You were having a panic attack, weren't you? Yeah, I was. I thought you had a hard time getting out of them by yourself? Mina frowned, looking serious for the first time. I do. I mean, with the bad ones I do. Todoroki shook his head. You'd pulled yourself out of it a good amount by the time we got to the house. Momo said you sounded so bad on the phone she wanted to call emergency services, but we figured we'd get there first anyway. Oh, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? It's not like you asked to have a panic attack. No. Right? So no reason to apologize. He paused as Yaoyorozu wandered into the room from the kitchen, putting a mug of tea in front of him before sitting next to him. What are you talking about? Izuku groaned as both Mina and Todoroki explained it, and the female alpha frowned deeply. Midoriya. It wasn't a bother at all. You needed us and we were more than happy to help. Besides, I was awake anyway. Little one here sometimes keeps me up, so it wasn't like I was asleep or anything. Why does this bother you so much? Todoroki pressed. I mean, you needed help and you asked for help. What's wrong with that? Nothing. It's just, he bit his lip, leaned into his arms, muttered, hoping nobody would hear, I just used to be so strong. And now, I'm not strong enough. And it kills me. Defined strong for. Me, Mina asked. The Omega grimaced that his muttering hadn't worked. Independent, I guess. Insular. Resourceful. Resourceful as in, being able to make good use of resources at hand? Yes. Resources like, say, people you know who would be willing to help you out because they knew you needed it? Izuku worked his jaw a little. Maybe. Mina grinned at her little victory, but Yaoyorozu and Todoroki thankfully moved quickly on. It's all right to lean on us a little, Midoriya. We're not fragile. And it's not weak to ask for help. That's why we have the pack, so we have help whenever we need it. I would have been mad if I'd found out you'd had a panic attack and hadn't called anyone to help. Mina proclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of some of the others in the kitchen. Someone called, What's going on? What are you talking about? Izuku groaned loudly, burying his head in his arms. When he did, he heard a little pitter-patter on the ground and was not surprised at all when something tugged at his sleeve. Mommy? Yes, Firecracker? Will you dance with me? For a moment, Izuku wasn't sure he'd heard the pup right. Then, Mina exploded out of her chair. Yes. Why hadn't I thought about it before? Dance is an excellent stress reliever. What? Izuku hoped she caught the deadpan, uninterested tone of his voice. Undeterred, the beta groaned, Oh, come Midoriya. I'll dance with you and Kazue. It'll be fun. Oh, wait right there. I'll go get my speakers. She dashed out of the room, leaving him, Kazue, and several of the pack to glance at each other. Kazue took the chance to grab onto Izuku's hands, to try to pull him toward the center of the room like it was a dance floor. Mommy, dance with me. I don't know about this, Firecracker. He laughed because he wasn't sure how else to take it all in. Kazue pouted as he usually did. Why not, Mommy? You and Kaken dance like all the time. For a painfully long moment, Izuku had to try to think about what Kazue was saying, trying to piece together if he meant the few moments the alpha had swept him into his arms and swayed a little side to side, more of a soothing rocking motion than anything else, or if the pup had unknowingly walked in on other activities that could possibly be construed as dancing. From a short snicker behind him, he knew what the pack was thinking. He shot a withering look at those who were gathered but couldn't decide where the sound had come from. The usual suspects weren't in the house, so it was hard to tell, though the overly innocent look on Jiro's face made him think she was probably the culprit. Before he could ask Kazue any more about the supposed dancing he'd seen, or tell off whoever had laughed at him, Mina practically leaped from the top of the stairs to the bottom, just about giving Izuku a heart attack, before proudly showing off a couple of speakers cradled in her arms. Yeah, we're about to get funky in here. We don't have to. It's kind of early. Izuku tried. Mommy. Kazue looked and sounded about as disappointed as if he were the mother and he'd just found Izuku with his hand in the sweets. Yeah, Midoriya. This'll be great. You'll see. Mina set the speakers on the table and scrolled through her phone, eventually selecting some sort of EDM track that blasted through the dining room. Love this beat. Come on. Let's move. She hooked Izuku's arm and spun him around with her, laughing as she did. At their feet, Kazu chased their heels, throwing his hands up in delight. The rest of the pack watched them for a moment, but then in ones and twos, they were drawn in by Kazue's laughter and Mina's enthusiasm and probably for a chance to see Izuku's misery a little closer. Even Fumiko and Takahiro eventually leaped into the mix, Fumiko with markedly more enthusiasm than Takahiro, though the younger pup was smiling about as widely as Izuku had ever seen. Mina kept her arm hooked around his and Kazuo took his other hand, moving in no particular order, just jumping up and down and enjoying the moment. As the pack pressed in around them, the swaying became a little less in tune to the music and more to each other, a less than awkward movement to everything. In the middle of everything, Izuku couldn't help but to shake his head. He should have expected something like this from the pack. Especially from Mina. Though he was surprised that it had been Kazue's idea first. That the pup had suggested something like this, seemingly to cheer him up. It made his heart swell with pride and love, a feeling that had him slipping from Mina's arm just so he could crouch down and plant a kiss to the pup's cheek. "Mommy?" The pup seemed a little startled, but he smiled widely when Izuku just laughed. He held out his hands and Izuku took them, holding him and swaying in the mindless sort of fun that the pup had taken to. He wasn't quite sure how long they danced. Eventually, Izuku glanced up and saw that even Todoroki and Yaoyorozu were up and dancing, though the alpha pair was a little slower, careful with Yaoyorozu. She kept a hand pressed to her stomach, but the other was on her mate, either on his shoulder, in his hand, at his hip. Always touching him. And he, in turn, kept both of his hands on her, always seemingly in support of her body, holding her steady through their methodical swaying and stepping. But for how out of sync they were with everyone else, they both smiled and Yaoyorozu kept giggling and Todoroki looked just about as happy as Izuku had ever seen him. In fact, the more Izuku looked around, the more he saw nearly every pack member was smiling widely, having thrown caution to the wind, caught up in the moment. Nearly everyone was laughing. They were all moving. Even Tokoyami, who stood the farthest from the group and was not smiling, did at least move his hands side to side in a semi-dance-like way. The fact that he was participating at all surprised Izuku, and it only made him laugh a little more. When he looked down at Kazuo, the pup had a huge, toothy grin on his face, as if he were celebrating a victory. It was a lot like the smirk Katsuki got when he was being arrogant or when he was feeling confident. It was a look that made Izuku shake his head, just knowing it was something that was going to get the pup in trouble in a few years. He decided in that moment not to think about that though. What he thought about was dancing with his pup, then dancing with Mina when she pulled him back. Then he joined a circle of the pack who were all moving around each other like it was a game and they were waiting to see who would fall down first. It was Izuku, of course, and he nearly squashed Takahiro on his way, twisting away at the last moment and landing awkwardly on his side. Ojiro and Tsu quickly pulled him back to his feet and Yaoyorozu asked if he was okay and he just laughed and laughed. They didn't even stop when the door opened and an exhausted Uraraka stumbled in. She registered first the noise, perking up at it, then she took in the entire scene, the pack dancing, the music playing, the carefree attitude of it all. When she just kept looking at them, Izuku hurried over and pulled her into the fray. After a bewildered moment of just watching them, she shrugged helplessly and began dancing with him. She was definitely a better dancer than he was. Later, when several songs had skipped by without much of a fanfare, Uraraka stopped in the silence between songs to look at Izuku. Izuku paused as well, seeing the light in her eyes moving. She looked like she was about to cry. "What's wrong?" he asked. The Omega shook her head. "When's breakfast?" Eventually, the pack tired, though the pups kept dancing for quite a bit longer than the adults, who all sat down to eat breakfast only to realize everything needed to be reheated. Then, they sat together at the table, sharing stories and company and more laughter. Mina kept her chest puffed out as if she were particularly proud of herself, and she snuck a double high-five from Kazuo when she thought nobody was looking. In the middle of breakfast, Todoroki turned to Izuku. "So, are you going to stay for a little bit?" The pack tried not to do that thing where everyone stopped to turn at whoever was being addressed, Izuku in this case, but they did so anyway, just with the added awkwardness of Ojiro trying to spear a sausage from the pile in the middle of the table only to miss several times. Todoroki, of course, didn't seem to notice. I ask because Bakugo's room is still kind of a mess. We should probably change the sheets if you're going to stay the night. Oh, well, Izuku glanced to Kazue, who had his head tilted toward the Omega curiously. It was hard to tell one way or the other what he wanted or if he cared. Then Izuku reminded himself he was the parent and it was his decision. I think it might be a good idea for us to stay for a couple of days. If that's okay? When he turned to Yaoyorozu, who was technically the pack leader with Ida, Katsuki, and Kirishima all gone, the female alpha smiled. Stay as long as you'd like, Midoriya. You're always welcome. But we do have to change those sheets, Todoroki added. Leave it to me. I'll take care of it, Shoji said, Izuku smiling gratefully at him. We're happy to have you. Uraraka hooked an arm in his and he felt a little warmth blossom in his chest. Even with Katsuki not there, the pack still felt like the pack. The alpha had always said they were hard to get rid of. He didn't ever think he'd be happy for that, but he found he really was. Sitting there, he found it a little less mystifying why Katsuki had not only joined the pack, but why he'd stayed for so long even after their moving out. But that didn't mean he wanted to join in the madness. One dance party every couple of months was fine. The knowledge he could leave whenever things got a little too crazy for his tastes was probably the best part of the entire affair. Though Izuku suffered another small panic attack the next night, Uraraka and Tsu were there to help him almost immediately, Izuku stumbling his way to the head Omega's door as his chest began tightening. Together, they calmed and soothed him, and he was able to go back to bed with his pup but otherwise on his own. After that, he slept soundly throughout the night. The next day, he found time and concentration to do his homework and to attend class. Luckily, he hadn't missed much from the one class he had skipped, and had caught back up by the end of the next lecture. Although he, Katsuki, and Kazue had left the pack house to live in their house for a couple of weeks at that point, he fell easily back into old patterns and routines in the pack house, just as easily as he might slip on an old pair of shoes. Things were normal. Things were easy. Things were okay. Izuku didn't think about Katsuki very often, and when he did, he found it wasn't as painful as it had been, that he wasn't weighed down with the alpha's absence. Although he did miss him. He missed him an awful lot. 6 days after Katsuki had left, Jiro called everyone into the living room, urgently. Izuku only wandered in because of a growing murmur from the pack, and because Uraraka specifically called his name twice. When he stepped into the room, he realized the news was on and there was a special report going on. The angle was weird and moving, suggesting that it was from a helicopter and maybe from a helicopter at a far distance. All of the figures on screen, and there were quite a lot of them, were all so small it was hard to pick them out. He figured it was probably a villain attack somewhere, maybe his school, maybe in the neighborhood, but as he approached, he realized that he didn't recognize the area and that what he was, in fact, witnessing was a massive crowd of villains being arrested. A huge group of police and heroes were gathered outside of what essentially looked like a shack, just a few trees around it and nothing else to speak of. But one after another, restrained villains were being led from the shack. Some sort of underground facility. Izuku bit into his tongue and turned his attention away from the villains and instead to the heroes as the camera pushed in a little more and he got a better look at just who was there. Because he had a suspicion he knew who he would find in that crowd. He picked out several familiar heroes, Kamui Woods, Edgeshot, Ryukyu, even All Might's old sidekick, Sir Night Eye, could be glimpsed standing next to his one sidekick Togata. The two were clearly speaking to each other, a serious look shared between them. Amajiki stood nearby, clearly nursing his arm, though he quickly hid it in his cloak whenever Togata looked over. If Amajiki had been injured, then there had been combat. And serious combat. He was a very capable hero. Everyone in that group was. Which meant something big had happened and it was likely he wasn't the only injury. The thought had Izuku's pulse racing. He flicked through the crowd, stopped several times when he spotted members of the pack, checking them off as if he had a running tally in his head. There's Ida. Is he hurt? No, he seems okay. And he's talking to Shiro. That just leaves. He searched and he saw Kirishima first, the red of his costume bright against the background of the green trees. Next to him stood Kaminari. The beta looked particularly put off and Izuku knew exactly why. Kirishima, too, was struggling, specifically trying to wrap a bandage around someone's arm. And that someone? Ground Zero, Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku watched and watched and watched, drinking in the sight of his alpha. It had been 6 days, since he'd seen Katsuki. It was the longest they'd been apart by far since their reunion. And Izuku could only see him through a television screen. He swallowed down the sorrow that crept up his throat in favor of poring over every little detail of the alpha. First and foremost, one of his gauntlets was missing, presumably destroyed in the fight. In its place, the alpha had bandages wrapped up his forearm. The camera was too far away for Izuku to tell if the bandages were bloody or not. Katsuki was pulling away from Kirishima, yelling at the beta, as he tried unsuccessfully to wrap more bandages around his upper arm, near his shoulder. The bandages slipped down slightly and Izuku saw fresh blood drip down his pale skin. Katsuki was hurt. He was hurt. He was hurt and there was nothing Izuku could do about it. He didn't even know how hurt the alpha was. All he knew was that he could see blood. He breathed in and out, then in again and held it for a moment. If he thought about it, the fact that Katsuki was fighting Kirishima on the bandage was probably a good thing. If he was really hurt, he'd suck it up and let his injuries be taken care of. So it was probably just superficial and Katsuki was complaining about it because he was upset he'd gotten hurt in the first place. That's what that had to be. Nothing more serious. He let that breath out, slowly, then slid into an empty space next to Uraraka. The Omega quietly took his hand when he grabbed for hers, the two squeezing each other tightly. Although his eyes were on Katsuki, he had no doubt hers were on Ida. Nobody spoke, letting the news anchor announce what they knew about what was happening, which was painfully little. It was some sort of villain bust, obviously, it had been a major operation, obviously, and it seemed the heroes had won, obviously. There was nothing to speak to what this was connected to or, more importantly, when the heroes would be coming back. Because they had to be coming back after this, right? This was the end of the operation Katsuki had told him about, right? A week apart was long enough, wasn't it? They watched the broadcast in silence until the helicopter was chased out of the scene by a police helicopter. Then, they each looked at each other, a little hopeful, a little relieved, and very much missing their loved ones. Todoroki received a call just after dinner that night. After it, he announced that it had been Ida checking in. He informed the others that although the news outlets had gotten a hold of the larger story, that they should not be expecting the rest of the pack to return home and that they were still on their own yet for an unspecified amount of time. The news was disappointing, to say the least, made all the worse with Izuku knowing Katsuki was injured. He tried not to sulk, but as soon as Kazue went to bed, he sat at the table and tried to do homework and maybe he sulked, just a little. It was a lot easier to do than trying to get his homework finished, the numbers and symbols starting to swim together in a meaningless jumble. Eventually, he collapsed onto his textbook with a sigh. He laid until someone sat next to him and placed something at his fingertips, Izuku glancing up to see it was a mug. Yaoyorozu, even swollen with her second pup, still sat primly in her seat, offering a smile as Izuku scowled at his textbook. "How are you holding up?" "Fine." Izuku took the mug, smelled tea rather than the bittersweet coffee the pack preferred. He took the spoon Yaoyorozu had set next to him and used it to swirl the dark liquid, wishing he had some milk to pour into it. As if hearing his thoughts, Todoroki appeared and set a little well of milk next to him. The alpha sat on Izuku's other side, leaning back to enjoy his own mug of tea. Although he said nothing, Izuku knew the male alpha was keenly aware of both him and Yaoyorozu. Something Izuku had learned through his continued interactions with the pack was that Todoroki was extremely protective of those he cared for. Not something anyone could have guessed just from watching how he interacted with the world. But it was different when he interacted with people he knew, especially people in the pack. His protective nature had even caused him to get into scuffles with Katsuki on occasion, the blonde alpha's jealous and possessive nature frequently butting heads with Todoroki's calm but overly protective one. With Katsuki gone though, it seemed Todoroki's protectiveness was kicking into high gear. Izuku didn't think he could remember a time when he'd chosen to sit anywhere but next to his mate, especially since she'd become pregnant. Not that he was complaining. Todoroki's presence was more than welcome as he sat and tried not to sulk, nursing his tea as if it were the last thread of a lifetime to his sanity. "Did you hear from anyone other than Ida?" Izuku asked Todoroki. The alpha shook his head. "Oh, I'm sure the others were busy. The operation they went on was a big one. What the media caught was just a prelude to something bigger, I think." Izuku snorted. "Well, that's discomforting." "You shouldn't worry," Todoroki shrugged. "They knew what they were doing going in." Izuku chewed on his tongue, but could only hold it for so long. "Did you see that Katsuki was hurt?" Todoroki raised an eyebrow at him while Yaoyorozu tried to put her hand over his. He pulled away. "He's hurt and you're telling me the worst is yet to come?" Midoriya, Yaoyorozu took his hand again, this time, curling her fingers around his fist. "Don't you believe in Bakugo? In the rest of our packmates?" "Bakugo wouldn't let himself be killed that easily," Todoroki said, seemingly unconcerned. "Nor would he let himself get hurt that easily. My guess is someone else did something stupid and he jumped in to help. Probably why he was so angry." "That does sound like Bakugo." Yaoyorozu laughed. She actually laughed. A little flame of irritation burst into Izuku's cheeks, but the female alpha squeezed his hand. "Midoriya, trust in us heroes. We know what we're doing. Bakugo is one of the best heroes in the country. He's probably one of the best in the world. Trust him. He knows you're waiting for him to come home." He couldn't argue with that last point. Still, he did pout a little into his cup of tea while the alphas tried to cheer him up. What eventually got him to smile was when Todoroki leaned over to look at his homework, confusion written clearly on his face. Then, Yaoyorozu picked up his worksheet with the confidence of someone who knew exactly what she was doing, only to falter as she tried to decipher what she was looking at. He may have smiled a bit at that. The next day Izuku decided he wanted to try to return to his house. After all, the contractors were scheduled to be by to finish up his lab. He needed to be reorientated in the space before they showed up at the door. Jiro offered to go with him, but he politely refused, saying he'd be okay. She and several other pack members looked uncertain, but they let him go without a struggle. The house was eerily quiet when they arrived. For all of about 2 seconds. Then Kazuo charged into the empty space and filled it up with a raucous howl. "Hello, house." He leaped in the air, then paused and rushed over to the front room, collapsing happily on the tatami floor. "I missed you, house." "Shoes, Kazuo?" Izuku warned, Kazuo quickly scrambling up and kicking off his shoes. He seemed to consider just leaving them laying on the floor, but a quick glance at Izuku had him hurrying to put them in the entrance hall. "Good pup. What do you want for dinner?" "Spicy noodles." It had been his only request since first trying it months ago. Izuku sighed. "How about soba?" The pup tilted his head. "Spicy soba?" Realizing he wasn't getting anywhere, Izuku tried. "Katsudon?" "Yes, mommy." He leaped over and hugged Izuku's legs, the Omega a little shocked to realize the pup was creeping up to his waist. He swallowed, joyful and sad. "Good pup." Although the bedroom still smelled a bit like bleach, Izuku laid down in bed that night and slept soundly. He missed Katsuki's presence. But he found that his pillows compensated just fine for the time being. Because Yaoyorozu was right, he'd decided. Katsuki did know he was waiting for him to come home. So he'd do his best to do just that. All Izuku could do in the meantime was wait and keep doing what he was doing. The next morning, the contractors arrived exactly on time. Although Izuku felt a prickle of unease at inviting them in, he found himself surprisingly at ease during their inspection of the room and during the actual construction. Kazuo peered in curiously as they worked, though he kept out of the way as much as he could. Then, only a few hours later, the lead contractor called him into the room for a final inspection. It was to be the only room in the house that he, alone, would have final say on, with Katsuki gone. But it was his lab, so he felt fairly assured in being the only voice of confirmation. He walked the room slowly, taking in the finished windows, all equipped with that state-of-the-art security system Katsuki was so proud of, the walls newly painted, white save for the back wall, which was black. This was done on purpose as Izuku knew he was probably going to be hanging corkboards and organizational racks anyway along that wall, and it would hide any scuff marks from the equipment better. The floors were a finished concrete, perfect for moving heavy tools along it, for getting a little dirty, for not buckling under pressure. It was big and empty, but it felt more like a lab than it had since they'd moved in. Izuku nodded. "Looks good," he said, and that was that. The contractors had him sign off on the last bit of paperwork, and the house was officially complete. It was whole and it was complete, and all the renovations were done. The relief he felt was immeasurable, though he did take some time to just sit in his new lab, admiring it. Kazuo wandered in once the contractors were gone and sat in his lap, playing happily in the huge empty space and oohing and aahing when Izuku explained what he was going to be putting in that room. As the pups stared around their new home, Izuku bit playfully at his cheek, Kazuo shrieking in joy and turning around to gnaw back at him. In the end, he let the young alpha win their little game of play fighting. Kazuo nuzzled into his scent gland and hummed happily when it was over. That night, Izuku broke one of their rules and let the pup sleep in his bedroom, telling the pup to promise him he wouldn't tell Katsuki. After that, the days rolled on. Izuku kept the news on, hoping for another leak, another glimpse of the alpha. It never did come, though he did notice that some of the heroes he'd seen in the arrest of the villains began to trickle back onto the streets, showing up taking down villains in the city as if nothing had happened. Izuku carefully tracked all of this, kept close contact with the pack, though Ida, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Katsuki all stayed gone. But for every hero that came back home, a little more hope sparked in Izuku's chest. For every hero that came home, for every day that passed, it was another day closer to Katsuki's return, another promising sign that their mission was coming to its end. He could wait. Just a little longer, he could wait. It felt like a dream. Izuku knew it was very late and he was laying in bed, on Katsuki's side of the bed specifically, snuggling one of his pillows, though his scent had all but faded by that point, when something changed in the air. At first, he thought a door might have rolled open, not having been closed all the way, but then, a new smell drifted over him, slowly beginning to fill the room. It was spicy and hot, chilies roasting over an open flame. But there was something sweet to it, too, like hot, sticky caramel. Izuku knew that smell, could have picked it out from anywhere. He let his jaw open a little to drink in the scent, to taste it, and felt the bed move and realized, no, it wasn't a dream. When he turned over, reaching upward, a hand caught his, pulled to a strong chest, a body leaning over him to kiss at his open mouth. Izuku knew Katsuki's scent anywhere. He also knew his kiss, the rough texture of his tongue and the strangely soft tone of his lips. "Alpha," he purred when Katsuki gave him a chance to breathe. "Hey Omega." Katsuki settled a little closer, one hand pressed into the bed, the other holding his hand. "Did I wake you?" Who cares? You're home." "Yeah. I'm home." Izuku pulled him a little closer. "Welcome home." He tried to squeeze Katsuki's hand, but when he did, he felt the alpha flinch back, felt him bite down on a growl of pain. Immediately, he sat up, turning on the light to take a good look at the alpha. Katsuki looked rough. There were scraps on his face and he was bandaged around his upper arm, where he'd seen Kirishima trying to fit a bandage to him, and also around both his forearms, wrists, and hands. Izuku grabbed his arms, trying to be gentle, but hardly believing that Katsuki looked so hurt, though the alpha shook his head. "It's all right. It's just from overusing my quirk." He supposed it was better than the alternative. Still, Izuku took his hand, got up from the bed, and led the alpha downstairs and into the kitchen. He got down a couple bowls and began filling them with ice. "What else?" he asked. Katsuki blinked at him, so Izuku gestured toward his bandages. "What else? Where else were you injured? And don't lie to me. You know I'm going to figure out what's under that clothing sooner or later." Katsuki had the gall to smirk at that, though it softened quickly. "Sprain my shoulder. Again, overuse of my quirk. Few bruises on my chest. Look worse than they feel. And my arms. That's it." Even as he spoke, Izuku crossed the room and yanked up on his shirt. The alpha's chest was a patchwork of bruises, most of them fresh. He trailed a few fingers over the blackened skin, tears prickling at his eyes. Katsuki ran his hand over Izuku's face, trying to pull his attention away, though the Omega stubbornly refused. No broken ribs? He asked. Oh. Got checked out before I was allowed to come home. Well, good. Or as good as it could be, he supposed. For as big of an operation as this had seemed to be, perhaps walking away with only some bumps and bruises was a miracle. Katsuki had come home with worse just from normal patrols. Of course, when he had, Izuku had always been right there, ready to comfort and care for the ailing alpha. The fact that he'd been dealing with these injuries on his own for a while made every little part of Izuku hurt with him, as if he'd been the one aching for days on end. He took a breath and let Katsuki's shirt fall back into place, turning to fill the bowls a little with cold water. Here, he took Katsuki's arms and unwrapped the bandages around his hands and wrists. Katsuki sometimes came home with overuse injuries, though Izuku had yet to see them this severe. His palms were raw and red, almost as if they'd been burned, and his wrists were swollen and hot. He carefully guided the alpha's hands into the bowls, smiling as Katsuki let out a sigh and relaxed, his fingers curling over some of the ice. After relaxing for a moment, he turned to look Izuku over, a very deliberate, careful motion, as if he were searching the Omega for something. Knowing the question was coming, Izuku cut him off by asking first, "How did your mission go?" "Fine. Did what we needed to." Katsuki was still looking him over. A slight crease had appeared in his brow, as if he'd picked up on something he didn't like. Izuku busied himself by dunking his hands in the bowls and massaging Katsuki's palms, hoping to distract the alpha. It only worked for a moment, the alpha growling in deep, loving contentment before he returned to scrutinizing the Omega closely. "I, saw you on the news." "Oh." Mission success as Katsuki turned away with a less content growl rising up his throat. "Those fuckers nearly blew everything. Wasn't fucking hard for everyone to figure out what we were doing when they broadcast everything on every damn channel available. You were hurt." Katsuki jerked as if to pull away, but he stopped. Glared down at his hands. "Yeah. One of the junior heroes wanted to be stupid. I took the hit for them." Izuku grinned. "Ah, my hero." "Shut up. Moron would have gotten killed." Katsuki glanced down at the bandage on his arm, then shook his head. "Don't worry. It wasn't bad. Sorry that's what you had to see though. It's fine. It worried me a little, but Yaoyorozu told me to trust you and I did trust you, so I just believed you'd be okay." "Ponytail, huh?" Katsuki was back to glaring at him, trying to pick him apart. Izuku cleared his throat and tried to go back to massaging his hands, though the alpha didn't seem to notice. "And how was your time alone, Deku? You do okay?" Yeah. Fine, all things considered." "All things considered?" Katsuki repeated the phrase as if he knew exactly what had happened. Izuku kept his gaze down, was surprised when Katsuki leaned forward and kissed him full on the mouth. "Tell me," he commanded. Izuku felt his lip tremble, until their foreheads met, until he felt Katsuki near him, until he reminded himself that it was okay to have moments of weakness. That he'd bounced back in the end. So he took a breath and muttered, "I had a nightmare. While you were gone." For a moment, Katsuki didn't breathe. Then, his voice husky, he whispered, "I'm sorry, Deku. I'm so sorry." "Was it bad?" Yeah, it was tough." Katsuki took his hands out of the bowls, probably wanting to touch the Omega, wanting to comfort him, but Izuku firmly guided them back. "It's okay. I got through it. I called Yaoyorozu for help and she and Todoroki came and picked us up. We stayed with the pack a few days and it was fine." "You voluntarily stayed with the pack?" "Well," Izuku huffed, wiping his hands dry with a towel. "I had some encouragement. And besides, I had a good time. Your pup suggested a dance party in front of Mina, so guess what we had in the middle of breakfast?" "No shit." Izuku shrugged. "Am I ever one to deny Kazu?" Katsuki cracked a grin that lasted all of 2 seconds. "And Kazue? How is he?" "Fine. He missed you, but he handled it a lot better than I did." Izuku laughed and shook his head. "I, guess I haven't said it yet, but I missed you too." Katsuki looked up again. This time, he met the Omega's gaze fully of love and longing, something aching that was just starting to be soothed by his presence. Something that had been hurting maybe as much as Izuku had, something that cooled the Omega's pulse just a little, reminded him that the Alpha had been away and missing them just as much as they had been missing him. And now, he was back and things were finally right again. And maybe that was all that mattered. You have no idea how good it feels to be home, Katsuki growled. Izuku clicked his tongue, a habit he'd picked up from the Alpha. You're just happy to be spoiled again. Spoiled? Katsuki leaned over to kiss Izuku. Once I've had a good night's sleep, I'm going to spoil you, Omega. And how, exactly, do you plan to do that? Katsuki tilted his head slightly. Again, he sat back and looked Izuku up and down. For the first time, Izuku realized he was standing in front of the Alpha wearing nothing but a shirt he'd thrown on and his boxers. But he didn't really mind. He liked the fiery look in Katsuki's eyes. The Alpha took his hands out of the bowl and dried them off on a nearby towel, then took the Omega in his arms. Izuku let him, relished the feeling of Katsuki's strong arms around him again, holding him tightly, the press of his body against his chest, the way the Alpha kissed at his scent gland. The sensitive skin shivered in delight and Izuku purred, carefully wrapping his arms around his neck, passing a hand through his hair. It was messy and knotted in places, dirty from being out in the field so long. But he didn't care. Give me 12 hours, Deku, Katsuki growled, and I'll show you. Izuku checked the clock. In 12 hours, I have a test. That's your time, not mine. 12 hours, I'll be fucking ready for you. You better be ready for me. That sounds like a challenge, Alpha. Maybe it is. Izuku smiled. Pressed a kiss to his cheek. Give me 13 and I'll be ready. Deal? There was something ridiculous in their exchange. And yet, Izuku found himself counting down the hours already. Deku? Yeah. Katsuki ran a hand up the length of his body, starting from a soft, lingering touch at his thigh, along his hip, up his chest, all the way to his face, to cup his cheek and trail his fingers along his neck. Thanks for waiting for me. Izuku smirked. Just glad you're home now, Kaken. You going to stay a little while? Yeah, Katsuki sighed into his neck. Think I'll be here for a little while longer. You've got to be fucking kidding. Suzuki scoffed and flipped her hair over her shoulder. When have you ever known me to joke? Ground zero. Now, she let her stack of papers collapse onto the table between them. The sharp noise it made caused Izuku to startle, which just pissed Katsuki off more, though he caught a narrowed expression from Ida, who sat next to Suzuki. Katsuki growled at both of them and Izuku sighed deeply, though Suzuki ignored them. The media's been on a tear recently since Shoto and Kriati announced their second pregnancy. I expected this to happen and made arrangements prior, so we are in good position for this. It'll be a quiet affair. Quiet? Katsuki roared, felt himself shaking with rage. I already fucking told you. No photo shoots. No media appearances. No fucking interviews. He leaned towards Suzuki, only to be tugged back by Izuku. The Omega gave him a warning glare but he ignored it. The media's never liked me and they spend way too much time trying to poke into Izuku and Kazue's lives. They're entitled to a bit of privacy, even if they're related to me. Privacy is not the same as clemency, ground zero. You know this. Moving on, as I was saying, it'll be a quiet affair. Just you two and one interviewer. A nice, peaceful setting. I suggest a library, though a balcony overlooking the snow might work as well. We have a few locations picked out for you to peruse. Katsuki couldn't believe she was just going on as if nothing were happening. He couldn't believe that she was actually thinking he was going to just go along with this. That he was going to let some fucking reporter interview him and Izuku about their courting and their prior relationship. Yes, there had been more rumors recently, ever since Icy Hot and Ponytail announced they were pregnant with their second child, which had led to inquiries about the pack's second hottest couple, but they'd ignored everything since the initial photo shoot with Unibrow. He didn't understand why they couldn't ignore this as well. Do you really think it's necessary? Izuku asked quietly as Suzuki sorted through some of her papers. She scowled in response. Unfortunately, we can no longer put this off. The media is practically going rabid for more information on you too. And besides, this is a good incident to follow up on. We want to take advantage of the good incidents rather than have it seem like we're just responding to the bad incidents. You know, the ones where photos of Ground Zero pulling you out of the trunk of a wrecked car start circulating the internet. She raised an eyebrow at the two of them as if it had been their decision for Izuku to be kidnapped then rescued in a rather public display. Katsuki remembered seeing the photos when they'd first come out, of him holding the stricken Omega in his arms and Izuku clinging to him, panicked and horrified, moments after he'd pulled Izuku from the trunk of a car. The photo most shared was of Katsuki looking somber and determined and Izuku with his mouth open in a cry of despair, fingers white as he dug into Katsuki's back, shiny tape just visible under the Omega's shirt from where his scent gland had been covered by his kidnappers. That had been one of the worst days of their lives and neither of them had reacted well to the photos, though the pack had done its best to protect them from the stories that followed that incident, of how people both gushed about Katsuki acting as the hero to his Omega and on how he, as an alpha hero, had let his Omega get taken away in the first place. Those pictures were still circulating, he knew, along with rampant rumors about what had really happened that day. As well as photos that particular incident, photos of Kazuo were also widely shared, especially whenever the media got glimpses of him at the park or while out with his parents. Rumors over his parentage was another hot topic of debate, as well as much of Izuku's past, though some of that had already been dredged up. As Suzuki put it, they were long overdue for quashing some of these rumors. They were starting to spin wildly out of control, Katsuki knew, but he also knew that no matter what they said or did, there would be rumors and they would be wrong and he didn't really give a shit. Of course, bad rumors did affect his standings in the hero ranks and they were due for updated rankings here shortly. If he could get some of these rumors finished already, then maybe it would affect his popularity positively. Or, it could backfire and cause him to take a dip in the ranks. Risk either way. Katsuki growled quietly and glanced to Izuku, who was uncharacteristically stoic. The alpha recognized the look as a defense mechanism for when he was particularly stressed or afraid around someone he didn't trust. That someone being Suzuki. Once upon a time, Katsuki had been the one he hadn't trusted, and that look had been turned to him instead. Seeing it again, directed at Suzuki, just confirmed to him that he didn't want to do this. So he scoffed. I'm saying no. No interviews. No photo shoots. No nothing. And I am overruling you. Katsuki growled hard at Ida, the pack alpha not rising to his challenge. I'm not going to tell you as pack alpha to do this, but I am going to tell you as the lead hero at your agency to do this. These rumors not only affect you, but our pack and agency as well. The fuck, Ida? Katsuki hissed, though Izuku again caught him before he leaped across the table. I thought we had an understanding. We did, but things have changed. I've gone over the plan with Suzuki. I think this is our most sensible option. Suzuki could get you to think shitting in the street was sensible, Katsuki hissed and Izuku coughed to hide a laugh. Suzuki just kept thumbing through her paperwork. Under certain circumstances, yes, I would say that defecating in the street might be an option to consider. But we aren't talking about that. We're talking about this exclusive, private interview with the top hero talk show host. Wait, oh boy. Suddenly it was Izuku who was leaned halfway across the table. You didn't mention that. You aren't talking about Hirano Konya? That's the one. Suzuki grinned because she knew she had him and Katsuki knew she did too. Because as soon as he got the confirmation, Izuku turned to Katsuki with huge eyes and a pout that would put Kazue's to shame. And how in the fuck could Katsuki say no to that? All of you are going on my shit list. Especially you, Deku. Izuku just grinned in silent glee. They came up with an extremely detailed plan beforehand. What they were willing to talk about and what they weren't, what truths could be told honestly and which had to be twisted. Whether they were going to mention Kazuo at all. That subject in particular became a sticky one for everyone involved, Izuku furiously protective of his pup's privacy and Katsuki willing to back him up, but Suzuki and Ida less inclined to agree. In the end, it was decided that, since Izuku had the most reservation about it, it would be his call whether he wanted to talk about it or not. It was left entirely up to him. And it was the only point that was left entirely up to him. Otherwise, their answers were meticulously planned out. Suzuki even set up a scenario with the pack where they would shout questions at Izuku and Katsuki and the two would have to quickly answer on the spot. The questions ranged from, how did you first meet Bakugo? From Ida to what's your plans for your next heat? From Mina. The wild variation and sometimes offensive rapid-fire questioning was just a tool to help them keep on their feet. Katsuki, who had done this before many times, starting even when he'd been in school, sailed through with flying colors. Izuku stumbled. Quite a bit. But he got better the more they practiced. And, Suzuki assured them, nobody was going to asking any Mina-type questions. Although they didn't know what Kanya was going to ask, because as Suzuki put it, interviewers hated to be told what questions to ask and never gave up the script beforehand. She was well respected in the industry and was not particularly known for asking those kinds of questions. She would veer more toward the Ida questions, though it was better to be prepared for anything, Izuku supposed. After prep for the questioning part of the interview, they worked on outfits. Since this wasn't going to be a photo shoot, they'd have to bring their own wardrobe and be semi-camera ready. Their faces would be touched up some for the lights, but otherwise they had to figure all of that out beforehand. Katsuki, again already used to this sort of thing and somewhat known for looking stylish in almost anything, was fitted with dark pants and a deep crimson shirt with a loose sports jacket. Izuku initially asked if he could just wear his all-might jacket, him being the most comfortable with it, but was quickly overruled. Instead, Suzuki took him shopping and they picked out a comfortable black shirt and dark jeans with a cream-colored hooded jacket that was layered with faux fur on the inside and was extremely comfortable and soft. Wearing it made Izuku's inner Omega happy, even more so when Suzuki suggested Katsuki sent it beforehand to help Izuku's nerves. They also picked out an outfit for Kazuo. Just in case, Suzuki said, though the act alone made Izuku's spine prickle. He's not coming to the interview, he said, marking that line deep in the sand. Of course not. I'm sure sensitive topics will be brought up. Things no pup of his age should hear. Suzuki wasn't even looking at him as she spoke, typing something out on her phone. After sending her message, she did finally look up at him over her glasses. But he should be nearby. Izuku sagged from the sheer exhaustive energy he put into battling against this woman. Plus, Izuku didn't have a lot of time to think about Kazuo or clothing really. Because Suzuki was right. She'd already warned him that sensitive topics would come up. Specifically, his rape and his kidnapping at the hands of villains. The latter was already well known and well documented, thanks to those on scene when Katsuki had pulled him out of the trunk. The former wasn't known well at all, thanks to the efforts of the police trying to keep details of the investigation under wraps. However, it was well known that he'd been in the hospital for over a week, and that he'd moved directly into the pack house after that. That question would come up. It would come up again and again until it was answered, one way or the other. The details Izuku gave didn't matter as much as the fact that he was going to have to confront that part of his life for the first time in front of the whole of Japan, if not the whole world. And that terrified him more than he wanted to admit. Katsuki, too, had his demons he was preparing for. The question of why he'd left Izuku, especially when he had a pup, would come up, and he was struggling with what to say. The question of his dedication to his hero career would also probably come up, though he was more confident on this issue. On top of all that, Tsukachi had become involved as well. Since parts of the Sugawara case were technically part of another ongoing investigation, one Katsuki had not told Izuku about, though he had assured him that it was all under control, there was certain information that could not be disclosed. Trying to figure out what he could and couldn't say was a pain Izuku hadn't been expecting. To help alleviate this, they did yet another round of rapid-firing questioning from the pack, this time the heroes trying to get him to divulge information he shouldn't. He did better than he was expecting, simply because he honestly didn't know a lot about the case workings. Katsuki, however, got tripped up once during a question, beginning his answer before stopping midway through to stare over the heads of the pack. Then, he gnashed his teeth and detoured his answer to a safer explanation. For as much planning and preparation as they did, Izuku was absolutely shocked when the day of the interview came up. In fact, he didn't even realize it, waking up that Saturday with Katsuki curled up around him, Kazuo nestled nearly on top of them. Since presenting as an alpha, he'd become more and more possessive of parts of the bed and often would wiggle his way out of the arms of his parents to sleep on top of them, which sometimes set Katsuki's alpha off and had him swallowing down a growl. Izuku knew once their house was in a better state, they'd be able to move in and Kazue would have his own bed, thus alleviating some of those problems, though there were bound to be other problems in turn. This was the thought that dominated his mind that morning, until Katsuki shifted a little closer and breathed in his ear. "Bring you breakfast in bed? You'll have to get up and start getting ready soon otherwise." The question, "Get ready for what?" crossed his mind and blundered straight into the realization of what day it was and what they were doing that day. He sprang up, startling both alphas, then gave a little, "oh," and slumped back down. Katsuki clicked his teeth. "I'll get you breakfast." They decided on a cabin home of some connections Suzuki had for the location of the interview. It was set into the mountains and featured a closed-in balcony, all glass, that bloomed open to a stunning view of the snow-dipped valley below. A few lounge chairs had been situated around a small square coffee table, dark cherry wood supporting a geometric patterned layer of glass. A single white clay vase with 3 red flowers was sat on the table. The scene suggested that tea might be served at any moment. When Izuku sat on one of the chairs, the padding curved to his body, allowing him to sink into a comfortable position without being too unflattering. It was a lovely place. Minus, of course, the score or so of people running around making last-minute alterations to this or that, the blaze of stage lights directed at their little set, or the heavy cameras trained directly on his seat. At least the view was beautiful. He tried not to fidget, but he again found the zipper on his jacket and pulled it up and down. He was thankful Suzuki had suggested Katsuki sent his jacket. The alpha was across the room from him, in a snarling conversation with said public relations representative, who as always didn't look all that put off by his attitude. He was dressed in that crimson shirt, the same color as Izuku's shoes, he'd realized. Even across the room, he was still surrounded by the smell of caramel and chilies, the thick fur of the jacket holding Katsuki's scent wonderfully. If not for being able to see and smell the alpha, Izuku may have already leaped to his feet and crashed through the throng of people to get away. He was interrupted by his uneasy thoughts when a door opened and a commanding voice rung out over the crowd. Though Izuku didn't hear what was said, people quieted and began falling into their stations, behind lights and cameras, scattered into the darkness that surrounded the set, and Katsuki and Suzuki came forward. On the other side of the room, the #1 Her talk show host Hirano Konya came forward, greeting both Katsuki and Suzuki graciously. The hostess was dressed in a pencil skirt and a frilly light blue blouse. Professional yet fun. Her dark hair was pulled back into a sleek bun, and when she smiled, her teeth caught the light. When she shook Katsuki's hand, she did so without apprehension. Katsuki looked her over twice, frowning after his inspection, though he didn't say anything insulting at least. After Suzuki shook her hand, she turned over her shoulder. "And where is?" "Yes, hello." She stepped to Izuku's seat, gesturing for him to remain seated as she offered her hand. "Hirano Konya. Excellent to meet you." Izuku Midoriya. He hoped she didn't detect the slight tremble in his hand when he shook hers. "Thanks for speaking with us." "Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure indeed." "Now," she took the seat across the table from Izuku, "this is going to be very casual, Midoriya. Just a conversation between a couple of people. So no need to worry. We have the power of editing on our side." "Your side, you mean?" He smiled at her. "Thanks." She let silence linger for only a heartbeat before turning to the crew. "Oh, are we ready?" "Just Midoriya and myself first, then we'll bring in Bakugo." "Yes, excellent." As the crew scurried to make final preparations, Katsuki stepped forward to kiss Izuku. "You'll do great. I'll stand right behind Miss Hostess so you can see me." "Right?" Izuku cleared his throat when his voice squeaked. Katsuki grinned, then kissed him again. "Try not to look into the camera." "Right?" he said, and immediately stared into the unblinking eye of the camera. He ducked his head, but Katsuki still chuckled as he stepped back. He took a spot over Konya's right shoulder, always in view. He winked when Izuku caught his eye and the Omega smiled. "I love the enthusiasm." Konya clapped her hands. "You ready?" It was a laughable question. Izuku took a breath and nodded. In turn, Konya nodded to someone, a producer maybe, and he began calling out a countdown, cameras sliding back, preparing for the opening scene, Izuku and Konya completely still, Then the countdown went silent, and the cameras all moved in coordinated fashion, just as Kanya settled into her seat and clasped her hands into her lap. "Wonderful to finally get to meet you, Midoriya." She spoke as if he'd just walked through her front door, but the casual cadence of her voice was soothing. "Thank you for taking the time to sit and chat." Izuku smiled, hoped it looked natural. He saw Katsuki's smirk over Kanya's shoulder, and it was a bit easier to say, "No, thank you. It's my pleasure. I'm actually a big fan." Immediately, he could have smacked himself, admitting that wasn't part of the plan. He almost turned to look for Suzuki, but Kanya laughed brightly. "Well, thank you. That's such an honor. You watch the show?" I'm kind of a big hero fan in general, and you've spoken to some amazing heroes." Abort. None of this was in the plan. He searched for Katsuki, saw a short nod from the alpha, a signal to keep going. "This is okay after all?" Izuku would have laughed, but he swallowed it down. Kanya waved a hand through the air, not quite a dismissive gesture, but certainly trying to downplay everything. "I've been extraordinarily lucky to get to speak with some extraordinary heroes, but very rarely have I had the pleasure of speaking with their intimate partners." She leaned forward, a curious pull to her eyebrows. "Tell me, why have you decided to come forward now?" Finally. A road back to safer topics. He smiled a bit easier this time. "Katsuki and I know that there are a lot of people wondering about us. People are curious and they've made assumptions about us, and well, we want to set them straight. We want to tell our story, the way that we've lived it." As he spoke, Kanya nodded slowly, listening carefully, and when he finished speaking, she inhaled deeply and sat back in her seat. "Oh, there are certainly a lot of people out there who are eager to hear your story. How about we start at the very beginning? When did you meet Bakugo?" "Oh." Izuku accidentally looked at Katsuki, searching for the answer he knew he already knew. The alpha raised an eyebrow at him, then held up 4 fingers as if he needed help. Izuku grinned a little over Kanya's shoulder. "We were about 4, maybe 5. It was kindergarten, believe it or not, when we met." "Oh." Kanya squeezed in on herself delightedly. "Tell me, did he have little chubby cheeks as a pup?" I am sad, or maybe happy, to report that Katsuki has not always had a chin that could cut glass. He caught a smirk on the alpha's lips. In the low light behind the main set, he looked dark and sexy. But he has always had that smirk. Kanya laughed, shifted a little in her chair. She was so at ease, and Izuku realized with a start, so was he. Whether it was her attitude or the little looks Katsuki kept giving him, he was completely relaxed into his seat, having momentarily forgotten the cameras peering at him. He resisted the urge to look at them. Once her laughter died away, Kanya asked him, "Do you remember who approached who?" "I believe it was Katsuki. If I remember right, he walked right up to me on the first day and just glared at me for a moment. Then, he sort of nodded and I just couldn't get rid of him after that." Kanya was eating it up. Izuku sent a silent thanks to Suzuki. This was going exactly how they wanted it to. "So, you were together since that day?" "Inseparable," Izuku nodded. "We went through elementary and middle schools together. Then, of course, he went to UA to study in the hero course and I went to Musudafitech. We saw each other on the weekends and holidays. Whenever we both had a couple minutes to breathe." "Wow," Kanya whispered as he spoke. "So long with one person?" "Yeah," Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. "But, it didn't feel that long. Katsuki and I don't know. It just sort of worked and we never really stopped to think about it much." "Well, being at different high schools must have been hard." "Yeah, it could be. They were getting dangerously close to a subject he was not looking forward to. Kanya seemed to know it too. Katsuki was very busy training to become a hero. He had internships and work studies. He was away a lot. But I was also busy. I knew I wanted to go to university to study engineering and become a support engineer for heroes. So I spent a lot of time studying and getting ready for entrance exams." This might be a silly question, but why did you not go to UA as well? If you wanted to make support gear, why not try out for the support course? It was a question that still haunted him. He smiled through it. UA's a work straight out of high school sort of school. People who go through UA don't typically enroll in any higher education. I knew I wanted to. So I chose to go to a school that had a better track record at university enrollment. Kanya nodded as if this made perfect sense. Any particular reason you wanted to continue your education? I wanted to subspecialize as well as be able to learn how to help any hero who might walk through the door. At this, the hostess laughed. You do know those are two opposite things? Yeah, I guess so. It made more sense in my head. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck again. Over Kanya's shoulder, Katsuki was sucking at his cane. It was a thoughtful look, the alpha considering something. Izuku didn't have time to wonder over it as Kanya went on. What subspeciality were you aiming for? Chemical Support Corps, Izuku said seamlessly, thankful for the easy question. Of course, Kanya then followed it up with, any particular reason? Well, he looked away, saw Suzuki with her arms crossed, but couldn't tell what she was thinking. I thought it would put me in the best position to help Katsuki out because of his quirk. It was the first time he was admitting such a thing. When he looked back, he saw the surprise in the alpha's face. Of course, it was his own fault he hadn't put two and two together. So you were wanting to be your best to help Bakugo? Kanya was grinning from ear to ear, though it turned thoughtful when Izuku shook his head. Yes, but that's not quite the whole story. You see, I grew up with Katsuki. I knew his quirk like the back of my hand. Sometimes I wondered if I knew his quirk better than he did. He shot a grin at the alpha, but Katsuki was still puzzling through something, only half paying attention to him. I knew I was in a good position to help other heroes with similar quirks. Quirks that relied on chemical-based abilities. There aren't that many subspecialty support workshops out there. It's kind of a dying art. So I wanted to be able to help everyone, but also to help particularly those with that kind of a quirk. Quirks like that can be dangerous. Really dangerous. So I know those heroes have to work extra hard to use them responsibly. If I could help them, make it a little easier for them to save people, then I would be happy with that. The more he talked, the more Katsuki tuned back into what he was saying and the more a proud smile curved along his lips. Kanya nodded as he spoke, and when he finished, she raised an eyebrow at him. But also you wanted to help Bakugo? Hiya. That too. Ah, she smiled, but only briefly. Then she shifted, leaning onto one of the arms of her chair. So, when did all of that end? Izuku blinked, tried to ignore the fact that he knew what was coming next. Well, when did your relationship end? When Ground Zero debuted, he was the hottest alpha around. Everyone wanted a little piece of him. Most eligible bachelor for how long? For years? But, what about you? Where were you? What happened? Izuku tapped his knee. This time, he purposefully didn't look at Katsuki. It happened shortly before his official debut. I don't want to speak for him, but the death of All Might hit everyone hard, but it hit Katsuki especially hard. We both looked up to him as kids. How could you not? I mean, he shook his head, stared into his hands. They were clasped tightly in his lap. All his nerves were balled up in his fingers, all his emotions held tightly between them. He kept them right where they were. He knew he needed to be the best hero he could be. He needed to focus on filling that gap that All Might left. And I don't know. Maybe he thought it was safer for me to not be involved with him, with a hero. He licked his lips, the lie tasting a little foul. Whether or not Katsuki had left him for selfish or selfless purposes was impossible to say. It was probably a combination of both. But it was the lie that had helped him through the worst of times when they'd been apart, and it was the lie he reached easily for again under the blazing lights of the set. He couldn't look up to meet Katsuki's eyes. That must have been hard, Kanya said softly. You'd been together for so long. It was hard at first. Really hard. But I had another thing to keep me busy, thankfully. Oh? Kanya raised an eyebrow, asking the question. What was he going to do? Izuku allowed himself a glance at Katsuki. The alpha was clearly thinking over something, though when the omega caught his eye, he nodded his consent. So Izuku took in a breath and said, well, I had my son to take care of. Your son? Izuku didn't think Kanya had been nervous, and he still didn't think she was, but she certainly relaxed a little more at his words. Would you tell me more about him? Sure. His name is Kazu. He's turning 5 here shortly. 5? He could tell Kanya was doing math in her head. So, There is an obvious question here. She gestured to Izuku and to the empty chair next to him, as if Katsuki were sitting right there. The timeline lines up kind of perfectly, but let me ask you straight up, who is Kazue's father? It's Katsuki, Izuku breathed out as he said it. Perhaps let a little tension as well drain out of him. Konya nodded for several moments, taking in the information. Then he realized she was waiting for him to say something more, but he didn't have anything to say. He stared at her, a little wide-eyed, and she gracefully picked the conversation back up. Did he know you were pregnant when you split up? No. Izuku laughed, maybe because he was nervous, maybe because it was funny. In a cruelly ironic way. We said goodbye and I found out about 2 weeks later that I was pregnant. And you had no doubt who the alpha was? No doubt, Izuku shook his head. I think knowing he was Katsuki's made it a little tougher. I missed Katsuki a lot. Then I had a little reminder of him everywhere I went. But I love Kazue. He's my little firecracker. And as hard as it was, having him also made it a little easier. Did Bakugo know? About Kazue? Yeah. No, he let that sit for a moment, as did Konya, clearly understanding that he was building himself up to speak. He took in a breath and said, Katsuki was out saving people. He was out being a hero. I didn't want to jeopardize that for him. So I kept my head down and I went about my business. I raised Kazue. I got into university. Started on my way to becoming a support engineer. He smiled, but he knew it looked fake from the way Konya frowned. It was hard, but overall I was doing okay. I was enjoying the life I had. Konya paused. He could tell she was trying to decide what she was going to do next. There were things she could ask about their time apart, their breakup, having Kazue and raising him alone. A whole host of things. But perhaps she looked at Izuku and saw that he was getting uncomfortable. Perhaps she looked at him and could tell he wasn't all that sure he wanted to give any more information. And yet, when she asked her next question, he felt a pit form in his stomach. Alright, so take me to the moment you saw him again. I mean, you obviously met up with him again. What was it like when you first saw him? Sparks, maybe? Were you angry? Were you glad? He laughed, shifted. Licked his lips as his smile died away. For a moment he didn't know what to say. He couldn't remember how he'd answered this question before. It had never quite been phrased this way, though they had gone over this sort of question. They'd gone over it again and again, exactly because everyone knew this was going to be one of the harder questions to ask. Because they knew what had happened, and nobody else in that room did. Midoriya? Konya pressed quietly. She had lowered her voice, soft and sure. Her eyes flicked from him to Suzuki, searching them. Izuku swallowed. Shifted further into his seat. Looked up. Saw Katsuki. The alpha lowered his chin slightly. A question in the tilt of his head. Do you need me? Such a simple question. Izuku breathed in deeply, caught a whiff of the alpha's scent in his jacket. Shifted again, scratching at the back of his neck. Sorry. It's fine, Konya smiled encouragingly. Although from your reaction, I'm guessing it wasn't a very pleasant reunion. Well, to be fair, that wasn't Katsuki's fault. Izuku took an air. Smelled caramel and chilies. A fire under blazing stars. You see, Katsuki and I reunited because Katsuki saved me from a villain. The shock that dropped onto Konya's face was instant and palpable. She pressed a hand to her heart and clearly had to take a moment herself to reorganize her thoughts. A villain? Yeah. Breathe. You don't have to go into details. Kazue and I were attacked while walking in the city. Kazue was there? The horror in Konya's voice somehow made it easier. He didn't really know why, but the acknowledgement of the terribleness of the situation, whether for the benefit of television or for it being her true feelings, helped him face that facts. Yes, it had been terrible. But he was still there. He was still there, and so was Kazue. Katsuki had saved them. They were safe. He nodded. Yeah. A villain grabbed us. He beat me up pretty good. If Katsuki hadn't arrived when he did, I wouldn't be sitting here today, and I don't think my pup would be alive either. His voice trembled a little. He looked for Katsuki, saw water blurring the edge of his vision. Sorry? He ducked his head to wipe at his eye. No, don't be sorry. Kanya gestured to someone off-set and a box of tissues magically appeared in an outstretched hand. She set the box on the table, pulled a couple, and handed them to Izuku. That must have been so terrifying. He let that sentence trail off. He didn't have words for what that experience had been. So, anyway, that's how Katsuki and I reunited. He rescued me. He literally saved my life. He let out a breath and grinned. Bit of an awkward way to learn you have a pup. Yeah. Kanya still had her hand pressed to her heart and looked around incredulously, Izuku laughing at her, maybe nervous, maybe awkward, but he was relieved when she laughed as well. I would imagine it was a bit of a shock for both of you. Yes, to say the least. She shook her head, still caught up in the amazement of the revelation. So, what happened? Izuku chewed over his next words, took a breath to ready himself. Well, I had to be put into a medically induced coma to recover from the worst of my injuries. 10 days later, I woke up and Katsuki was there, waiting for me. Oh, Kanya sighed, just barely not a swoon. Well, I'm all the happier to have you here. That must have been such an emotional roller coaster. But Kazue was okay and you recovered? Yes, Kazue was okay. And I'm fully recovered now. Just a couple scars. He held out his arm, marked with long lines of scars, both from Yokoyama and from the surgeries he'd gone through to put his bones back together. Wow, Kanya shook her head, laughed, breathless. I have to admit, I'm a little speechless. I was not expecting that sort of reunion after, how long was it? About 5 years. 5 years. She sat back heavily. Wow. Izuku ran his hand along the scars on his arm. He didn't think about them often, didn't really think much of them honestly. They were just a part of him now. Proof that he'd ultimately survived. When he looked up, he saw Katsuki was watching him, eyes narrowed. His fists were clenched. His jaw set. Izuku could practically feel the alphas want to be at his side. Okay, so, Kanya's voice drew him back to their conversation. You woke up and Bakugo was there. Was that kind of the where it all started over again? Yes and no. Izuku wrung his hands a little. It wasn't exactly a smooth reintroduction. We both had some sticking points left over from when we'd said goodbye, I guess you could say, and a few moments where we stumbled. But Katsuki told me he wanted to be with me and make sure I was safe and happy and he shrugged. I guess I have a bit of a weak spot for him. Kanya smiled, all blinding teeth and childish dimples. Well, I think that's as good a place as any to invite the hero himself to join us. I think he's been eager to sit with you, so why don't we let him take a seat? She gestured as if Katsuki was right off camera, then a producer yelled something and the crew started moving. Almost immediately, Katsuki had crossed the stage and was leaning in to press his lips to Izuku's temple. You all right? But you think I did bad? No, He pulled back enough to see the smirk on the Omega's face and relaxed a little. Well, I have to say. Kanya had leaned forward in her seat, watching the two with a glint to her eyes. I was not expecting our conversation to take such a turn. It's quite a tale you have there, Midoriya. Huh? Well, Izuku ran a hand through his hair, tried to intertwine the other with Katsuki's, though the alpha was suddenly pulled away by one of the crew, who gave him instructions on how he was going to enter the scene. Go ahead and relax, Kanya said, taking her own advice and leaning back. When Bakugo enters, just act naturally. But do try to keep it safe for little eyes, yes? You'll have to talk to Katsuki about that. Kanya grinned, flashing her teeth in a bit of a feral look. The wildness snapped away as the producer called quiet on the set and began counting them in. This time, when the countdown ended, the producer signaled Katsuki and the alpha stepped toward their quaint little scene. He stepped under the set lights without blinking an eye, his focus only on Izuku. He leaned in for a chaste kiss on the lips before shaking Kanya's hand and greeting her shortly. Then he took his seat next to Izuku. Immediately, their hands met and their fingers twined together, coming to a peaceful rest in the small space between their chairs. Kanya grinned at their connected hands before addressing them. It's fabulous to have you here, Bakugo. I assume you prefer your name over your hero alias? I'm off duty, Katsuki said, as if that answered everything. And as if it had, Kanya clapped her hands together. Great. So, Midoriya and I were just chatting about your relationship going back to even when you were pups. You have any insights on what it was like growing up with him? Katsuki held as much of a neutral expression as he ever could. But Izuku could tell he wasn't impressed with the hostess. Wasn't a bad feeling. I got to meet a very special person in my life at a very young age. Not many out there get to say that. For as much of a dismissive answer as it was, Konya went smoothly on. I would imagine getting to spend so much time with someone you truly care about is such a blessing. Any moments that stick out to you? She directed the question to both of them, but it took Izuku until Katsuki looked over at him to realize it. Oh. He tilted his head toward Katsuki. What do you think? Mountain climbing? Yeah, that was special. I was thinking it was any time we spent on our hill. Oh yeah. How could he have forgotten? Those nights were really special to me too. All right, stop teasing me. Konya was practically glowing with anticipation. But first, mountain climbing? Izuku shrugged. It's Katsuki's favorite pastime and I don't mind it. It was always an easy excuse to spend the whole day with him. Sound like it could be a lot of fun. Konya said, and somehow she actually sounded like she meant it. But tell me a little more about this mysterious hill? Any place I could pop in to visit? Again, Katsuki turned to Izuku to answer. No, unfortunately not. It's just a parking lot for a convenience store nowadays, but years ago, we used to lay out on the hill and stargaze or we'd have picnics. Yeah, Katsuki added with a smirk, and other sickeningly romantic things. Izuku gave him a flat look but Konya laughed. Any chance Kazue has any association with said hill? She teased. No, not quite. Izuku said hurriedly. Konya laughed brightly and although her laugh eased Izuku somewhat, he felt the alpha tense next to him, as if he knew something was coming. The Omega spared him a glance before the hostess's laughter died away and she said, well, stepping away from lighter topics now, but still speaking on Kazuya, Midoriya has mentioned the circumstances of your reunion. What was that moment like? Rescuing Midoriya from a villain and learning about your pup all at the same time must have been. She gestured, as if waiting for him to fill in the blank. But Katsuki wasn't paying attention to her anymore. Instead, he had unwound his and Izuku's hands and was tracing the line of the Omega's arteries up his forearm, 2 fingers brushing over his skin. His touch fell away as he reached one of Izuku's scars. Next question, he said. Izuku stared at him. Surely he'd heard the alpha wrong. Katsuki had answered this question time and time again during their little practice interviews with the pack, his answer always changing slightly, as if he were perfecting the language, but he'd always had an answer. Now, he didn't want to talk about it? Konya frowned, but not in disappointment. In fact, she looked empathetic in a way Izuku didn't know if someone could be after just meeting them. I suppose then it was really painful. Katsuki shook his head. Painful doesn't describe accurately enough just what that moment did to me, he growled. He met Izuku's eyes, and for a moment, it was just them. How much Izuku wanted to crawl into his lap and curl up around him and console and comfort him. A physical pain bloomed in his chest, hot and throbbing, as if he were taking on the alpha's pain. Izuku took it in gladly, hoping he might siphon off even a little of what Katsuki was feeling. Seeing Izuku awake. Seeing him safe. Having Kazue in my arms, where I could protect him. That was all that mattered to me. As he spoke, Konya nodded along, though her frown remained. I would like to talk about another incident now, since we're on a similar subject, she said carefully, though unhaltingly, moving forward even as Izuku tensed. There were some photos of the two of you taken a couple of months back. Would it be okay for me to show them to you? Katsuki looked to Izuku, who sighed. Yeah, he said. Again, Konya gestured and a magic hand appeared to give her a folder of photos, which she opened to flip through the photos herself before handing them over to the couple. Katsuki took them, handling them and tilting them just enough for Izuku to see. Of course, he already knew what these photos were going to be of. Himself, curled up in Katsuki's arms, having just been rescued from Suda, having just been pulled from the back of a trunk. He'd seen most of the photos before, but one of them was new, and it practically tore at his chest. It was of him and Katsuki on the ground, Izuku still curled in the alpha's lap, still stuck to his scent gland, trying to take as much as his comforting scent in as he could, hungry and desperate for any spot of warmth he could find after what had just happened. And Katsuki, sitting there on the cold concrete ground, his legs pillared on either side of the Omega as if to separate him from the world, one arm wrapped around Izuku's waist, the other tangled in his hair. It was the alpha's face that really caught Izuku's attention. The photo was in profile, so the alpha's painful, sorrowful grimace stood out against the backdrop of police lights, his eyes closed as if it was just too much to witness everything happening to them. Though Katsuki tried to flip quickly through it, Izuku stopped him, took the photo to examine it a bit closer. Katsuki peered over his shoulder, but Izuku knew he wasn't paying attention to the photo at all. "It's all quite shocking to see," Kanya said as they stared at the photo. "Yeah," Izuku sighed. He set it down, Katsuki immediately placing the other photos on top of it. "That was a different incident. I fell into some trouble. And Katsuki was there to save me." Kanya waited, but only let the silence last for a second longer than usual. "Could you talk a little more about what exactly happened?" This was a bit tricky, but it was also an answer they had rehearsed. Izuku found himself reaching for his previous experience, talking through it as he went on. "Someone related to the first villain who attacked me found me. They were upset. They wanted to hurt both me and Katsuki. So they grabbed me and were planning to take me to... I don't even really want to know where. But Katsuki knew something was wrong. We were supposed to go out that night, and when I didn't get home when I should have, he went looking for me. I'm lucky he was able to get to me in time. He was careful not to mention Sugawara. He was careful not to mention what had happened to Kazue. He was careful. Very careful. Beside him, Katsuki was quiet. It must have been terrifying," Kanya said soberly. "It was." Izuku glanced to Katsuki. "But I knew Katsuki would save me. He's my hero after all. So even though it was scary, I always knew it would be okay in the end." Katsuki met his gaze, but he didn't smile. Not fully. Just a little tilt of his lips upward. Kanya, meanwhile, grinned fully. "You knew he would find you? He made a promise to me, and I knew he'd keep it. So yeah, I knew." The hostess was still grinning, a little more of her wildness showing than before. Her professional demeanor came back quickly though, and she moved on to other topics, only touching on more sensitive subjects a couple more times. The more they moved away from more painful subjects, the more Katsuki eventually relaxed and the more he contributed to the conversation. As his alpha relaxed, so did Izuku, slipping into an easy conversational rhythm with Kanya. Kanya, meanwhile, became a little more animated the longer they went on, joking with them about Izuku's schooling and Katsuki's late-night hero shifts and raising Kazue. Actually, they talked about Kazue a lot more than Izuku had been expecting to. At first, it was a bit uncomfortable, a thorn stuck in his skin he didn't want moved because it was too painful. But the more it was wiggled, the easier it was to remove, and suddenly, he felt perfectly at ease talking about how wonderful of a pup he had, how difficult it was to convince him that Katsuki was his alpha, and the little spats he sometimes had with Katsuki because of his alpha nature. Towards the end of their conversation, Izuku turned to Katsuki. As if knowing what he was going to say, the alpha nodded, once. With the thorn removed, Izuku was able to smile as he turned to Kanya. "Would you like to meet Kazue?" The hostess looked shocked. "Now?" "Sure. We can get him here in a few minutes." "Well, yes." Kanya's shock turned to a huge grin. "I would love to meet Kazue." She paused, clearly just for the cameras, then turned to her producer and Suzuki and quickly got them onto organizing everything. As the crew worked, she turned to the couple and said, "I know you've been protective of your pup. I wasn't expecting you to open up about him. You're certain this is what you want to do?" Again, Katsuki turned to Izuku, who nodded. "Kazue is safe here. Plus, if you make him look bad, I'm sure you know what Katsuki is capable of." For a moment, Kanya looked stunned and Katsuki absolutely looked like if given a reason he would burn her house down. Then she rolled back in laughter, never once seeing the threatening narrow of Katsuki's eyes. By the time she had looked back, trying to get her laughter under control, Izuku had elbowed the alpha to get him to stop glaring. "I'll keep that in mind." The hostess giggled. 10 minutes later, the cameras quickly began recording again as Kazue was led into the room by Kirishima, everyone on set standing to welcome him. Kazue took one look around at the crew and the cameras, and although Suzuki had talked to him about what it would be like to be on the set of the show, he ducked his head and rushed straight into Izuku's arms, the Omega picking him up and settling him on his hip. Under the full lights of the set and with the camera's unblinking eyes on them, Izuku introduced Kazue to Konya, and in turn, everyone on the other side of the camera. Izuku collapsed into bed with a huge sigh, then he groaned. Katsuki was on him a second later, kissing at his jaw, his body radiating with heat. The Omega, however, pushed him away. Not right now. I just want to sleep for a year, Katsuki. That was exhausting. The Alpha rumbled out a laugh. 3-hour interview. That'll take it out of you. How long is the show supposed to be? An hour? Doubt it. They'll extend it to at least an hour and a half, if not 2. Izuku groaned again. Even with the Omega's rebuttal of his advancements, Katsuki had moved to rubbing and nipping at his scent gland, less to arouse him and more to relax him. Not that it wasn't doing both, but Izuku was bone-tired and had no energy for any shenanigans that night. He kept thinking about the interview, all that had been said, all that had gone unsaid. Actually bringing Kazue onto the set. Wondering if that had been a mistake. Although Konya had taken to Kazue wonderfully and Kazue had been all too happy to brag about his mom and his Alpha in front of so many strangers, it still felt incredibly weird to know that he would see his pup on television soon. But he figured, now that Kazue's Alpha had been confirmed, if he hadn't shown even a little of the pup, other media sites would start clamoring for more and more of him. Showing him now, in a limited, controlled environment, gave them a little more time to figure out how to proceed. Maybe he could call Amajiki about it. Having pups with the #1 hero must have been difficult. All of their pups had been shown to the public, most of them having participated in some degree on certain media platforms. Surely he'd have some good tips on how to handle the media in general. For now, they had done what they could. Izuku was content with that. Past Kazue, though, there was something that was bothering him. Something that had happened earlier in the interview. "Hey Katsuki," he said. The Alpha made a humming noise into his neck, focused on what he was doing. Why didn't you want to talk about when you found Kazue and me?" Katsuki sounded distracted, probably wasn't paying attention, so Izuku pushed him back a little. "In that abandoned building. Why didn't you tell her the answer you'd practiced?" All the heat in Katsuki's body seemed to shoot out of feet, leaving ice in its wake. The Alpha sat up, wouldn't face Izuku. He scratched at his neck as Izuku ran his hand over his back, feeling the ridges between his muscles. It was different, thinking about talking to that woman about it than it was talking to the pack about it. They know what it was like for me. She doesn't. She never will. And I didn't really want to explain it. He shook his head. Besides, what did she think I was going to say? Oh, it was great getting to see the love of my life that I'd abandoned 5 years previously laying half dead in an abandoned building. Also, there's a traumatized pup in the mix that's probably mine and that was just peach. He growled sharply, made a motion as if he'd thrown something. It was stupid question. Yeah, I get that. Izuku sat up, kept tracing the lines in his back, massaged into the tight places between his shoulders. That was really hard on you, wasn't it? What the interview? It was fine. Oh. Finding us. Katsuki was quiet. Izuku kept massaging, kept rubbing, pausing only briefly to kiss the Alpha's scent gland. Sorry, Kaken. It's fine. It's obviously not. I said it's fine. Yeah, well, it's not fine with me. Katsuki turned over his shoulder and gave him a look like he couldn't believe he was audacious enough to have said that. Which was just ridiculous. Katsuki knew exactly how audacious he was, after all. You're hurting. The Alpha rolled the words over. For a long, quiet moment. Though he never broke eye contact with the Omega. When he did so with a snort. It was painful, Izuku. What do you want me to say? I know it was painful, Izuku muttered. Hell if he knew it was painful. He thought for a moment, then rubbed at Katsuki's scent gland. I want you to say you'll talk to Mai about this. It was Katsuki's turn to groan, though Izuku pressed, oh no. I know you've been skipping on your sessions. You've been busy recently, I get it, but it sounds like you still have some things to talk with her about. Talk to her. Please? Katsuki chewed on that thought for a moment. A long moment. So long that Izuku finished rolling out the knots between the alpha's shoulders and moved on to running his hand along his spine, carefully counting each vertebrae. Then Katsuki took in a huge breath. Izuku could feel the air rush into his lungs, the expansion of his body, the filling of empty spaces within him. All right, he grumbled, for you, Omega? Oh. Do it for yourself. He paused. Sat back. It can get better, Katsuki. Do you believe that? Immediately, Katsuki turned to him. Izuku was a little surprised, though maybe he shouldn't have been, to see the fire roaring in those eyes. He smirked. Deep and true. Yeah, I do, It already has gotten better. He wasn't sure exactly what Katsuki was talking about, but he happily let the alpha move into his space, carefully press him back into the bed, and tease his scent gland until Kazuo came busting into the room and Izuku practically kicked him away, laughing it off as the pup narrowed his eyes suspiciously at them. When the interview aired 2 months later, Izuku didn't watch it, but he did get the fangirling play-by-play from Mina. All in all, he was rather satisfied by the results. He gave himself a pat on the back, told himself he'd done a good job, and promised himself he'd never bring it up again. Kazuo wriggled uncomfortably as his mom pulled at his uniform, tucked it all into place, stepped back, then frowned and did it all over again. He waited for a few more moments before groaning, Mom? Sorry. Almost done. His brow furrowed in concentration as he pulled one more time at a strap and stepped back. He stared at Kazuo for a long moment, Kazuo waiting for him to inevitably step forward to tug at something else out of place, but he didn't. Instead, he checked his watch. Kaken should be home any minute, then we'll leave. You sure you have everything? Yes, Mom. Kazuo pulled at his backpack, packed meticulously by his mom the previous day. I'm ready. I want to go. We're still waiting for Kaken, his mom said smoothly, Kazuo groaning and pouting. Just take a breath. He got held up with some paperwork, but he won't miss this. Kazuo made a face. He didn't understand why his parents were so focused on him going to school. His mom had gone to school and it had never been a big deal. He didn't know why this was different. I don't want to wait. I want to go now. His mom chirped sharply at him, a warning, and he shut his mouth. When Kazuo quieted down, the Omega turned over his shoulder, muttering to himself, Have work after orientation. Need my bag. Need my... He checked his work bag, which he'd put by the front door earlier. Hey, now I need... Oh, where is it? Suppressing a little roll of his eyes, Kazuo went into the kitchen and pulled a special brace from off the counter. Mommy, he called, holding it up. His mom took the glove from him and ruffled his hair. Thank you. Don't know why I left it there. He slid the brace onto his right arm, the smooth, thick material covering many of the scars sewn into his skin. He'd started wearing it when he'd begun working with Miss Hatsum as part of his school a few months previously. Apparently it helped with his grip and protected his wrist. At first, Kazuo hadn't liked the new glove, but as the days went on, his mom only ever looked right when he was wearing it. While his mom fumbled with the straps, Kazuo asked, Why does Dad need to come with us? He doesn't need to, but he wants to. You only have your first day of school once, Kazuo. Let us enjoy it with you. Besides, he should be here The front door opened as if his dad had been waiting for a signal. I'm here, he grumbled, but he was still half in his hero costume. See? His mom said to Kazuo as he went to kiss the alpha. We have to leave soon or we'll be late. Let me change and we can go. His dad was still growling, but he hurried up the staircase. After he'd left, Kazuo's mom turned to him. Gave him that look again. Kazuo wasn't surprised when he came over and tugged at his uniform one more time. As he did, he smiled at the pup. Look at you. You're growing up fast, my little firecracker. Kazuo grinned. Not too fast, Mommy. Just right? Just right, the Omega repeated with a laugh, though Kazuo thought he saw tears in his Omega's eyes as he turned away. Soon after, Kaken came back down the stairs, and they were finally on their way. School was in a low-roofed building, as if made only for children, with clean white walls and windows that gleamed. As they marched up the soft wooden walkway, Kazuo spied a playground behind the building. The only thing weird about the school was the high brick walls surrounding it. As they walked through the open iron gate, he heard his mom and dad talking back and forth. "Looks safe," his mom commented. His dad growled. "We could hire tutors for the same education and keep him home where we know it's safe. No guesswork required. Katsuki, he needs to have pups to play with. Socialization is extremely important, especially for young alphas. He has Fumiko and Takahiro. Give it a couple years and he'll also have Sakura and whatever gremlin shitty hair and raccoon eyes spawn." "Katsuki," the alpha growled. "Fine. It looks fine here." His mom gave a victorious little smile. "Besides, the school comes highly recommended from Amajiki. His twins went here with no problems." His dad snapped his jaws. "My pup going to the same school as the #1 loser's pups? Be nice. It was generous of them to help us scope out schools." Kaken growled as if he didn't believe the Omega. Kazue frowned deeply. He didn't like it when people were rude to his mom, even if it was Kaken being rude. He bit at the alpha's hand and Kaken jerked away, giving a short bark of warning to the pup, who huffed and clung closer to his mom as they entered the building. Immediately, they were greeted by a young Omega woman who introduced herself as one of the assistant teachers. She began talking to his mom and dad about things, but Kazue quickly lost interest and shook his hand loose from his mom's. "Kazu," his mom called, but the teacher held up her hand. "Kazue, would you like to meet the other pups? They're playing right through that door." Kazue glanced at said door, then to his parents, waiting until his mom nodded and making sure that Kaken watched him go into the room, so the alpha knew where he was. Inside, the room was a cube of noise and colors, and for a moment, Kazue felt a little overwhelmed by it all. Then, another teacher came over and crouched down in front of him, asking what he liked playing with. He glanced around the other pups, took careful note of what they were playing with, and what they weren't. "Blocks," he said. The teacher giggled. "All right. I think another pup was playing with them around that blue chest over there, okay?" Kazue glared at said chest, but he didn't see any pups. However, it was set into a quiet corner of the room, away from the madness that was the raucous play of the others. So he nodded and followed where she had pointed. As he turned the corner of the chest, he found himself facing a pup, quietly playing with several multicolored blocks. The pup was male, his face dominated by huge round cheeks and a tiny little nose. There was a concentrated twist to his lips, his mouth held in some thought on the pup's mind. He had dark hair with a navy shine to it in the fluorescent lighting. Little elfin ears poked out from long bangs framing the pup's face. His hands seemed big, but they weren't clumsy. In fact, he handled the blocks quite carefully. The pup was so enraptured by his play that he didn't notice Kazue standing there. The intricate ways he was stacking the blocks reminded Kazue of how his mom built things in his lab, so he stepped closer to investigate. As he did, he caught a strange smell in the air. He tried to identify it as beta or omega, but he couldn't quite decide which it was. What he did know was that it smelled amazing, like spiced honey and fresh sunlight streaming through dew-dripping branches. Earthy and sweet, a spring day playing in a garden. Kazue swallowed, tasting traces of that honey-sweet sunlight on his tongue. The scent pulled him forward, closer to the pup, who kept on playing. Yes, the scent was definitely coming from the pup. But while Kazue had always instinctually known whether a person was an alpha, beta, or omega, the closer he got, the more muddled it felt. The scent was sweet like an omega's, but also had that soft freshness he associated more with betas. What a strange, wonderful scent. When Kazue was within steps of the pup, his nose wrinkled, as if he just caught the alpha's scent, and he turned. Their noses almost touched. They were so close that Kazue could see a ripple of something crossing over the pup's eyes, could see the pup's nostrils flare out slightly to take in more of his scent, could feel his breath brush along his cheeks. At first, neither of them said anything. They just stared at each other, Kazue drinking in his scent, the other pup blinking wordlessly. Then Kazue puffed out his cheeks. "Why do you smell so good?" The pup blinked at Kazue, tilted his head as if he were considering the question. Then he opened his mouth and wailed. He screamed so loudly that Kazue leaped back and shrieked in surprise, covering his ears as the pup quickly devolved into wild sobbing. One of the teachers started to hurry over. Oh dear! What's going on? The door burst open, crashing against the wall and straining the hinges as Kaken's voice roared, "Kazu!" At the same time, someone popped through the wall directly in front of them. Kazue startled for a moment, until he realized it was just Lemillion. Surprise and confusion registered in Kazue's mind, the pup wondering just exactly what the number one hero might be doing there. Lemillion, for his part, didn't even seem to realize Kazue was there, going straight for the crying pup. "Hikaru!" The hero scooped the pup into his arms. "What's wrong? What happened?" Instead of answering, the pup buried himself into the alpha's scent gland. Likewise, Kazue found himself swept off his feet, felt his alpha's arms around him. "You all right there, firecracker?" Kazue wasn't really sure what to say. He stared and stared at the crying pup as Lemillion tried to comfort him, as Sun Eater eventually appeared and took him and scented him. As Kazue's own mom suddenly took the alpha pup and asked him what was wrong. Only then did his dad look up and realize who was standing in front of them. "The hell are you doing here, number one loser?" "Bakugo!" Lemillion hadn't even needed to look to know who had spoken, though he turned a bright smile toward them. "And Midoriya as well. And little Kazue. Look, Hikaru." The alpha tried to get the crying pup's attention and pointed to Kazue. "You remember him, don't you? You played together at Fumiko's and Takahiro's pack house." The words knocked something loose in Kazue's memory, of his first meeting Lemillion and Sun Eater, how their twin pups, though older than him, had played with him and his mom. And, as he thought more about it, there had been a third pup. A quiet, dark-haired pup who had kept to himself, playing in the corner away from the other pups. But Kazue didn't remember that wonderful smell. Had there really been this smell before? Was this the same pup? Hikaru turned to Kazue at the alpha's words, seemed to pick over him. Then he buried himself into Sun Eater's shoulder, letting out another little sob as he did so. Sun Eater sighed exhaustedly while Lemillion laughed. Neither of Kazue's parents were that placated. They both looked down at him, a faint frown to his mom's lips and an unamused grimace to his dad's. "Kazu," his alpha growled, "what did you do?" Kazue's jaw hung open in shock. He couldn't think of anything to say. He hadn't done anything. He just asked the pup why he smelled so nice. Was that a bad thing? He turned to Hikaru in disbelief, saw that both Lemillion and Sun Eater were watching his mom, dad, and himself, Lemillion trying to say something about how it wasn't Kazue's fault. None of them seemed to notice that Hikaru wasn't crying anymore. In fact, the pup was watching Kazue closely. Then, as Kazue stared at him, Hikaru's lip pinched up in the corner and he stuck his tongue out at the alpha pup. Something hot and angry rose up in Kazue's chest and he yapped at the pup, who immediately began crying again. "What's gotten into you?" Kaken snapped, though Kazue just tucked himself closer to his mom. He glared after Hikaru, caught as another mocking look crossed the pup's face before he reached out to Sun Eater to demand his pension. Kazue decided that he did not like Hikaru at all right then and there. "Intergender?" His dad said it like it was a completely made-up word. At the same time, his mom said, "That makes sense." Kazue listened to them talk, but he wasn't really paying much attention. It had been hours since Kazue had seen Hikaru playing with the blocks, hours since their little incident, which had been followed by a lengthy welcoming ceremony and a tour of the building and a bit of time playing on the playground with the other pups while the teachers talked to the parents. Now, the day was just about over and Kazue was quite content to be wrapped up in his dad's arms. Where his mom's arms were soft and cozy, his dad's were strong and warm and he felt so completely safe. After spending the day in such a new place and the confrontation with Hikaru, he welcomed his alpha's comforting scent, knowing that should anything happen his dad would help him. While his dad held him, he, his mom, Lemillion, and Sun Eater were talking about Hikaru. Intergender. Meaning he presented as two secondary genders. Omega and Beta to be exact, Lemillion said, his voice uncharacteristically sober. "How the hell does that work?" Kaken growled, though his mom cleared his throat. "It happens when someone presents aspects of two or more of the secondary genders. This can be physical, instinctual, emotional, or mental in nature, but is usually a combination of several different factors. Most people recognize it by a scent defined by two or more aspects of the secondary genders. It's actually fairly common for male omega-presenting or female alpha-presenting people to be intergender, though it can happen to any of the secondary genders. His mom spoke confidently as he usually did, and Kazuo loved the cadence of his voice. It was the same he took on when reading him a story. Oh, and why is that? His dad sounded skeptical. Well, because male omegas and female alphas are born intersex to begin with. It's not extremely common for them to present as both omega and beta or alpha and beta, but it's also more common than it is for the other secondary genders. His dad seemed to think for a second. So wait, you were born with all your parts already? Yes, Katsuki, that's how biology works. So your mom knew you were a male omega even before you presented? Yes. Though I could have been intergender as well. The physical parts are typically what can muddle the presentation, right? Lemillion added, and that's what happened with Hikaru. He has all the omega parts, but he presented with a more beta scent than we had expected, and he displays beta qualities. Doctors diagnosed him soon after he presented. Huh. His dad made a noise like he was still thinking but didn't want anyone to know. Kazuo rubbed contently at his neck, sighed happily. His alpha stroked his back. I don't get why that's relevant to what happened with your kid and Kazuo earlier. Well, it's kind of connected. Lemillion sounded like he was trying to laugh it off but was having a hard time. Because of the unusual nature of Hikaru's secondary gender, his relationship to both myself and Tamaki, and because of his quirk, he's at a fairly high risk for unwanted attention. We taught him if anyone ever gave him attention that made him feel uncomfortable, that he should cry and scream as loud as he could so people around him knew something was wrong. So that's probably all that happened. His laugh was more genuine as he finished explaining it. Kaken growled, his chest rumbling under Kazuo. Your kid's already causing trouble for my kid and I don't particularly like that, number one loser. Oh, don't worry. We'll talk to Hikaru about it later. I'm sure things will be fine once he remembers that he's already met Kazuo before. What's Hikaru's quirk? His mom asked suddenly. There was a moment of quiet between everyone, then his mom stammered, sorry. Kind of off topic. But you mentioned that Hikaru's quirk made him a target of unwanted attention. What's his quirk? I'd rather not say in such a public space, Lemillion said quietly, though Kazuo didn't understand this. They weren't in public. They were at school. But what I will say is we think it's a mutation of sorts. A mutation? How strange. His mom had that curious tone to his voice, as if every word that came out of his mouth was a question. We were able to track something similar down from Tamaki's side of the family, and there is a quirk from the first generation in my family that, conceivably, when combined with the one from Tamaki's could result in it. But it's so far removed that the doctors just called it a mutation. Oh, I see. Kazuo opened his eyes to peer at his omega, saw that his hand was on his chin, that he wasn't even looking at Lemillion and Sun Eater anymore, glaring instead at his feet. But a quirk skipping generations like that? And then combining with another quirk skipping generations? That's so rare. Especially from the first generation of quirks. A mutation might be less rare. But it also does lead to the question, are all mutations just skipped quirks? Maybe we could trace all of them back. So what's a true mutation then at that point? Where does that? Deku, his dad sighed and his mom startled. Sorry. No, it's fine. Lemillion chuckled, warm and homey. Although Kazuo didn't like being around alphas all that much, he had to admit he didn't really mind Lemillion. He seemed like a good alpha. All of it's kind of a mystery. Anyway, because we've been so cautious with Hikaru, he seems to have a little trouble relating to other pups. Keiji and Mirai both went to this school and had a great time, so we were hoping Hikaru could safely learn how to interact with pup his own age here. Maybe Kazuo could help him out with that? Ha! Kaken growled again. His mom elbowed him, causing the alpha to grunt. I'm sure they'll get along great, he said. For the first time, Kazuo made his presence known with a low growl, something only for his mom and dad to hear. His mom, however, ignored him. Have you talked to Hikaru about all this? Does he have a preferred secondary gender? He does. Thanks for asking. Lemillion cleared his throat and Sun Eater sighed. Hikaru would like to be referred to as a beta. So we've been trying to correct all the paperwork. But nobody's made it easy to do that. Yeah. His mom sounded a little sad, so Kazuo opened his eyes again, saw that he was frowning. Not often people are changing their secondary genders, I guess. But we'll keep that in mind. Right, Katsuki? Whatever. Another sharp elbow, another short grunt. Okay, sure. Beta. Got it? Thanks. We really do appreciate that. Anyway, Lemillion let out a little chuckle. How are you settling into the new rank, Bakugo? Lot more responsibility being in the top 3. Whatever. His dad snapped his jaws. Just you wait, number 1 loser. I'm coming for the top and nothing's going to stop me. Sun Eater made a painful sound. You and Mirio are always so sure of your rank. No wonder you two are the number 1 and 3 heroes. Meanwhile, I think I jumped too high. There's no way I can manage at 6. No way, Tamaki. If you put your mind to it, I bet you could even pass me for number 1. Weren't you listening to me? He's not going to be number 1 because I'm going to be the number 1 hero. Kazue's mom sighed deeply. Katsuki. The alpha snorted while Lemillion just laughed and Sun Eater groaned. Kazuo eyed them wearily, glad they weren't talking about Hikaru anymore. He felt strange listening in on the pup's condition, as if it were a private matter. At least he knew now what his secondary gender was. The beta. Kazuo liked betas. Uncle Kiri was a beta. And so was Ms. Sano. He liked betas. However, that didn't mean he liked Hikaru. He still thought about the way the other pup had smiled at him, as if he were laughing, and growled quietly. But it did at least help him put a gender to that wonderful scent. The scent of spiced honey and dew dripping through spring leaves was beta. Kazuo mulled over this idea, and decided that it was a perfectly acceptable thought. While his mom was at work, Kazuo found his dad working out in the gym. The alpha offered to do some quirk training with him, which Kazuo quickly denied, earning a scowl from his dad that hurt him, though he didn't know why. Instead, he asked, "Daddy, is there something wrong with Hikaru?" His dad jerked back. "What makes you ask that?" Kazuo shuffled nervously, so Kaken leaned toward him. "Is this about what we talked about with Togata and Amajiki?" Slowly, Kazuo nodded, still shuffling his feet. His dad rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then he nodded toward the door. "Go sit in the front room. I'll be there in a moment. You're not in trouble, but we should talk a little, all right?" "All right," Kazuo muttered. He watched as his dad walked to the bathroom, slipping inside. A moment later, the shower started running. Kazuo took the chance to shuffle into the front room and collapse onto the floor. It was still soft and weird, but it was also cool to the touch, and he enjoyed just closing his eyes and sprawling out on it. A few minutes later, his dad found him there, still laying on the floor. He gestured for Kazuo to sit up, which the pup did, and sat across from him. "What do you think of the school?" "I like the playground," he shrugged. His dad studied him. "It'll get better once you start learning. You pay attention and make your mom and me proud, yeah?" "Okay," Kazuo muttered. He hadn't been impressed with school, but his mom had gone to school for a long time, so it must not be that bad. He hoped his dad was right and it would get better soon. His dad placed his hands on his knees as if he were about to stand up, but instead, he said, "Listen. About Hikaru. There's nothing wrong with him. He's a little different from the other pups, but that doesn't mean something's wrong. Don't want you thinking that, all right?" Kazuo tilted his head to the side. "Like mommy's different from other Omega?" "Yep. Just like that. Hikaru's a beta, he's just a little different. Don't let that change how you treat him, all right?" "All right, Daddy." Kazuo paused, sucked at his elongated canines. "Is that why he smells so nice?" At this, his dad blinked. "What? You said Hikaru's a beta, but he's a little different. Is that why he smells so good?" For a long time, his dad was quiet. He kept looking at Kazuo strangely, as if he couldn't quite make up his mind about something. It lasted so long that Kazuo began shifting nervously, convinced he'd said something wrong, and only then did his alpha speak again. "No. It has nothing to do with that. But listen, Kazu." He leaned forward and Kazuo did as well, curious what he had to say. "Sometimes people smell really good to alphas. Better than most other people. And that's okay. But you have to be respectful of them. Don't go sticking your nose at them or touching them just because they smell nice. He paused, then added, if Hikaru smells nice to you, then be sure you behave like a good alpha to him, all right? Kazuo listened, but he didn't quite understand what his dad was saying. Still, he obediently said, Daddy. His dad ruffled his hair in response. Good pup. Now go play, but remember what I said? Kazuo did as he was told. He thought about what his alpha had said, but still wouldn't quite decide what he meant, and he shrugged it off in favor of playing with his hero action figures. The next day, Kazuo's mom took him to school. Once they got inside, he paused to tug at the pup's uniform one more time before ruffling his hair affectionately and kissing him on the cheek. Have a good day, Kazuo. Kaken's going to pick you up, all right? Okay, mommy. I love you. I love you too. Be good. Okay. He grinned, but once his mom had walked away, he felt a little empty, a little sad, more than a little lonely. Then, some pups rushed over to him. Hey, you're Ground Zero's pup. A white-haired beta wearing gloves that seemed to cover claws extending from the tips of his fingers said. Yeah, Kazuo glanced between him and the other pups, several of whom gaped in awe. That's so cool. A tiny Omega girl jumped up and down. Ground Zero is so cool. Is he a cool alpha too? The best. Kazuo pouted slightly, affronted that anyone could think his alpha was anything but the coolest alpha and hero ever. Awesome. My mommy's a hero too. And my dad works for the Hero Community. It's the Hero Commission. That's what I said. Kazuo glanced between all the pups as they started talking, and wished he'd run to go with his mom while he'd had the chance. Class started eventually, and all the pups were directed to the center of the room where the teachers were gathered. Thankfully, while they were learning, they weren't permitted to talk with one another, leaving Kazuo time to just breathe and enjoy the quiet, calming tone of the teacher's voice. As he took a seat in front of the teacher, Kazuo was surprised when a honey spice-scented beta pup plopped down next to him. While Kazuo blinked at Hikaru, waiting for him to say something or get up and move to another spot, the other pup completely ignored him, focused wholly on the teacher. When it was clear that he wasn't going to say anything, Kazuo cautiously turned his attention to the teacher as well. They sat together through the lessons, Kazuo impressed by the astuteness of the other pup, who answered every question the teacher asked of him and was quite polite and quiet compared to the previous day. After the teachers dismissed them to play, Hikaru turned immediately to Kazuo. You're Ground Zero's pup? He said this as a matter of fact, not seeking him to confirm it. Still, Kazuo nodded. Yes. A curious smile spread over the beta pup's lips. What's your quirk? Is it like your alphas? Kazuo clenched his fists. Yes. So you can make explosions? Kind of. Kazuo shifted uneasily, suddenly wishing the other pups would intervene. When he glanced around, the rest of their class had already broken up into groups. Some of the pups turned toward them, but none of them seemed to want to come over to either join or break up the alpha and beta pups. Is your quirk like your alphas? Nope. Say, could you show me your quirk? No. Kazuo thrust his hands into his armpits, clenching the fingers tightly together. He held his breath and closed his eyes and thought about calming things, like his dad had taught him. The explosions only happened when he wanted them to happen. So he just had to not want them to happen. But it never seemed that simple. I can't show you. Why not? The other pup looked genuinely curious. Someone could get hurt. At this, Hikaru laughed. He laughed, but Kazuo didn't know. The alpha pup growled at him. Don't laugh at me. It's not safe. I know, Hikaru grinned. Don't worry. Nobody'll get hurt. Just show me. Please? No, Kazuo scrambled to his feet. It's not nice to ask people to use their quirk just because you want them to. Hikaru tilted his head a little. He watched Kazuo for a moment and the alpha pup watched him, wanting to walk away, though he couldn't quite get his feet to move. He felt rooted to the spot, held in place by some strange force, like a magnet pulling him closer to Hikaru. Whether the other pup felt it too or not was hard to say. Eventually, the beta pup popped his lips. But I won't ask again. Kazuo shifted, then relaxed a little. Okay. Satisfied, Hikaru nodded and stood as well. I'm going to play with the blocks. Do you want to play with me? Of course Kazue did not want to play with Hikaru. He had already decided he did not like Hikaru yesterday, and after their last conversation, he really didn't particularly like the other pup. However, he did want to play with the blocks. He weighed these two options in his mind, and finally nodded. Okay. Hikaru smiled, a real smile, not the mocking one from the previous day, and led Kazue toward the toy chest. Kazue did not like storms. He didn't mind the rain all that much. Rain was fun. He could play in the rain, and sometimes his mom would run out into the rain too, and they would dance and laugh. Afterwards, they'd go inside, and if Kaken was there, he'd get mad and maybe growl at them a little, but then he'd let his hands spark like a little fire and they'd crowd around the alpha for warmth, and they'd still be laughing at the end of it. It was the thunder he didn't like. The sound rumbled through the building, shaking everything, rattling something inside of Kazue. He'd heard sounds like it before, particularly whenever a sudden and sharp roll of thunder crashed over the building. It sounded like his explosion. It sounded like sound and fire, and when he looked up, sometimes he saw fire spilling over his mom's face only for it to melt away into another face he didn't recognize, and he hated it, he hated it, he hated it. The thunder was always so horrible. Why did there have to be thunder? It had only been a couple of weeks since school started when the storm came through. The teachers taught through the first part of the storm, but every time lightning or thunder passed over the building, the pups would get a little more riled up, until the teachers gathered them all together and told them to play with each other. Kazue did not want to play. In fact, playing was the farthest thing from his mind. Instead, when nobody was paying much attention and a loud clap tore through the building, he ducked under one of the tables and pressed himself between the legs of the chairs and tucked his knees up to his chest and covered his ears and closed his eyes. He wanted to be home. At home, his mom would cradle him to his chest and tell him everything would be okay. At home, his dad would wrap his arms around him and tell him there was nothing to be scared of while he was there. At home, he was safe. School was different. He didn't know if school was safe. The teachers wouldn't hold him if he cried. He'd seen another pup cry and they hadn't held them. The other pups were scared too, which just added to his unease. He wanted to be home, where he could bury himself under his blankets, or better yet, where he could sneak into his parents' bedroom and under their blankets, to be wrapped in their scent, where he knew nothing bad could happen to him, where he knew he'd never have to use his quirk to hurt anyone. When another boom of thunder rocked the building, he yelped a little, shivered, saw his mom's face melting on the inside of his eyes. He gasped and opened them, in one motion taking in a mouthful of honey spice scent and spying Hikaru crouched at his table. The beta pup was watching him, mouth drawn in a hard line. Kazue stared back, but only until the thunder rang out again and he tucked in around himself a little more. Immediately, Hikaru scoffed. "Are you scared of the thunder? Don't worry. It's just sound. It can't hurt you." Kazue pressed his lips together and said nothing. Hikaru tilted his head, just as he'd done after Kazue had refused to show him his quirk. When he spoke again, he lowered his voice a little. "I think it sounds a little like your alpha. Like his explosions." Boom. He raised his arms, mimicking the explosion, but Kazue still said nothing. When more thunder descended, Kazue bit into his lip and whimpered a little, and Hikaru sighed. "You know, for an alpha, you're kind of a big baby." "Hey!" Kazue snapped, though he paused as Hikaru crawled under the table with him. The beta pup settled next to him, wrapped an arm around him, and rubbed against his head. The scent of fresh dew spread over him, as well as a wave of honey. So close, Kazue could almost pinpoint the spice that laced the honey. Cinnamon, maybe? Nutmeg? "Don't worry," the beta whispered. "I won't tell anyone you're a baby. Your secret's safe with me." Kazue glared at the other pup, but only until the thunder struck again. When he curled up a little more, Hikaru pulled him closer and purred quietly. When the thunder came again, it wasn't so bad, because Kazue could listen to Hikaru purring more than he listened to the thunder. And when the storm passed, the pups crawled out from under the table and they played with the blocks together as if nothing had happened at all. Katsuki had been acting weird all week, which was really saying something because Izuku was so nervous he hadn't noticed hardly anything going on that didn't pertain to that weekend. In fact, the only reason he noticed at all on that particular day was because Katsuki kept spacing out and Izuku kept having to reposition him. He'd try to raise his arm, For whatever purpose Izuku didn't know and didn't care to know, because the wires attached to his gauntlets would strain and Izuku would have to shove him back into place. Every single time, the alpha would blink as if surprised, growl at himself, and mutter, "Sorry." Izuku didn't have time to reassure him every time he did it. In fact, he said very little at all, buried between the tablets slung across his body via a band over his shoulder, his laptop, and the diagnostic machine that Hatsum had lent him to use for the demonstration. Katsuki's gauntlets were hooked up to the diagnostic machine, which was continually running a series of tests as Izuku checked and rechecked the systems and made sure everything was working. The diagnostic machine, in turn, was connected to his laptop, which was running simulations with the current data to ensure that not only was everything working correctly, but that it was going to function safely in such an environment. On the tablet, he'd pulled up data sets from previous tests, which he frequently checked the current results against. So far, between everything, it somehow seemed it was all running smoothly. This fact alone unnerved Izuku, though he didn't know why, spurring him to check and recheck everything one more time. Katsuki, who was not known for his patience, was a saint, standing at the ready, doing nothing except endure Izuku's constant muttering and occasionally raising his arm in some misplaced thought. For that's exactly what he was doing. Thinking. About something. Izuku couldn't fathom what it was, nor did he have much time to consider it. The Expo was set to open in about 15 minutes and the apprentice engineering presentations would happen about 30 minutes after that. Although Izuku wasn't scheduled for his full tech demonstration for another hour and 15 minutes, he wouldn't have time to do any last-minute adjustments, as he was expected to deliver his final project results before the actual demonstration. The tight timeline, as well as the circumstances of the day itself, was wearing a constant hole in the Omega's stomach and he found himself clenching his teeth even more than Katsuki usually did. As it stood, Izuku was the only student scheduled to present, though several of his former peers were also attending the Expo with inventions of their own. His role as a student at such a prestigious Expo had been hotly debated when first brought to the organizers, who usually only allowed fully licensed support engineers to present. Izuku's temporary license had to have been backed by both the university and Hatsum for his entry to finally be allowed in. Usually, students presented at the in-school Expo, but due to the extra lessons Izuku had taken to catch up after missing half a semester, his final project had been delayed until after the end of the semester. The presentation of his final project at the Expo counted as his overall final to pass his major and finally graduate. He'd done all the other written and practical tests. All that was left was this moment. Hatsum, whom he'd been interning with as part of the university's curriculum, had lent him a lot of her tech for the demonstration since it was to be presented in such a professional situation. While Izuku was eternally grateful, the downside was that he was slightly less familiar with how his project interfaced with Hatsum's tech as opposed to the school's, which was what he'd used to plan and manufacture everything. The end result was he was running out of time already and didn't feel nearly prepared enough to present his work to the panel of professors who would ultimately decide if he could graduate. As he desperately tried to finish off the last simulation test, Katsuki spoke for the first time. "Izuku, take a breath already, you're starting to make my skin itch." Izuku opened his mouth intending to snap at the alpha for telling him to calm down, but air rushed into his mouth and lungs and he realized the alpha had meant his words literally. He kept his nose buried in the machine. "It's fine, I'm fine, this is all." He paused as the results came in, scanning them quickly. "Fine? Well?" Katsuki growled. Izuku rubbed his forehead and looked at his watch. 10 minutes. Not enough time for any more tests and everything had come back perfectly normal. If something had been off, it would have been an excuse to run just one more diagnostic. As it was, he had no choice but to admit he was ready as he was going to get. "Okay," he sighed and unplugged the wires from the diagnostic machine to plug them into the tablet. "You ready?" Katsuki grinned. "What do you think?" "A yes or no would be really helpful, Katsuki." "I'm ready," the alpha said, with no less fire than his earlier proclamation. "Trust me, all right?" "It's not you I don't trust," Izuku muttered as he crouched by the storage tank next to his laptop. "Well then trust yourself. This is good tech." A dry laugh escaped him as he unlocked the tank. "We'll see." He mulled over several palm-sized spheres of varying colors. What do you want? A frost bomb, definitely. Maybe a heat enhancement? Nitrogen fog. Those sound good. Katsuki nodded as Izuku extracted the correct spheres. Need one more. You want something for precision? Heat enhancement will show that, Katsuki said. Get me the oxygenated core. At his suggestion, Izuku turned to look around them. Although they were outside with nothing obscuring overhead, as he'd requested, there were still several other engineering stations surrounding them. Is that really okay, Katsuki? We need everyone to survive, preferably unsinged. Gotta end the show with a bang. I thought you trusted me? His lips dropped into his signature smirk, which had always been troublesome for Izuku to ignore. Still, he hesitated a few minutes more before sighing. Don't make me regret this. Just gear me up. I've got this. Izuku felt slightly unconvinced, though he supposed Katsuki was a hero and getting anyone hurt would reflect worse on him than on the Omega. That thought had him pausing one more time before he approached the hero. The gauntlets he wore were not from his usual gear. In fact, they were a prototype of Izuku's which could deliver chemical additives to his sweat that changed the effects of his explosions. It had felt more than a little poetic and more than a little right that his final project, and really his first official set of support gear, would be the project Katsuki had asked him to assist him with soon after they'd reunited. Seeing it all come together had been surreal, and standing there, actually seeing Katsuki wearing them, was even more strange. However, he didn't have time to think about that. He loaded the cores into the gauntlets, silently mourned the fact that they hadn't had time to paint them, leaving the gauntlets a dark gunmetal gray which clashed with Katsuki's costume. He had been hesitant to paint them after the disaster that had happened when Kazue had convinced him to paint the prototype 1 model's neon green. He hadn't realized at the time that he'd have to present that prototype as part of his application to attend the Expo. Showing the Expo organizers the obnoxiously green gauntlets had made his head spin, though luckily no one had commented on that. Still, the gray, of all things, was ticking at his very last nerve. Instead of letting himself dwell on that, Izuku told Katsuki, okay, 1 is your heat enhance, 2 is the fog, 3 is the frost, and 4 is the oxygen core. You heard that, right? 4 is the oxygen. 1 heat, 2 fog, 3 frost for oxygen. Got it? Katsuki adjusted the gauntlets a little, then flipped through each of the cores as he named them off. Good. Sweat tanks full? Just about. Again, he pressed a button and a holographic screen came up on his right gauntlet's front. It showed the cores installed, their positions, their chemical levels, and the levels of the sweat tanks in each gauntlet. Izuku took the chance to check its values off what he showed on the tablet. But you're going live? Just as he said that, the opening bell rung across the expo grounds. Both Izuku and Katsuki paused to listen, but only to the first toll. Then, Izuku disconnected the wires from the gauntlets and stepped back. Katsuki adjusted them one more time, seemed to find they had settled nicely on his arms, and turned to the Omega. Ready? Izuku let out a breath. Yeah? You got this? He nodded. Yeah, I got this. The smirk returned, but Izuku could only admire it for a second before he turned to the displays on his station and turned on any that were idling. While the tech itself was confidential, the displays showed all the academic musings of the project, including his thesis on subspecialty engineering work, chemical for his project, and would factor into his final score. The first few attendees trickled in. Many stopped by Izuku's stand, but only because they recognized the number 3 hero in the country. Having known this would be a problem beforehand, a sign was hung on the station stating that Ground Zero was on duty and would not be signing autographs that day. Most people accepted this. One Omega girl tried to call out to him, but he completely ignored her in favor of testing out his mobility range at Izuku's instructions. It seemed the expo was only open for a few minutes when a familiar voice called out, "We are. Good morning, Midoriya." Izuku, who had been grabbing for his water bottle under the station desk, shot up and smashed his head into the underside of the desk. Without meaning to, he let out a little yelp as he pressed his hands to the top of his head, felt as Katsuki appeared right beside him and helped him up. "Oh dear. Are you all right, Midoriya?" "Fine." Izuku shook his head. ignoring the pounding against his skull. Instead, he turned toward the group who stood before his station and realized there were many more people there than he'd been expecting. Still, he bowed quickly, nearly knocking his forehead against the desk. "Hello and thank you for coming." "Easy there, Midoriya." He was called upright by a short American beta man in an oversized yellow lab coat. The yellow was intentional, to hide stains, but it still gave him a rather stuffy feel, like an attic that hadn't been opened in decades. That being said, Dr. Embrol had been and was Izuku's greatest support and inspiration at his school, and he was happy to see that the professor was included on the panel judging his work. "Let me introduce everyone." He introduced, or rather reintroduced, several other professors and administrators from the university, as well as 3 people who had come to represent the Expo. While the university staff was there to judge his academic work, the Expo staff would be judging his project for its practical merits. The organizers thought it would be simpler if you only had to give your presentation once, and it ensured you would have enough time before your demonstration to be able to go over everything and answer any questions in detail, Dr. Embrol explained. Right? Izuku gestured them around the desk. "Would you like to examine my work?" The group stepped into the station, crowding around him and Katsuki, who hadn't even seemed to notice anyone was there, too busy trying to examine his head for any injuries. Izuku quickly stepped away to discourage any additional touching. "I'm pleased to present the Chemical Core Grenade Guard System. This project uses chemical core components to enhance specific aspects of Ground Zero's quirk to enable more variability to his arsenal. Rather than relying on explosions of various sizes and power, these chemical cores change the base chemical composition of his sweat to produce different effects, such as freezing sprays, fogs, and even more powerful explosions." While the professors nodded understandingly, many of them already knowing the basis of his work, the Expo staff frowned and raised eyebrows at him. One of them carefully lifted a hand. "Excuse me, Midoriya, but to clarify, this project is specifically attached to Ground Zero's quirk?" "Yes. But the technology itself can be altered and used by other heroes with similar quirks. It requires an in-depth analysis of their specific chemical compounds, but the same principles that were used in this gear can be used in similar gear." "I see." He gestured for Izuku to continue without giving any other indication to what he thought. A woman behind him, however, pursed her lips, unimpressed. Izuku froze for a second, trying to think of a way to sway her, but remembered that she wasn't ultimately his audience for this presentation, and turned back to the professors. The gauntlets were designed to house 2 cores each, meaning that 4 effects overall can be produced without having to switch out cores, 2 on each gauntlet. "So these effects can only be used in 1 gauntlet at a time?" the professor asked. "Yes," Izuku swallowed, glanced to Katsuki, who looked so assured of this situation that it made him want to scream. "This is to help with contamination that can occur if too many chemical components are introduced, and also enables the use of a combination of effects. For example, Ground Zero can use this technology to create a fog and spread freezing spray over an area, creating hazards for any opponents that would be hard to spot." "Very clever," Dr. Embrol said cheerfully. Even some of the Expo staff seemed interested. Encouraged, Izuku pointed to one of the displays, going into the details of how he had come up with the project and how he'd developed the technology. He talked about working with his client, Katsuki in this case, to create gear suitable for his wants, and even creating something that still fit his aesthetic. On top of the chemical cores upgrade, the old gauntlets were quite heavy and could be hard to maneuver when full. To improve mobility, the design was slimmed down and a lightweight metal was used for the casing and inner components, with a hardened steel plate on the front of the gauntlets able to withstand most blunt force attacks as well as dampen the effects of any close-range explosions against the chemical cores. The cores themselves are built with extremely sturdy materials to protect from them rupturing during rough combat, and there are safety features within the gauntlets that can neutralize any leaks that may occur. Small tanks for gathering sweat are also included. Since this means less sweat is able to be stored, the gauntlets also include small heating pads to increase sweat production, and I've included mechanisms to more efficiently collect any sweat that does accumulate. Dr. Embrol was peering at one of the display screens, though he had obviously been paying attention as Izuku had spoken. You've improved on nearly every aspect of the last iteration of the gear. Of course, since it's a more complicated build, it's more likely to break down than the old gear, which in the heat of combat can prove to be a problem. Yes, sir. Izuku gestured for Katsuki to step forward, which he did. The independent nature of the gauntlets means if one is to be damaged beyond use, the other will still function on its own. There is also a simplified holographic screen that shows core information, tank levels, and would alert the user to any malfunctions or damages. As he spoke, Katsuki pulled up the screen, which everyone stepped closer to gawk at. Ah yes. The professors smiled proudly at the Omega. Very impressive, Midoriya. A worthwhile project indeed. Satisfied by his explanation of the tech, Izuku stepped back, took a breath, and said, "This tech represents a niche market in support engineering that isn't being met currently. Ground Zero's old gauntlets, of which there were 2 previous iterations already, prove that he wasn't able to take full advantage of the chemical nature of his quirk due to a lack of understanding in subspecialty engineering. By focusing on a subspecialty, we as engineers can fill a hole in necessary gear catered to heroes who have quirks of a similar nature. Nearly 55% of all heroes are emitter-based quirk users, and almost 40% of them have a quirk that has a chemical component to its operation. Even if these gauntlets are only really of use for Ground Zero, even if they can't be mass-produced to a greater crowd, the technology in them fills a desperate need in the community. And that is why I took on this project. To show that there is that need and how, by filling it, we can enhance the productivity of chemical-based quirks many heroes possess." His spiel said. Izuku took in a deep breath and tried not to pass out. The professors were all looking at him, varying degrees of satisfaction and pride on their faces. The Expo staff, however, seemed less enthusiastic. A hand was raised once again. "Forgive me, Midoriya, but am I correct in thinking that you are currently being courted by Ground Zero?" Katsuki let out a low snarl as if in answer. Izuku, however, just swallowed. You would be correct. So, in fact, the reason you were able to convince a hero of such prestige to allow you to build something for him was only because of your personal relationship? Oi, you got a problem or something, jerk? Izuku held up a hand. Katsuki stopped halfway through his rant, maybe because he saw the calm, assured look on Izuku's face. At least he hoped it was calm and assured. He felt strangely calm and assured. He had also been anticipating this question, had almost been looking forward to it being brought up. So he turned to both the Expo staff and his professors, took a breath, and said, "Ground Zero is the number 3 hero in the whole of Japan. He has hundreds of victories over villains on record, has assisted in the rescue of thousands of people, and has played a major role in containing and discouraging crime. He is also currently courting me, and is the father of my son. These personal facts are irrelevant. What is relevant is that Ground Zero must work at the top of his form in order to continue to serve society to the caliber that he has since his debut. It was of utmost importance to me that this technology serves in his fight to be the best hero he can, so that he can continue to defeat villains and save innocent lives. Ground Zero would not be in the top 3 if he was not also wholly dedicated to this cause. He would never allow anything to get in the way of his work. And neither would I." He turned to Katsuki, saw a shadow of a smirk on the Alpha's face, and returned it in kind. It was an honor that he trusted me to create something that could not only help him continue to help as many people as he has, but to improve his performance to save even more people. It humbles me as a student, an engineer, and an intimate partner. There came a stillness after his words, but it was quickly filled with applause from several of those gathered. Notably, the person who had asked the question did not clap, but his peer did. "And if you need any more convincing," Katsuki spoke and all eyes turned to him, as if called to the danger in his voice. His smirk was deep and seething. "Just you wait for the demonstration. I'll show you exactly what I can do with this tech." Although the Expo organizer did not seem completely convinced, he did nod, and Izuku let out a huge sigh. The first part was over. All that was left was the demonstration. And, ultimately, Izuku had very little to do with the demonstration. That fell to Katsuki, in his performance with the gear the Omega had given to him. In Katsuki, Izuku had complete confidence. He just hoped his project would live up to expectations. Halfway through the demonstration, as the crowd that had gathered beneath the stage Katsuki had made of the sky above them, flying around and producing dazzling effects with the chemical cores, Dr. Embrol came over to Izuku to shake his hand. "Congratulations, Midoriya," he spoke softly and sincerely. "I'm so proud of you." Izuku's throat closed up slightly and he had to duck to wipe away some tears. Feeling secured in his graduation position, he kept a curious eye to the Expo organizers, who watched and watched without showing much emotion, until Katsuki suddenly rocketed up into the sky, disappearing to a small dot on the horizon. Then, the entire Expo shook as a massive fireball mushrooms out from his small figure, filling the sky like a second sun. Someone in the crowd screamed. Most cheered. All of the organizers' jaws dropped open in shock. Izuku was suddenly very grateful that Katsuki had insisted on the oxygen core, that he'd wanted to end the show with a literal bang. "This is bullshit." Izuku was too busy preening over his silver trophy to give a care what Katsuki was saying. "I can't believe those assholes. Only second place. Second place. What the hell was first place, even? How could it have been any better?" First place was a breakthrough in new high-resistance fabric that will significantly reduce blunt force injuries by more evenly distributing the impact. It was actually really amazing. "Don't praise them, Deku." "It's all right, Katsuki." Izuku didn't know what it was. The tone of his voice. The words he said. Or some other realization. But Katsuki calmed, stepped back as Izuku set his silver trophy next to their bags. They awarded second place to a student, someone with a temporary license, and someone who specifically created something that only addresses concerns for a specific sector of the hero population. That in and of itself is amazing. And besides, first place really was incredible. You should have seen it. And actually, once they get everything into production, you should request your back brace be made of that fabric. "No way." Izuku paused as the alpha turned away in a huff. The exhibition part of the expo was over and it had been a long, exhausting day. Dr. Embrol had said that he and the other professors would get back to him on his final score, but he assured him to expect good things, securing his place as a graduated alum of the university. And with a major win under his belt from the expo, getting his temporary license increased to a more permanent license would be all the simpler. The weekend couldn't have gone better if Izuku had written how he'd wanted it to turn out. Katsuki had traded his hero costume for more casual clothes as the expo began cleanup for the day. Shoji and Kaminari had been recruited to help load all the gear and machines Izuku had set up at his station into 2 cars, one the pack had rented for the occasion. Most of the gear went into the rented truck. Only Izuku's personal things went into the pack's car. Before the expo, Katsuki had told Izuku he wanted to take him out afterward in celebration, convinced that the Omega would do wonderfully. While Izuku had been less sure, it had been nice to have something to look forward to. Katsuki had apparently gotten reservations for a nice dinner and they would spend the night in a very nice hotel close to the expo grounds, so they could attend the next day's events, even though Izuku had no presentations or demonstrations. The Omega was still excited to get to look at all the upcoming tech and gear that was still to be showcased, and was interested in attending some of the panels and lectures being offered that next day. He was all the happier that Katsuki was showing any interest at all in attending the event as well, though he suspected the Alpha was only coming along to get to spend time with him. Still, he didn't mind all that much. He wanted to get to spend some time with the Alpha as well. The plan was that Shoji and Kaminari would deliver all the tech back to Hatsum's and Katsuki would take Izuku back to their hotel to get ready for dinner. Izuku had some reservations about leaving such delicate and important machines with the betas, though Shoji's presence reassured him enough that he allowed the Alpha to draw him away. Their hotel seemed elegant and simple enough. It was clean and modern, just a place Katsuki would pick out for them. It wasn't until Katsuki gave their reservation number that Izuku realized the Alpha had gone all out. They were escorted up to their room, which turned out to be a full suite with a balcony overlooking the expo grounds and a giant bed bigger than the one they had at home and about twice as soft. The bathroom was larger than Kazue's room. While Izuku stood, slack-jawed in the bathroom doorframe, Katsuki came over and kissed him on the temple. "Clean up. Dinner's in an hour." He showered quickly and threw on the clothes he'd brought, a nice beige sweater and dark pants. Katsuki seemed to just shake the sweat from his hair before slipping on a white button-up with a casual jacket and khakis. He seemed to fumble with his jacket a little, straightening it again and again, getting that distant look in his eyes, before asking Izuku if he was ready to go, even though it was clear he was waiting for the alpha. The restaurant, like the hotel, was upscale to a ridiculous degree. The dining room was packed with smartly dressed couples and families, low ambience music barely covering the soft murmuring from the crowd, the lights dim and romantic. Izuku gazed out over the restaurant curiously before they were led away from the dining room and toward a staircase. On their way up, Izuku caught Katsuki's attention. "Where are we going?" The alpha scoffed. "You really think we were going to have our dinner with all those extras around? Please." "Well, that seems rather." He stumbled to a stop as they reached the second-floor landing. The entire room was empty, save for a small bar off to the side, a bartender wearing all black in place, and a single table in the center of the room. One wall consisted only of wide-paned windows that overlooked the street. He stood there long enough that Katsuki took his hand. "Come on," he said, leading the Omega to the table. "This is..." He paused as Katsuki pulled his chair out for him. "What?" the alpha asked as he took his seat. The Omega mulled over it. "Excessive." Katsuki smirked. The waiter came over and his first order of business was to place a small white ceramic vase between them. There was a single flower in the vase, though it was covered by a decorative white paper bag. Izuku glared suspiciously at the alpha over the bag, though Katsuki busied himself with ordering them drinks. When the waiter had gone, Katsuki pulled the bag away, revealing a single white egret orchid. "Still your favorite, right?" Izuku blinked at the flower, unsure if he was astonished or suspicious. "What is going on?" Katsuki shrugged. "How many times am I going to have to tell you I'm dead set on spoiling you completely rotten? At what point in our courting have I made it seem strange to you that I'd do something like this? Especially for something so important?" He raised his water glass. "By the way, congratulations on your second place win and on graduating." "Thank you, but this still seems excessive." The alpha took his hand, kissed each of his knuckles, one by one, savoring each touch. "Nothing is too much for you, love." And Izuku had to admit, his heart melted a little with how much love and warmth Katsuki put into those words. So he didn't think about it much after that, allowing himself to enjoy the moment. After all, everything really was lovely. From the food to the ambience, to just getting to spend some quality time alone with Katsuki. It was a perfect night. He really didn't think he could have asked for anything more. As the night wore down and dinner was done and they both were a little tipsy from their drinks, Katsuki suddenly checked his watch, took in a deep breath, stood, and held out his hand. "Come with me." Trusting Katsuki, knowing it was okay to follow him without asking first, Izuku took his hand. "Okay." The alpha led him up another set of stairs, to a rooftop garden. The garden had been strung with white banners and had several huge vases filled with white egret orchids, soft lights hanging from the pergola overhead. Izuku took it all in, more than a little shocked, then dropped Katsuki's hand when he noticed they weren't alone. Standing just a few feet away, dressed just as formally as everyone else at the restaurant below, was Ida, Kirishima, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Todoroki. Each had a smile of some degree on their face. Izuku glanced to Katsuki, who was faced away from him and had his hands buried deep in his jacket pockets. "What's going on? Why are you guys here?" "They had to be witnesses," Katsuki growled. "Wanted to do this alone, but guess it's some bullshit etiquette." "Shoo!" Kirishima whisper yelled. "We're not here. Just ignore us." Izuku glared at the beta, rather unimpressed, though he was distracted when Katsuki turned to face him. There was something about him. Something a little off. A little not wrong, a little not right. As always, there was a fire in his ruby eyes. Usually, it was a towering inferno, ever-consuming, ever-powerful, ready to eat up anything that stood in its way. That night, under the soft lights strung overhead, his eyes seemed to smolder, a long-burning fire to keep even the weariest warm through the harshest winter. Under those lights, with that look on his face, Izuku thought Katsuki really was a handsome alpha. And he very quickly realized what was going on. The thought scared him, though he didn't really know why, so when Katsuki stepped forward to take his hand, he stepped away, drew away, as if he were getting ready to run. Katsuki paused, gave him that space to leave if he really wanted. But Izuku didn't want to leave. He just didn't know if he wanted to stay. He was scared. But when Katsuki closed the space between them to take his hand, when those rough fingers closed solidly, protectively, over his own, he wasn't really scared anymore. Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki looked him in the eye, even as Izuku fidgeted. I've told you before, but I want to tell again, you're the love of my life. You have been since we were kids. I'm sorry it took me so long to realize that. To put it into words and actions. I never want you to be alone again. I want to be by your side until the day I die. He took a breath. Slowly, as if gauging Izuku's reaction, he lowered himself to one knee, reached into his jacket pocket, and pulled out a small box. I want you to be mine until the end of time, and I want to be yours. I want you as my lifelong mate. So, he opened the box, revealing a band of platinum, thick and solid and interlaid with emeralds and rubies, and Izuku felt like he couldn't breathe. Would you marry me? Izuku opened his mouth and all that came out was a long, low wheeze. He coughed, choked, and Katsuki immediately started rising to his feet to help him, but Izuku put his hands on his shoulders and shoved him back down. There was a tremble in his fingers. As much as Izuku didn't want there to be, there was. He swallowed. Managed to look Katsuki right in the eye. Are you sure? Of what? I don't know. Izuku glanced up, saw that the pack members were holding hands and breaths in anticipation of what he'd say. Are you sure of me? Katsuki drew back a little. Then he grinned. A deep smirk that fit perfectly along his face, that showed off his canines and stoked the fire in his eyes to roar to new heights. Izuku, I've never been more sure of anything in my life. I want you. Forever. Will you marry me? Izuku was grateful the alpha had asked the question again. Because this time, when he gasped, when he maybe sobbed or maybe just caught his breath, he was able to nod and say those wonderful words, yes. Yes, I will. Katsuki's eyes glinted. Izuku expected him to explode to his feet, but instead, he rose softly, drew Izuku in gently, kissed him deeply but gentlemanly. It was Izuku who nipped demandingly at his mouth and growled for more, though sudden cheers from their witnesses reminded him that they were, in fact, not alone. Keep that heat in. You, Omega, the alpha rumbled low, just for him, I made sure we got that bed for a reason. Izuku allowed himself a short smirk, then to wipe his eyes quickly as Katsuki drew the ring from the box. The alpha slipped it into place, a promise, a pledge, a claim that ran deeper than skin. Izuku led with his teeth in another kiss, dug into the alpha, savored the way his arms held him up and together. And yours. The pack members came forward to congratulate them. Yaoyorozu said she'd gotten pictures had appropriate times and Uraraka told him they were adorable. Izuku hardly heard them. He just kept an arm wrapped around his alpha, purring happily at all that had happened that day. Next to Kazue's birth, it was the best day of this life. He truly, honestly, sincerely, could not have asked for anything better.